One of 6 ads. How is there a category for this already? When is the game due to release? Huo. Okay, back from ads. Hi.
One. Hello, ladies and
What's
gentlemen.
up, man?
Howdy, howdy.
Coyote Knight, why have you called this gathering?
We are in quite a need of an advice. If you catch my drift, I would say I was gonna yes. I wanted to say something really
cool.
TOS. I almost said something TOS. That
You don't know how long. I'm sorry, and you don't know how long I've been wanting to say that.
It's not Thursday now. You gotta be careful.
Oh god, no. But hello.
Who the third guy? You did not put him in the title.
What's with the Turokian emergency meeting?
The third guy is wait. Actually, you know what? Why don't you guys?
The council.
Yes, we are the council of voices. We are the ones who decide your fate. All right, so who wants to introduce themselves first? Wait, hang on. Since I'm the host, that means I have to introduce myself first. Hello, watching people who are currently watching. My name is Coyote Knight, Honoka Mamoru, Turok VTuber slash mother slash biggest number Turok 1 fan. that made no sense, but yes, I hope you understand. Who wants to go next?
Sure, I'll go next. I'm Zilla Master, a brave-inspired super robot VTuber. I do a bunch of stuff, and I like plenty of classic games, and I absolutely love Turok. Grew up with it, love it.
Hi everybody. I'm Badger, longtime Turok fan. Been around the server since 2017, so glad to meet you guys.
I am
hi.
Turok. Or Joseph Fire C10 as I go by on Twitch. I am a Turok VTuber and retro streamer because fuck it, the Lost Land it's Lost Land, time has no meaning.
So, what business we have here? What would you guys like to talk about first? The news?
What is pretty nice?
Let's address the massive entrail in the
Missed
room.
the stream last night.
A
hello,
new
Petition.
Turok game has been announced just the other day at the Game Awards. And let's be honest here, it does not give a good first impression.
Not in the least, no.
Well, I have not seen the video yet,
Time
so
is
I've
overrated.
I've seen like images. I haven't seen the trailer video, so like I was waiting for this moment to like see it.
All
It's
right,
set
here we
one
go.
up,
Hang
it's
on.
on fire.
So I'm gonna go share my screen, which is gonna be my browser, and you should be able to at least see it.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. 720, 30 frames. Go live.
Watch stream.
That's what I was afraid of. If like my computer can handle 2 streams and my web browser at the same time.
Oh yeah. Man, Coyote, they let you have 2 streams?
Yeah, mom, why do you let me have 2 streams at the same
Yeah, how
time?
come Coyote's allowed
Okay.
to have 2 streams?
2 monitors, 2 streams.
Yeah. You got 2
Actually, you know what?
streams,
2
one for the plug,
monitors
one for the
is not
hose.
enough.
It's
I
not.
want to be honest. 2 monitors is not enough. I want a 3rd monitor now.
Are you gonna go with the overzealous security system style of monitor setup? We have a whole wall full of monitors.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
I want a cockpit full of monitors.
Just go the security guard way. Freaking wall full of TV screens.
No.
All right,
Just
so
like,
here we go.
I'm
The
in.
world is not enough.
Here we go. So that's gonna be the thing.
So, and
I hope,
I see
I hope
two
the
red
audio
flags
plays on
here.
stream. By the way, the what is it called?
It not
the web
really
the web
Turok,
browser.
but I am open to
Yeah.
I
trying
already
it out.
still see 2 red flags already.
I'm
And-
hearing it.
3.
okay.
I'm hearing it.
Okay, so there's
Whoa.
the trailer
When
from
it
the
will
very
be on
beginning.
sale.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And it's like, okay. It's a cool crisis.
Wow. Okay.
Evolution reference.
Yeah.
Nah.
That's a red flag for me.
And it's like, we are Turok.
No, you did it wrong. It's I am 2. I am raw.
Well,
And I am and together we are Turok.
Turok. Yeah. I want to see him
I'm sorry, I
merge.
just had to make that fucking joke.
Oh, it's funny.
wow.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
That's
That's
it.
it. That's the
Oh, wait,
trailer.
That's the
Which
trailer.
fucking-
Yeah, that's the trailer.
That's
Oh,
literally the
Gameranks.
trailer.
Ooh. Yeah.
Wait, no,
All
it's,
the games
it
announced.
just freaking has
That's it.
autoplay on. My
Yeah,
bad.
autoplay bad.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Real
Now
quick,
I know this is supposed to be multiplayer focused, but is
Yeah.
there a single player option?
Yes, they mentioned that as
there
a
is.
solo campaign that you can play co-op through. But my main issue is that knowing Saber Interactive, they're probably going to go the World War Z route. Which, if they do, it's going to bring its own host of problems.
Yeah, it's going to be that, or it's going to be kind kind of like Space Marine 2, where you got 2 AI partners with you the entire time, the quote unquote warriors of Turok, which I don't know if anyone has an answer for that. That's not a thing.
All I have, the main thing that I think of is that where it says like the Turok warriors,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, this is some kind of military unit that they're doing. Like with
Hang on,
Turok
actually, let me bring up the website. Turok.
Yeah, put the actual website.
.com. Is it
.com.
.com or net? I don't remember.
It's .net. .com.
But
Reject
Yeah.
all.
I'm kidding, obviously.
Here we go.
So
Yeah.
here we go. I'm gonna zoom in. I don't know what is it with websites and having like really tiny font on
Yeah,
desktop.
the legendary Turok
I was
warriors.
looking at the
There it is.
Steam
Title
page
again.
because it does have a Steam page already.
It does have a Steam page. I already commented on the discussion forums, which are they're not happy, by the way.
Even Twitter is.
It's divided.
You have-
I've been kind of vocal, and I don't use Twitter much, but I've been kind of vocal about it.
I try to keep out of a lot of the game related stuff because it can get kind of toxic. But even I had to throw my hat in the ring. I was like, Saber Interactive needs to read the comics just to know what real Turok is.
Yeah, because it's just so generic. I mean, come on, tech suit guy. He doesn't look like Turok. Who is this dude? Come on.
What?
I don't know.
I'm
John
struggling
Turok.
to find the right words because this ain't it.
It's not it. It's not. It ain't Chief. I mean, come on. We got a guy. He looks like he's a reject from Crisis or anything else that's
What's
out these
so
days,
hard
right?
about
did
respecting
mention-
source material?
Oh, sorry.
I did mention a little bit that the guy that they showed in the center, I mentioned he did sort of resemble a mixture
here
of
we go.
Yannick from the Turok Acclaim comics and the Dynamite Entertainment Turok from the.
It's like a mix, right?
For a little
yeah,
bit.
Yeah,
but even
sure might
then, the main thing that he looks to me, he does not look like a Turok. He looks.
He
Oh,
looks
God,
like
I just-
Crisis dude. What's his name?
He-
What's Crisis dude name?
He
John
looks like
Crisis.
a monk from Diablo 3.
I mean, he
He
kind of
almost
looks
gives
like
me-
Red Hawk, doesn't he?
A little bit. He kind of gives me an Andar vibe too, a little bit. Maybe just in the face. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
But then another thing is the two companions. It's like
Yeah, the two
neither of
companions-
them look like
At
Turok.
least Turok is
Yeah.
still Indian. Chuck
Yeah,
Wendig
they-
made him a black guy.
So I'm thinking
Across
they're
diversity.
retconning again. They have to, I guess.
No, of
They're
course they are.
rebooting it because apparently no one cares about the Acclaim comics anymore in terms of gaming companies outside of Night Dive, and
Yeah.
no one really liked the 2008 Turok lore, so they're rebooting it again. Which you have so many different comics to choose from. Why must you have to constantly reinvent a series?
Yeah.
It's so hard.
It makes me sad because like you could at least keep elements which are not copyrightable, like the portals, warp portals, and the Turok bloodline or something.
Yeah,
you can
because
definitely throw it in there.
Yeah, because I look at the three characters and I'm like, okay,
Probably
seeing
due
a
to
female as
rights
a Turok
issues.
is not the end of the world. Because Turok 3, you had Daniel
Yeah.
Fireseed. The Acclaimed
She's
lore
cool.
said that a female can become a Turok, and there had been two female Turoks before.
There
One
must-
would be
yeah,
Danielle, and
At the start of Turok 3, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, at the start of Turok 3, they say that a woman once before tried to take on the mantle and consume her. So that implies that somebody before Danielle tried to become Turok, but they failed, or maybe they did. Maybe they didn't fail, but it ultimately like killed them.
they went
or,
the way
I
of
don't know.
John. They
Yeah,
went the way of
literally
John
anything.
Fireseed. They became the Forsaken One.
It's not out of the question, like for people to become multiple Turoks. Like Turok 3, it's also mentioned in like the comics. I think there's like three brothers or
A
something.
Gross, a Lim, and a Sint. 3 points.
Yeah.
Heck, even John Fireseed, when he renegaded and became the Forsaken One, Carl basically took up the mantle as a secondary,
Yeah.
and he was John's younger brother.
So I would think like because the way the Lost Land works, I would hope that those three Turok warriors that you see, they're from like different times, and they just meet in the Lost Land. That's what I would hope.
But if you ask me, even then that wouldn't work out because I'm pretty sure you've seen the one image I sent. I will send it again just in case, but
No, I probably haven't seen it.
Okay, let
It's
me
the
open
one
it
that-
on
It's the one
browser.
from issue 4 of the Turok of the 2019 Turok comics, where you
Okay.
have the different Turoks from the different
All over the
universes.
place, yeah.
But
Hang
you
on,
also
let me
look
see.
at them and you can see the common thread in each and every one of them.
Oh, what?
You
No
can
longer
see at
available.
the core, they all
Mhm.
look like Turok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for the lizard guy, he's a little bit off.
Well, that's Joshua in disguise.
Hang on, let me
that's
let me
based off of
download the
that
image first
comic.
and show it on screen so
That
that
was
people
Child
know
of
what
Blood.
we're
The
talking
mantle of
about.
Turok
Okay,
is the
okay.
duty of carrying the light burden,
Fair enough.
Open
which multiple
browser.
can
Why is
exist.
it not letting me download? Fuck it, copy image.
Yeah,
There
it's
was
not
a
out of
case
the realm
of
of possibility
triple
because, like
Turok.
we said, there was the 3 points. Then you have Joshua or Joseph and Danielle taking on the mantle. But here, unless they, I don't know how they can manage to spin that to be like they're all from the same family or the same
That issue was a letdown. The
tribe,
other
basically.
Turoks just
Because
stood
here's
there.
one thing a lot of people don't realize. All the various Turoks, they're all from one tribe or another. The
Yeah.
Golgi one was a Mandan warrior. Valiant, Kiowa Apache. The Acclaim series, the fictional Sakwa Nation. Even Joseph Turok from the 2008 game was a Kiowa.
Yeah.
The ones from the later the post Acclaim comics, I don't think they actually express what tribe they're from.
Oh, it's
Oh, which one?
interesting. They probably wouldn't because they're one shots. That's that.
And if you're wondering about which image I was referring to, Coyote, it's the one I just posted here.
Oh, hang on. It's just that you posted it, but I can't download it from Discord, so I'm looking for it on the web. There we go.
Yeah, that one.
Like I said, it's from issue 4 of the 2019 Turok comics. But you can see here, they all look vastly different, but you still get where the Turok design core comes from.
Yeah.
Like, okay, going from left to right here, you got Dark Horse Turok. Next to him, you got both versions of Joshua. Then you got the Dynamite Entertainment one. The one to his right, I have no idea which version of that one is. Below him, that one is 2008 Turok. Above and to the right of this one Turok I can't figure out is Talset from either the Valiant comics or the Dinosaur Hunter game. And then to the right is Evolution Talset. And then above all of that, when you have the modern version of Turok. So, but the main thing is, you look at all of them, and you can immediately spot this is Turok.
Yeah.
But you look at the characters that they showed in the trailer. Where's the Turok?
Oh,
And you
hang
can't-
on. Oh, we have images. There we go. They do have
Yeah.
images.
So
on
it's
the
a clean
website.
image. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the real Turok in the game is the friends you make along the way.
Oh
Or
no!
not on the
Oh,
battle
Jesus.
pass.
There you go.
Also, whoever wrote
Cerebral
it
board
clearly
with you.
didn't read the game
Yeah,
era.
that's
Because
the answer. There you go. There's the real
Dinosaur is
Turok, and it's
apparently just Joshua Fireseed
And then the
in
thing of it
disguise.
here is, what is with this armor? I mean,
It's-
even if you were to convince me that this is somehow a version of tech armor using the, this is the kind of armor that Yannick uses, or this is the tech armor from Dinosaur Hunter, that still wouldn't make sense.
no, it doesn't at all. And I think it's just a lazy excuse here because I feel like Saber was either A, making a game already and they threw the IP on because it was cheap, or Universal didn't care, or B,
Manipulate
was-
the audience, basically.
yeah, or B, they were all right. What can we do for an easy gameplay loop and have an easily reskinnable character? Oh, I know. We'll do an armor because everybody has a tech suit, because that's a lot of games these days. A lot of game
Actually-
characters
Oh,
have
sorry.
these similar style suits. It's all
I remember
vogue.
earlier someone mentioned that they did it because people these days see the design of Talset and say that it's racist. Well, for me, it's like these designs, if they're actually meant to be Turok, well, isn't that just as problematic?
Talset is not racist. It's an accurate representation of the Native American. You
Yeah,
know,
and even when you look at the Acclaim comics, you look at warriors like Kadon, Aram Fireseed, Talset's son, Talset himself. A lot of those older ones, even Carl Fireseed, you can still see
Fuck
their
that.
roots.
Turok's designs
Yeah,
were badass.
the comics, the depictions were absolutely respectful of
Absolutely.
Native American culture and their problems.
Even Evolution Tao said, as different as he is from the original the original Dinosaur design, it still remains respectful to what he is at his core.
Yeah, it's not a caricature or
It's also
something.
being racist
Yeah,
too,
and-
then, because isn't Turok native?
I can at least say that, at least with the acclaimed Turoks being
I think they just
from
don't want to
the
see
fictional
Native
Sacred
Americans
Nation, at
embracing
least
heritage.
they still
Just modern
treat it with a lot of
Americans.
respect.
Yeah, they don't.
And if
That's I don't
Oh,
know.
sorry. Okay, well, I respond to this one. They just don't want to see Native Americans embracing heritage, just modern America. That makes it even
What I
worse
was
if that's the
thinking.
case.
True.
Hang on. Have you guys seen this? I'm pretty sure everybody has seen it. Has seen this particular image, but I'm gonna post it anyway. Which is how Acclaim originally approached the design of Turok. I'm gonna open.
You showed it earlier
Yeah.
on the Twitter.
let's
I
go
don't
see
think I
that.
have actually
Yeah,
read this.
the Secret Origin is called.
Yeah.
Here
I
we go.
saw it on Twitter, but it was just a little hard to see on there. But
Yeah, you can blame Elon for that. Hang on. I know there's like a representation something mini book. There's a bug. Blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
this is back in the day, you know.
I know it's in one of these pages. Oh, here we go. It says here, we originally wanted to use a real Native American nation and did extensive research into the Kiowa Apache so we could offer the most accurate rendition possible. It was the history of the people and the respect we developed from them that finally induced us to create a fictional history for our character. This allows us to create the creative freedom we need to bring you the lost land, dinosaurs, and the mysterious world of Turok without accidentally insulting anyone. So the racist thing doesn't really
Apply.
make any sense.
I mean,
Absolutely.
let's be honest. They're based off Apache. They live in Oklahoma. That's where Apache live.
and
Yeah.
even the 2008,
It's just a name. It's
they
just a
still
name.
give it they still respect it.
Totally.
And
Yeah.
Even though
the,
they kind of make it only as like a passing mention where where Kane basically says that he guesses that Joseph Turok is a Kiowa, and he teaches him the way of the bow and the knife because basically to fight just like his ancestors.
a lot of, I don't know, this is just from what I've seen, a lot of modern internet people, they don't know what cultural expression actually is.
They
No,
don't
not at
In the
all.
first place.
Yeah.
So
But yet the
they'll just
game
label
they're
anything
making
as
has no
anything, so I
nature.
don't really take their opinions,
Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't
you
know, and I'll go as far as to say they don't care.
No,
Yes.
not at all. They want
I'd
brownie
say-
points and a pat
no,
on the back.
actually, I would say not. It's not so much that they don't care, but I get the feeling that they want to tread water. If you know, I
Oh,
don't know if
yeah.
that makes
They're
sense.
afraid
Like-
of offending people.
Exactly,
while
they're afraid of
in the
offending people.
process.
Yeah, so it's the
If they're
safest
so-
thing possible.
Which, like I said, they are so afraid of offending people that, as a result, they're offending people.
Yep. Yeah, inaction leads to, like reaction, sort of thing.
Walking on eggshells.
Basically,
so you're not going to let Turok express his Native American heritage. You're just going to drown everything in modern culture, which is not a culture. It's just modern stuff. So
Yeah.
you're basically erasing culture that way.
exactly, and trivializing a lot of it. And for what? For what end?
A cheat bug and a
Brownie
7
points.
out
Your
of 10
brownie
game.
points for brownie points being a good boy.
Yeah.
But I do want
Totally.
to go back to the topic of the trailer for a moment because, like I said, there are several
They
red
need to stick
flags.
to what the
The
game
first two I
actually
mentioned
is,
as
not do things like
first two I
this.
mentioned as a joke, being Saber Interactive and Universal. I joke that those are red flags as it is, but the third one where it said it's pre-rendered footage,
It'll be a menace.
that's
then.
the first genuine red flag.
Yeah. Also, I might take a quick jab here. When did Universal get the rights to Turok? When did they purchase
think-
that?
Somewhere around the time Acclaim went bankrupt, and Classic House or DreamWorks, I think, is now owned by Universal. I have to look this up. But
I'm
It's
excited
really
for it.
weird,
Is it what
actually,
we wanted?
because
But
we
now-
No, is it over?
first
No, it
we
can
thought,
still be
or
good.
actually it was Disney. For the longest
Yeah.
time, everybody thought it was Disney, but then I learned that it was actually Universal. So I'm guessing the Turok IP is
Although-
like split in different between different publishing houses. So you got Disney, you got Valiant, which is still around. You
Valiant
got-
no longer owns the Turok IP, sadly. I think
really? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's Penguin Random House that owns the comic IP, while Universal owns the game IP. And I still want to think that that with Universal owning it, Disney to an extent still has it.
Ah,
I actually googled if Universal was owned by Disney, and apparently it's not.
no, they're not.
What they own is the Universal theme park in Florida, but that's it.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Huh? I didn't know that.
But I always
We'll
want
truck
to.
around, pass them around.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
God.
still want to see the day Universal and Random Penguin House lose the Turok IP, and both the comic and game go right back to Valiant. They did, because Valiant owns the Shadow Man IP still, and they still own a lot of their old IP. I know some of them they've lost, but if they can regain Turok, imagine what can happen with that.
Oh yeah.
Because heck, Valiant is overseeing with a studio about a new Shadow Man game.
That'd be cool.
So imagine Valiant having resources for a new Turok game. Hell, I would even go as far as to say try to find a way to get a lot of the licenses or rights for a lot of the designs from the comics, from the Acclaim comics, and make another Acclaim Turok, another Acclaim style Turok game, I should say. Pay the people what they're due, and get the designs so we can have things like the Primogen, well, maybe not Oblivion, but Primogen, another campaigner, a lot of those other designs.
You know what? Some of the old, even if they're defeated, they can still make them mentions like, "Oh, this guy, this old Turok from the past, he fought this guy in the past, and he was totally good and epic and all that." You don't even have to like reference the name. Just like make it obvious that you're making how do you say it? You're actually putting effort into actually engaging with the old stuff.
And heck, with the open world Turok game idea I have, you can even have some of those enemies come back and explain it in the story, like say the mantids or the biobots or even the flesh eaters. You can basically say those are what remains after whoever fought. So the mantids and the biobots, they are the remnants of Joshua's fight with the Primogen. They're the only survivors left. The flesh eaters, they're the only group remaining after Joseph and Daniel destroyed Oblivion. They can
just
make
go
it
like
work.
or just go like this. It's a different time. I don't know. You can literally it's gonna sound stupid, but you can just say it's the Lost Land. It doesn't have to make sense.
Oh, I know.
You
But
can
if you
hand
want-
wave it totally.
Like
But
the comics themselves, I think the one where Child of Blood, I believe it is, Yannick is like tells Joshua it's the Lost Land. It doesn't have to make sense.
It's Spring Break in the Lost Land. Because that's the one where they first introduced Yannick. Because he wanted to rescue Carl Fireseed after he was captured by the campaigners' forces, and Yannick stops him because, in his own words, he'd be totally turned, and if that happens, Yannick will never be born. But they do address a lot of that stuff, even where Yannick makes a little thing about, imagine my surprise when I see you still had your
You're going
arm.
to lots of different planets, different aliens,
That's
different
Joshua asked.
dinosaurs.
And when Joshua
That
asked
one
Yannick-
line makes me think that in Turok 3, Joshua doesn't actually die.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, it ended in a cliffhanger, and Adon clearly says, "I can save him," so it implies that somebody is taking care of Joshua,
Joshua's
even if
back,
he's close,
baby.
even if he's close to dying.
I
that's true.
still want to think that, spoiler alert for those of y'all who haven't played Turok 3, even though if y'all haven't played it since 2000,
Yeah, you
Oh,
had
God.
24 years.
You basically shot him to hell and back. Even in the comics, they put Joshua's body through hell. So I think the only way they're keeping him something's keeping him still going
I have a
is
pitch for a Turok
I have to say it,
reboot where we
Shadow
play as
Man.
Daniel's son.
Oh hell
His
yeah!
journey
You
to
know
his
what?
soul
I
resides in
play
Death
Shadow
Star.
Man, and that would probably go pretty good. Pretty good.
Like Coyote, I told you about this one where in the open world game idea, when the player dies, they don't lose a life or they don't go back to a checkpoint. They go to dead side first, perform a task for Michael Lawa, and if they succeed, they revive. If they die, they lose a life or go to the previous checkpoint. Basically, a way to kind of like cross-reference. Hey, in the Acclaim universe, if you die, you go to dead side.
You don't
That'd be kinda
actually
neat.
die in the Acclaim universe. You actually go to the in between life. I think that side is kind of like limbo.
And in the Shadow Man comics, they mention that there is no heaven and there's no hell. There's only dead side
Interesting.
And you go there without exception.
when you die. They explain that in both the game and the comic. Heck, there's the whole crossover
Source
comic. The
alike
main
from
point of it
2006.
was Joshua trying to get to dead side.
Because
See,
they
that's
killed Barry.
that's what I meant when I said the Lost Land doesn't have to make sense.
You
You
know,
don't have
it's
to
funny.
you don't have to put a lot of effort into making the Lost Land make sense because the concept itself doesn't make any sense.
No, it's pretty nonsensical in its own because it's an
They even describe
interdimensional
it-
dumping ground. Yeah,
They even describe it as an interdimensional sewer of the universe.
exactly.
Just like how Michael Lawa calls or Deadside the asshole of the universe.
Yeah, you know,
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. No,
Lots of poop.
absolutely,
Lots of poop-related
absolutely.
shit.
Oh, actually, there's one enemy that literally throws shit at you in Shadow Man.
No.
Yeah.
I thought they just upchucked at you.
The
I don't
new
know.
Shadowman won't play
But
like the original.
going back to
we love
Turok
either.
Origins here,
Yeah.
the gameplay they showed did not inspire a lot of confidence for me. It
Oh, not
really,
at all.
it's like using DNA or collecting DNA from falling enemies. I don't know if I don't know if anyone realizes this, but that was Shadow Man's stick, where you're literally tearing the soul and life force out of the enemies you kill.
To stay alive. That's like the
Yeah.
mechanic of Shadow Man.
That mechanic for the Turoks, it's so. That's not Turok.
Not at
Actually,
all.
let
It's
me
not
let me
Turok.
read
Not
the
at all.
whole
Lore-wise,
thing.
lore-wise, that's not Turok.
Oh, here
not
we
at
go.
all.
It says here: unlock DNA powers, extract DNA from fallen foes and the environment to unlock game-changing powers that evolve your suit in real time. Each DNA power not only enhances your look, but also offers upgradable skills and abilities to give you
Oh,
an edge in
great.
combat.
Oh, great. So
really,
we got
they
skill
just-
trees. Woo!
They designed the
favorite.
characters this way just so you don't have to look at them. Is basically what they're saying.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
they're
well-
doing third person because they don't want you to feel like, well, because they want to make you look at what you're doing with your character.
Yeah.
Which
Well, I feel like it's a bit of
The issue
crossover
I
too
have
with
this
the
game is that
recently
it
released
feels
Space
like
Marine
it's what
2,
you
right?
get
Where
for a
it's
spin-off.
I would not be
Not
surprised.
the
I don't
long
believe it's the
awaited
same team, but
return
I
for the
wouldn't be surprised if they're
dinosaur
trading
hunter.
stuff because it looks just like that, right? You have 3 players, online co-op, right? Like, doesn't it sound a little bit familiar? You have different
But here's-
abilities where we got rid of the classes, but instead those class-like abilities are split between different dinosaurs or different plants or whatever you're harvesting to unlock DNA things.
Who are the enemies?
right?
Who are the enemies of Turok Origins?
The fans.
but looking from the trailer, you do see dinosaurs, yes, but I also noticed even a giant scorpion in one of the
Let me go back
At
to
one
the
point in the
trailer.
Yeah.
it's like when you
Uh,
hear what sounds like a hissing sound in it, that's where I saw that it was a giant scorpion.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be dinosaurs and bugs. I think
Wait,
the site says something about aliens, but I
Which
doubt it.
isn't out of the realm of possibility
Actually,
considering the fact
yeah, let me
that
check
in
the website.
in the first
Why
game.
can't they bring back dinosaurs?
Oh, here we go. Fight
Yeah.
against enemies. Battle
where are the
alone.
dinosaurs?
Here we go. It says battle alone or as a team against a variety of dinosaurs, creatures, and bosses that take to the ground, sky, swamps, and caves to push players' skills to the limit. Engage in intense combat where players must use everything at their disposal, including melee attacks, special abilities, and fine-tuned weapons.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're also bringing back the flight mechanic from Evolution.
I think they're saying it's flying enemies like pterosaurs or bats or some nonsense. I
Well,
think
if
that's
they
what they're
do-
getting to.
Reminds me of the Call of
Probably,
Duty
but if they do bring
situation.
back like
Don't know
rideable
if anyone here
dinosaurs
is aware of
to
that.
use in combat, I might be less critical of it because that's something that you don't really see utilized in the games very much. It's like it would make sense for a Turok to actually use
There we go.
dinosaurs to travel or use in combat.
It'd be kind of neat.
Because you have the riding gun from Seas of Evil, and then you have the pterosaur from Evolution.
No.
So I slowed down the trailer so we can see
Okay.
like the actual
Kinda,
gameplay,
yeah,
and I
frame
think
by
I went a little
yeah.
bit overboard.
Might have
Yeah, I
run
think you hit it like 75 or 25.
No, never mind.
There we go.
Never mind.
Not too
There we
bad.
go.
Yeah,
So
so
that's
you're
the
fighting like a
gameplay.
big, looks like
That's
a
the
big
deal.
crocodile sort of guy.
Croc and eel.
So
That looks like a
I have no idea what that is.
There,
You
that's a
just
scorpion.
yeah, that's like a
guessed it.
that's like a big
Scorpion.
scorpion bug type of deal. Yep.
that. It looks like a giant ass croc.
And this is like a raptor kind of guy, maybe. I don't know, like a dinosaur. I think it's gonna be a lot of
Wait,
melee
this is
focus.
the one thing that
This
kind of like
thing,
weird
This
me
I don't
out.
like. This I don't like.
I don't even know what this is supposed to be.
I'm guessing
This
this is
look-
like one of its the ultimate abilities, kind of
That's
like
the-
Overwatch.
I think this is yeah.
That's the venom tendril. That's the venom arm.
We are Turok.
Oh.
See, look,
Oh no.
yeah.
Isn't
that cool?
This
Kids
and
love
this and that
this.
gun. That does
Oh
not
yeah, the
look
guns, the
looks
guns. We
lame.
haven't even gone through the guns.
Oh,
So
God.
far they only shown two: the bow,
Turok
the
has the symbiote.
And this
And
it
then
looks like a
what's the
shotgun,
tomahawk?
I guess.
the
It was a
tomahawk, or
bad-
whatever the hell this gun is,
And
which
then
looks like
when
a
they introduce the three
rail gun.
characters, and when they introduced the three characters, you saw one of them racking up pumps. So I'm assuming that it's either a shotgun or a rifle with a grenade launcher
Wait,
attached.
Yeah.
hang on. So let me go back
And it
to
looks
the
like an
back.
ammo count on the
I'll
top
come
there.
back to that ship later.
This thing, yeah. So I guess there is some sort of alien, which I guess it's cool.
This
Yeah, here and then yeah.
Wait, this is wait. You mentioned somebody mentioned something about militaristic militaristic unit,
I
right?
did.
Yeah,
Hang on.
The
This
Turok
is something I
warriors being
just
the
noticed. Look
military
at the
yeah. It's like an
look at
insignia.
around here. I
Yeah.
don't know if you can see my cursor, and
Yeah,
around
yeah.
here.
There's some sort of is that. I can't make out what that says.
then for me, it's
Um,
like, what the fuck is a war paint
here.
for?
Independence Turok.
I hope I can show you can see it now.
Because I see what looks like an SP, an O.
We're so back, Romans. SPQR, let's go. Our way, true to Kaiser. Yeah,
Also,
I mean,
before you press
Do you
play, there's
think
something I
there
want to
is
know.
character
Okay, hang on.
customization for these three preset characters.
Okay, there's several things I want to mention here. First of
Yeah.
all, the guy in the center looks like a Raptoid now. Second, the person on the left. Can we stop with that gosh darn haircut?
oh, I hate that haircut. The
yes,
side,
I hate the
Seriously,
fucking
that-
Seriously,
haircut.
if I
hate
hear
that
someone
haircut.
trying to defend it, don't you lecture me with that $30 haircut.
yeah.
The
Either
lady on
shave
the
it
right,
or
No.
go full freaking
Check
whole.
nine.
I will say this
Yeah,
though,
let it go.
the lady on the right does resemble Danielle a little bit,
A little bit.
but does not speak Turok. And
No.
the weapon she has, it looks like either some kind of fucked up shotgun.
No,
or
that's
it looks
clearly a
like
sniper rifle.
The rail
pulse
is like a
rifle with grenade
G36.
launcher. Yeah, it does look like a G36 because it looks like it has the G36 carry handle with
Yeah.
the rail and some futuristic sniper scope. But another problem I have here is, what the fuck? The war paint this looks like something out of Call of Duty Black Ops.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you're, this looks like the original Black Ops where you're customizing your character.
Yeah. Although we'll give credit where credit's due. She has trigger discipline. Thank you.
Yes.
A
Also,
better rifle.
hold on.
Being
pause here.
safe. Well, we're in the
Pause
Los
here.
Angeles. I gotta be safe. Thank you.
Where is the trigger on that thing?
Wait. Let me go back.
Where is the trigger?
Oh yeah, you're right. Where is the trigger?
It's right there. You can barely see the trigger. You can see there's a trigger guard
Oh
right
wait,
behind your
yeah.
finger.
I think it's
It's
this
there.
thing right here.
It's not easy to make out, but it's
Also,
there.
You
You got some
also
lines or
see here
whatever.
at where her left hand is, it looks like a pump. So I'm guessing it's some kind of shotgun.
I
But why
guess.
make it look like this? Here's the thing I enjoyed more about the earlier games. They still were more grounded in reality. Hell, even the auto shotgun from Rage Wars and not Evolution, but Dinosaur Hunter, they look more realistic. Heck, even the shotgun from Evolution still looked like a reasonably resembled a shotgun. If this is meant to be a shotgun, it is I want to say a badly designed shotgun. But
No,
if
this
it's
is our-
one with a grenade launcher, where's the launcher?
Yeah. Oh, this is
No,
going to be our
I-
pump action assault rifle, of course.
I don't mind like, you know, the regular Turok series had like crazy weapon designs and
Sure.
all that, and like they had the errors with their guns. But like this is like they're not even trying with the with the designs of the guns here.
It's
Yeah,
uninspired.
Even if it's a pump action
Generic.
sniper rifle, which those things do exist, that still wouldn't really fit. Yeah,
Yeah, you
okay,
know, Brad.
so
Pump action.
if you look at
That's you learn
Turok
something new every
2,
day.
there's actually a sniper rifle in Sniper Elite 5 that was an experimental one where you actually pump the grip back and forth like you do a pump action shotgun.
Yeah, pump action rifles do exist, but they're incredibly uncommon.
If you're anyone's who's familiar with the original series, you would know that the weapon designs were more like alien tech more than like futuristic tech.
Yeah.
So like we're just saying that the weapon designs is just kind of
Okay,
like
hang on. Here's
Oh,
the
here,
tech bow.
here,
Here's the tech
to-
bow, or I
Okay.
guess it's supposed to be the tech bow.
but it's
I
like
wanna
an
mention-
energy. It's like energy string, like energy arrow.
I actually want to mention this because I see a couple of influences here. The bow itself is structured like the tech bow from Dinosaur Hunter, and the bowstring and arrow looks like the same design as the Way of the Warrior comic, where it or the first Turok 2 comic that introduced Carl and Joshua, where he actually uses the bow and the bowstring lights up and the arrow does as well.
Mm.
It's
So
not
I
an
can
actual
see it.
arrow.
It looks like
It
it's
was an
energy.
Empire arrow.
Yeah, it looks like it's all like energy based, like it's just like a plasma thing or something, you know?
So I can at
It
least
seems
give them
like
credit. They
Arrow from
do at
ancient
least make it
films.
look like something that could feasibly have been from the original Acclaim games. But I'm still
When
not going to give it too much
available
credit
back,
because
there was
one,
another display.
why do we have that screen on there? If it's to count for ammo, wouldn't you already have a HUD to tell you how much ammo you have already? So that's kind of redundant.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that might be like a tension thing, but at that point too, also, the tension from the pull the
Probably ammo
string.
count.
So you don't need a counter for that. That seems
2008 did that, where the longer you held it, the more it shakes until it forcibly makes you let go, and the arrow barely goes anywhere.
yeah.
you
like the
remember
sniper things, where it's
that
shaky.
one comic with Joshua? I think it was the first. I think it was Empty Souls.
Yes, that was the one I was referring to.
They
Not
had
Way of the
the
Warrior.
arrow that sent the Dinosaur back to the Lost
The
Land.
Kyriakis, yeah, the Time Fire arrow. And there was no bowstring visible, but when he pulled it back, you saw it light up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was like a special arrow. This is like, I guess, like regular combat arrow. It's just, I don't know,
Yeah.
all over the
And
place.
It looks like they have ammo counters. Maybe we don't even have a HUD because they have like ammo counters on the guns.
Okay, this is another point of contention I got here. Okay, so finishing moves. Okay, that's fine. Turok 2008 did. But, as people pointed out, this is rated T for teen.
Yeah.
It's not going to hit anywhere near as it did in 2008 or even the previous games.
No,
Because
not at
what
all.
is something the Turok series has been known for other than the weapons and the dinosaurs?
Oh, over the top gore.
Over the top violence and gore. Hell, for fuck's sake, Turok 2 had the cerebral bore. Turok Rage Wars had the chest burster. Turok 3 had the cerebral possessor and the vampire gun. The vampire
you
gun
don't have a
is
gun that
nightmare
split your
inducing.
limbs apart.
That's
Yeah.
the
Evolution had a
Turok
bore.
Evolution one.
Dark
This one
matter.
board.
Yeah. Yeah, the boar like literally cut your limbs off.
Yeah, it was hardcore. Like, and
So-
T14, there's no way they're
Actually,
getting that in there.
when you think about it, even something as basic as the knife, the war blade, the talon, the tomahawk, and the war club from Evolution, they're
Yeah.
melee weapons, but they're still pretty fucking visceral, very
Yeah.
gory.
Yeah.
Heck, even 2008 Turok, even though that game looked like everything was plastic, you still had that gore factor when you're cutting up a dinosaur with the arrow. Or
Oh,
not the arrow,
yeah.
but the knife.
Like
Heck,
you couldn't like have. That was a Disney thing. They couldn't show gore on human enemies, but yeah, you could go like nuts with the dinosaurs,
And
blow
heck-
to bits.
the final boss fight has you killing Mama Scarface by shoving a grenade in her eye socket,
Yeah, it's kind of
where you
metal.
blew her eye out earlier before, and it blows the entire top half of her head clean off.
Like the
Yeah.
whole cutscene is framed in a way to be like, look at the freaking spectacle.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like-
exactly.
If the previous game stuck to that, what's this game's excuse? And I don't want to hear anyone say, "Oh, it's to appeal to a wider audience." Bullshit.
Call
Oh,
of
it's to
Duty
make that
sells.
money.
Call of Duty sells a lot of copies, and that game is M-rated.
Yeah.
I was
Say
about to
what you
even-
want about Call of Duty, but it's still M-rated. You still
And
see
even then,
a
it-
little bit.
Yeah, you
of,
still got plenty
you know,
of
gore.
kids playing it. Look
heck,
at the
I
same
was-
thing with Halo. Halo's
I was-
T-rated now.
In fact, I was playing Call of Duty Warzone the other day, and I saw that my whole head got blown off by a sniper bullet.
Yeah.
We
And,
can do
I mean,
that. What's this game's excuse? What is Saber's excuse? What is Universal's excuse?
Yeah, because I mean, they like I said back to Space Marine 2 a little bit. You know, they just published that. There's plenty of blood in that. You get covered in blood, and they proudly made that game rated M. So I think it's really here. They're just trying to get as much money as they can out of this thing. They
Oh,
know
yeah.
that dinosaurs sell. Dinosaurs are hot again, right? Jurassic
Yeah.
Park, Jurassic World's big. Godzilla's big. Thank God. You know,
Always has been.
so it's popular because for years we had no dinosaur stuff. It was out of vogue. It was lame, right? That 2008 to 2012. You had the age of serious military shooters and gritty stuff and everything being dark and gray. You didn't have any kind of fantastical kind of stuff like that, or dinosaurs, period. Then we kind of got, Jurassic World. Then we got stuff like Ark. And now, dinosaurs are everywhere, right? Which is crazy to think about. We're in the age of the dinosaur again, which is cool, which kind of lets us get stuff like this, but this is lame.
There's always a Jurassic Park analog horror series.
Oh, yeah. This just looks, it's just so generic. None of it reads Turok. If they put a different name on this, you wouldn't know the difference.
But it wouldn't get the attention
Yeah.
that it got.
And that's why they did it. That's exactly why they did it. They said, all right, we're going to throw this name, which to me is kind of weird. No offense, but Turok's not the biggest IP.
It
Right?
really isn't.
If we're being honest with ourselves, it's not a big series, We're all definitely fans here. We all know Turok. We all love Turok. I love Turok, right?
But let's be honest here.
it's not a household name.
The last original entry in the series was back in 2008.
Yeah.
But what we had since then was a trilogy of remasters that did really well. And Turok 3 remaster came out last year. So it shows that they're still, and from what I understand, they're still selling pretty well. So there is still an audience that still appreciates and enjoys the original style of the Turok games, and not just
The boomer
fans-
shooter. I guess you could say boomer shooter.
there's a
There's
boomer shooter
like a big
renaissance.
market for boomer shooters.
Oh, yeah.
People
And
want
it's-
those games. Still
and it's
want
not
those
ju-
games.
And it's not just the audience that grew up with the comics and the original games. It's even a new audience. They're getting new people into the series. Heck, I actually have friends who never played or heard of Turok until the remasters came out, and they bought and played them and enjoyed them immensely. So to see them go, all Saber had to do was look at what Night Dive was doing and go, that's working really well. We should do something similar. Not this Fortnite Warzone sweet baby ink bullshit.
Yeah. And my thing, right, is it is so it very much, you said Fortnite right in the money, and that's why they're doing it third person, because third person, I really want to say at this point it's an easier sell to people. It's an easier camera to work. You know, it's a huge audience for a third person game versus a first person game, because there's like a border entry, right? Where it's like it's harder to play a first person game to the more casual audience, to the people that don't play games as much. And for whatever reason, these companies don't want to market to gamers who want to buy games. They want to market it to people that don't really care that much, or more casual. And they go, oh, I like Fortnite. Oh, this is kind of like Fortnite, but it's got dinosaurs and it's got skins that in the game you get the ability. Oh, perfect. You know, that's what people are looking at, and they're going to go, oh, this is like this, you know. Because I think that's what a lot of these companies are doing these days. They're looking at each other and they're going, all right, what are they doing that works, that makes money? What can I steal from that enough and tweak it a bit and go, let's do this? Because nobody wants an original idea. Nobody's trying anymore to even remotely do anything on their own. It's all looking at each other, all taking ideas and swapping, and that's why all the games are the same. You look at all these games, it's like 4 or 5 different genres, and they copy each other, and it's all bland.
Something I've noticed is like game development is not the same as it was before. Like
not at all.
No, like even the
It's nothing
developers
like
themselves,
Fortnite.
like their roles are like greatly diminished. You know, they're just basically like if you were working a factory, like you're just on an assembly line. You don't really have any input on what you could do. Like a developer, someone that makes a model now is not someone that, you know, did modeling back then. You have less control over what you can do.
Absolutely.
The best way I can describe it is we've come from a long way from the days of companies like id Software, where developing games was all about what you're passionate about, the ideas and creativity you want to do. Nowadays, it's doing the Tencent or whatever, where you're trying to appease investors. And that, to me, is why I think where a lot of the problem lies, is that if you want to make a company succeed, you tell the investors to shut up, sit down, let us work, quit interfering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's at this point right now where it's like, okay, the main thing I always like to say is if a game creates controversy, like whatever reason, you don't go after the devs, you go after the investors.
Yeah.
You go after the corporate heads, because those are the ones spearheading a lot of this crap. Because back then,
I have a feeling you guys.
I like to think of it like this. Think of the first-person shooter genre. You had Wolfenstein clones, where they all tried to emulate Wolfenstein 3D. Then Doom came out and basically cemented the genre, and then you had all these games trying to do their own separate thing to try to be similar to Doom, but be unique, where you had games like Dark Forces, Chasm the Rift. Later on, you had Quake and Quake 2. Duke Nukem, Shadow Warrior, Blood.
Redneck Rampage.
Yeah, even that. Heck, I'll count that too. Then you came to the what was it, 5th generation of consoles, where it's like the N64, PS1, Saturn.
Yeah.
Where you had games like Turok.
Power Slave.
You had Quake 2. You had GoldenEye. GoldenEye to a bit of a lesser extent, because that's more of a movie to game adaptation, which went well in its own way. But I still lump it in. There's GoldenEye, there's Turok, there's The World's Not Enough. You had Armorines. What other FPS games were on the N64 besides those?
I don't think a
like-
lot of them came out, do they? Did they?
Even-
Besides the
but
ones you
even like
mentioned?
Even like the cult classics that you're seeing, you know, you're just seeing hit after hit after hit. Nowadays, it's just like nothing. There's not really hits.
No,
Even
nobody
back
wants to try.
then-
They're all misses.
Even back then, when a game or a sequel does not do so well, it's still generated enough of a fan base to improve further. Heck, that's why I always like to look at Turok, and it's like, sure, the public perception is that the series peaked at Seeds of Evil, but you look at Rage Wars, you look at 3, they still did their own unique
Decent
thing.
games.
Sure, they were inspired
Yeah.
by other games where, like, Rage
Oh,
Wars was
Rage.
inspired by Quake 3. A lot of people like to say Turok 3 is inspired by Half-Life, but frankly, I don't see it personally.
There's some elements there, but they definitely took it their own direction. It's not like they stole,
Yeah,
a
they
bit
did.
of inspiration.
Their own unique spin while still staying true to a lot of the
Happy
roots
stream commenting.
of Turok's 1 and 2. Even Evolution, as much as I love to rip that game a new one, even I understand and respect the things that it tried to do. The flight mechanics, it's more of like an expansion of like the riding gun from Turok 2. Heck, even during development, they had a rideable raptor as a concept.
Oh,
Um,
that'd have been cool.
The story would have been had a lot more expansion.
No, it's
Heck, there's a
okay,
video
I
out
can
there
read something,
circling
so
around
I'm not so
YouTube
good
where it has all the cut dialogue in audio.
Really?
Yeah,
I'll have to check that out.
I think the gaming Chad on the Turok Discord server might know a little bit more about that because I know he enjoys Evolution a lot.
Hmm.
So I have to just gotta ask him about that. Because he knows that one well enough. But then you go on to Turok 2008, which even for the fact that it's completely different and more restrictive compared to the classic games, I can at least understand where it was coming from. And I will admit, as much as I didn't like the fact that it aped aliens more than anything else, you still saw where the Turok roots were from.
Yeah.
But then you come here. Oh wait, I'm sorry. There's still one more game before we come to this one.
Mighty Turok.
Oh god.
Escape from Lost Valley. At least you can
It's
see.
always ready. Yeah.
Despite what that game wound up becoming, you can at least see the love and attention for
Yeah.
Turok. At least you can tell that it was still Turok. A child-friendly
Even if
version.
people
but
didn't like it, that game is the closest it's been to the source material compared to
Yeah, because
anything else.
the designs were literally from the Gold Key. And literally the main players are Turok and Andar.
Yeah.
Heck, the name Lost Valley is a callback to the original Son of Stone comics, where instead it wasn't called the Lost Land, it was called the Lost Valley.
Yeah.
So I do have Turok the Lost Valley in my Steam library, and like you look at the artwork of like
me
it does
pull up
reckon
the-
back to the Gold Key comics. Like you can tell, like they actually looked at those Gold Key comics and tried to emulate the art.
Yeah.
I
so it
regret
wasn't
not
just a
buying
lazy.
it.
Same.
I guess the gameplay was kind of like
It was more like a
trying to stretch it out, but like they at least they were faithful in the art department.
Yeah, they certainly
Yeah.
tried. It's cute and chibi, but you can definitely see the inspiration and directly what they were trying to do, and I think they did a good job with it.
And like
all
I
things
said,
considered.
at least you can see it still bears a lot of the roots. Even if it's not from the Acclaim series, you at least see where its roots lie in the series as a whole. And I think this is the first time we really had a Turok game that was based on a version other than the Acclaim comic.
Yeah.
Aside from Dinosaur Hunter, which was based more in the Valiant comics, but this is the first time we've seen a game based off the original Dell comics.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at this, I mean, and to the name Origins, right? What is this the origin of, right? You're not telling me this is the first Turok, right? You're telling me this is the first guy.
It seems kind of
Right.
insulting. We're making this the first Turok. We're just rewriting this whole shit. You're gonna eat it.
Yeah,
like
it's
swap-
like,
Swap
oh,
it up,
no.
asshole.
I
There you
mentioned
go.
this in the Turok Discord, but there is no way you can convince me that this is meant to be Al Segna
Origin equals
Sacquin.
forward.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, there is what do you call it? A blog post
Forward.
that I wanna read. I wanna read this blog post. It's from one of the
Okay.
developers. It's on the PlayStation blog.
Oh, chirp.
Okay, so pay attention to some of the stuff that is gonna be on the
Okay.
what is it called, the blog. It says,
Sure.
I'm Jesus Iglesias, game director here at Saber Interactive. We recently revealed that our upcoming title, Turok Origins, is coming to PS5, so we gathered some burning questions around the fresh announcement. I'm excited to share some additional details of the coming release of Turok Origins in the PlayStation blog.
Full reboot.
I already call bullshit. I'm probably already going to guess that they're going to be asking a lot of softball questions.
Exactly.
This is
I actually took a
journalism
look.
we're talking
I
about.
actually took a look at the blog before stream, and yeah, it sounds a lot like corporate speak.
Yeah, that's like
Because
that
It
sounds
really
always
did
sound like
breaks of
PR.
corporate speak.
Because listen to this. We're all
Oh, here
big
we
fans
go,
of
here we go.
previous games in the franchise overall. No, if you have to say that, you are not. If you want to really claim that, you would have made the game more based around any of the comments.
Yeah.
Instead of making a more generic 2008.
It says, we're all big fans of the previous games and the franchise overall, but
Bullshit.
ultimately we wanted to explore a different direction from the previous Turok titles. Saber has a rich history of making third-person shooters, and our experience in that space gave us a unique opportunity to evolve the franchise while keeping familiar elements that make for a great Turok experience. We've created a fresh take on the classic Turok franchise that fans both and all will enjoy. Enjoy. Okay, here's something.
Red flag.
Hang
Boom.
on, my
Fresh
red,
take.
red flag.
Okay, what's developer's name?
Oh, Saber Interactive.
No, the developer who's speaking right now.
The director.
Jesus Iglesias.
Game
Jesus.
director.
I have not
Jesus
seen
Iglesias.
this guy on Turok Discord. He says he's a big fan of. I've never seen him on Turok Discord. Have you?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here's something else. Here's another thing. Hold on, let me
He ain't
see.
been in the Lost
We
Land.
wanted to explore a different direction from previous Turok titles. That's obvious. Saber has a rich history of making third-person shooters, and our experience in that space gives us a unique opportunity to evolve the franchise while keeping familiar elements that make for a great Turok experience. So first of all, no, you do not have a rich history. A lot of them kind of didn't do very well, World War Z being an example. And then evolve the franchise while keeping familiar elements that make for a great Turok experience. What familiar elements, pray tell? Is it the bow and the tomahawk or the knife? Because if that's so, you really got a surface level.
Actually, that
We're
question
just
is
going to
answered
make our
just
own
like
game with
right
Turok
here. Hang on. It
slapped
says,
onto it.
"What's your perspective on the history of the Turok franchise?" And here's what he says.
Yeah.
Traditionally, Turok is a very eclectic franchise,
Yeah.
mixing elements as diverse as dinosaurs, aliens, and robots. We feel we have begun a new chapter on the franchise with Turok Origins.
We're not
Leave it
doing
to
any of that.
Leave it to a
What?
corporate user
Tell
word
me
that
this
no
is
one's
in
ever heard
corporate
of.
speak.
But
Yeah.
also, hold on. Let's go back to the previous paragraph. We've created a fresh take on the classic Turok franchise that fans both old and new will enjoy. No,
Not fresh at all.
you are
Familiar
not.
elements.
You are ripping
Dinosaurs.
off games like Warzone, Fortnite, and for what? You're bastardizing an IP, and you're taking it in a way that has nothing to do with Turok. If you really wanted to create a fresh take, play the older games. Not 2008. I'm talking Dinosaur Hunter, Seeds of Evil,
Order of the Tower.
Rage Wars, Shadow of Oblivion, and Evolution. Hell, I even go as far as to not just play those console versions, play the Game Boy versions of
I was
them
gonna say
too.
that's what they lifted off from
And
the
then
Game Boy
on
port.
top of that,
Oh.
read
Actually, wait. While he's talking, the Game Boy ports are actually way more faithful to
the comics.
the comics
Are they
themselves.
really?
Yeah, because
the-
the plot of Turok's 2 Rage Wars and 3 actually take place around the Turok 2 comics at the time, because the main enemy force is the Amarethine Accordance, the enemy Dinosaurs, and you're working with the Solidarity Order, the friendly Dinosaurs.
Huh. I've never played the GBA, the Game Boy Color, the Game Boy titles at all.
They're
Man.
pretty difficult.
Evolution, especially on the GBA, but I also want to say, the fresh take on the, like I said, not only play those games, read the Gold Key and the Valiant and the Acclaim comics to have an
I have
idea
a
of
feeling
what
you'll
a
make your
classic
own character
Turok
origins.
is like. So,
I
and
think-
then,
The key takeaway here is like even those obscure GBA games were more faithful than what you're presenting us.
Yeah.
Well, Battle of the Dinosaurs was original Game Boy. Turok's 2, Rage Horse and Story were Game Boy Color, and Evolution was GBA, but they're all from the Game Boy line, so...
Yeah, it's all same difference.
I'm being pedantic there, but they're all Game Boy games, but the point still stands. They need to read it up on the old comics, play the original series, and then come back and say they want to create a fresh take, because what they showed in the trailer shows that they don't know anything about the Turok series, and they're doing everything they can to disrespect the series.
Yeah.
Maybe not disrespect, but like doing surface analysis.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I come off as extremely negative and aggressive. It's just having such an attachment to this series since childhood, I am just flat out frustrated at what they're doing. I'm sick and tired of them chasing the trends instead of trying to create. They're not doing anything new or exciting. They're just rehashing the same boring slop that we've been force-fed since, the 360 era?
Yeah. Because we're looking at this too. One we haven't thrown in the hat. The one hat that's not been thrown in the ring tonight, Horizon Zero Dawn, the Horizon games, they're definitely aping off of that as well.
I've never played. Yeah. I never played the Horizon games. So.
I don't think anybody has ever played the Horizon games. That's like the most corporate planned franchise I've
They're
seen.
very corporate planned, but it's like third person hunting robot dinosaurs.
I think the dude looks good in that screenshot down a bit.
The open world gameplay loop is definitely here, and I definitely feel like they saw that and they said we could probably do that cheaper, but with Turok.
Heck, and even for more recent relevant examples, Monster Hunter and Helldivers.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like this game is kind of like Helldivers sort of video game.
It really does.
It's giving me that vibe.
I think for me, it's like the overloading.
Helldivers is really popular. Let's do that.
And I just want to add, just for like maybe people who are watching this who are not Turok fans, like what he means by like being frustrated. The frustration is because ever since Turok 08, we have not had a Turok that's been faithful to like the original series or the acclaimed series at all. Like it's just been reboot after reboot after reboot.
And even Evolution was basically a reboot of the acclaimed series. And I'm not saying they should go back strictly to the original acclaim. I'm just saying that you have so many comic books to take influence from.
Sorry about that. It's the freaking fire alarm. Well, the fire truck. Can you hear that?
It'd be okay.
A little bit, but that's okay.
As long as we ain't on fire.
Expected.
The stream is on fire. That's why they're coming for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a fire. It's just my smoldering frustration.
Now.
That's where the frustration is, because this Turok Origins didn't take a single element from the previous IP. Just didn't take so them to say it's faithful or we're big fans, it just comes off as bullshit.
It's disingenuous and insulting. Yeah.
And heck, even if they would have taken, even if they made this as like, oh, this is going to be a sequel to Turok 2008, and this is going to be with Joseph Turok, and we're taking elements from the scratch sequel, I can at least accept that more than this. Because I'll give Turok 2008 this. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I can see where it's still trying to stick to what makes Turok.
I believe hang on. I believe I've read multiple developer tidbits here and there. They wanted to, before they got canceled, they wanted the sequel to Turok 2008 to be a lot more closer to what the original was. Like they wanted to bring back the cerebral board, they wanted to bring gore, they even wanted to get rid of the human elements, so that way they could be a little bit more violent with humanoid enemies.
Also, I'll be right back. I gotta go slay a compy that broke in.
Oh. No problem.
Godspeed.
I can just imagine him like messing with a fucking copy.
Yeah.
Get back here. Here's my dinner.
Get back here. It's like a
God. My thing too with this, right? Fresh take. It's not fresh at all, and it's very depressing to me. It's depressing to see a beloved series like Turok, that we all grew up with, we all love playing these first-person shooter games, and it's just evolved into and to say evolved, it's totally devolved into a third-person mess like everything else out there. And I had a very sobering thought. The other day, we celebrated 20 years of Halo 2, and I played that on Xbox Live here on the Insignia, right? And I had this realization that we're never going to get a game like that, right?
Yeah.
It was sobering and it's sad. You're never going to see a game like Halo 2. Halo 3, you're never going to see a game like that comes out with a solid multiplayer, that you buy the game and you play it. There's no BS. There's no store. There's no battle pass. You play a game, there's ranks, there's levels up or whatever, but it doesn't matter. It's just a rank that's next to your name. It's a lobby. You're never going to get that experience. And I think the same way with Turok, right? Boomer shooters are having a renaissance, which is great. I don't know if we'll ever see a Turok again. Right?
But then you have companies trying to kill off the concept of the boomer shooter.
Oh, 100%.
Because what they could have, I'm sorry.
It's not as marketable. Sorry,
Yeah.
no, it's okay. It's not as marketable, and it's because this is an easy sell. It's an easy sell to people that don't know Turok and don't care. You go, oh, third-person dinosaur game. That's kind of like Horizon. That's vaguely similar, concept-wise, and it's something like, oh, it's not Fortnite. Like, it's not Fortnite, but it's an easy third-person game, and people see that and they go, well, I can adapt my gameplay style to that. It's easy,
And plus,
It's easy to sell, like a kart racer.
There's another thing I've noticed. I've noticed a couple of people in the Discord, Turok Discord, mentioned that what they could have done is take influence from Doom 4 and Doom Eternal.
Oh, yeah.
And that would have been perfect, honestly, because
Something like that would have been much better.
Eternal and Doom 4 kind of took a couple of elements from Turok, in not many, but you can still see where there's some.
Yeah.
The platforming. They definitely took the platforming, that's for sure.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like with Eternal, they kind of took Turok 2's ammo limit. Oh my God, like 10 grenades, 10 explosive shells,
A
20
little bit.
standard shells. It's like, good God, man. What do you expect me to do with 50 bullets?
Yeah.
But then you got Doom the Dark Ages, which has a shield that I swear reminds me of the Razor Wing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Doom Dark Ages is coming out too.
Yeah, it's coming out.
Shit, I forgot about it.
Yeah, I'll play it.
Not to go off topic, but Doom the Dark Ages has no right to be a Doom title. It should be a Quake title.
It should be Quake. Agreed. It should be Quake.
Maybe what they're doing is
They're
like
allergic to
they want to like transition Doom into Quake, and then bam, next sequel.
No,
Quake.
what they want to do is that they want to find more ways to basically redesign and repackage Quake 3 Arena. I swear,
Now
Quake
make
3
Quake
has been the
Arena.
worst thing that happened to the series.
No. And it's sad. We had literally QuakeCon with no Quake. That was upsetting.
That defeats the whole purpose of calling it QuakeCon.
Why is it
There's
called
no
Quake?
Quake.
Why is it called QuakeCon if there's no Quake? And it's all
But,
Bethesda, I believe. I
just-
think it's probably just Bethesda, but this
Jingle the
right?
keys. Look, it's Fallout. Look. There's
It's
Elder
16
Scrolls.
times the detail.
16 times.
4 times the size of Doom Eternal.
Sorry,
Just
sorry,
work.
sorry, what the fuck is a Quake? Is that like the oat? No,
Shadow
thanks. We don't have that here.
Is that
but-
like the spell in fantasy games?
Look, here's Vault Boy. War never changes.
Oh, and here's Skyrim on the PS5 with
Oh,
VR
God.
support and
God,
AR
we-
support.
We
16
don't need
times
more
the purchases
Skyrim.
in the store.
We don't need more Skyrim. Good God, they're trying to pull a Resident Evil 4 and a Doom on it, where they're trying
God.
to literally cater to every single
Yeah.
system they can think of.
Yeah. So it's sad. It's very sad. The whole state of gaming. Sorry. Back to this article.
Yeah, I'm
we had-
sorry.
No, we had a good tangent. It was a good tangent.
Okay, so here's the other question they did. How does Turok Origins fits in the Turok lore? Turok Origins fits seamlessly into the Turok universe as the legendary Turok warriors
I'm gonna need a
unite
drink.
to save humanity from an aggressive alien species and total annihilation. As the story unfolds, players will discover ancient mysteries that tie into the order of the Turok and its history. There's
I hope
something
I hope y'all picked it
weird
up.
about
I hope
that.
y'all
I'm
picked up
a
on it like I
card-carrying
did.
member of the Order of the Turok. Yep, I paid my
I hope
dues
y'all
recently.
picked it. I hope y'all picked up on it like I did.
Yeah.
What he just said here has nothing
Nothing.
to do with Turok. Because
No.
okay, for those of y'all who are not familiar, in all of the non-acclaimed comics,
Order of the
Turok is the name of an individual. And
Yeah.
in the acclaimed series, Turok is the title of every eldest born male in the Fire Seed family. Or it could be
Turok
a
is
woman or any
essentially
other.
Superman, kind of like that. It kind of like works like that. So you
But with
got
guns.
Joshua. He's obviously Joshua Farseed on the street, and Turok on the night, or something like that. You know, it's a title. The thing is, it's sort of like a superhero title.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you have for Turok, there's
mantle.
Talset, the Valiant One, Kadon, the Cold Wind, or Soft Wind as he's known, Greyhawk, the War Slave, Joshua, the Coyote Knight, Yannick, the Fragment Sun.
He said the thing.
He said the thing. He said the
End stream.
name.
Directed by Michael Bay.
But you raise a good point there because it's like it does feel like a hello fellow kids moment. You're like,
Yeah.
yes, we have. It's like
Yeah.
the other games because we have the Turok Warriors.
How do you do, fellow Turok warriors? It's me, Turok.
The acclaimed one is that Turok is the title that every individual, a family line, I need to
Yeah.
specify, takes up. This is not an order. This is not an enclave. This is a family clan.
This is a
Basically.
family
Pay the
business,
Turok
son.
dues.
It's living
It's
in the
literally
country.
family business. That's how the first comic starts. Welcome to the family business.
Right.
Yeah.
Greyhawk said it
Turok.
best. We're an army of the walking dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
no.
and the
They're-
name right there. The Order of the Turok. Who is the Turok?
And
Right?
who is the legendary Turok warriors? Because I want to bring this up again. If those three characters are meant to be Turok, then that's one hell of a race swap.
Well, we have Turok 1, and then we have Turok 2, and then Turok 3. Have all three games represented. It's awesome. See? And that's their names. Yeah.
Turok 1, 2, 3.
Actually, I'm kind
Turok
of glad that
3.
this is the photo
It
that's
is.
stopped on, because this photo here, you can kind of see where it kind of keeps the tribal vibe, but the tech suit part just ruins it.
Yeah.
Because if this was just a regular tribal outfit, I think it would represent it a little bit better.
Maybe close.
Because you can see where they're trying to go with the war paint, the loincloth, the design in general. It does at least give some kind of credence. But then you look at all the tech parts, and it reminds you that this is just a battle suit from just
Every other
generic
game.
Space Marine category number 335.
Yeah.
There is Yannick Fireseed, but that's because his body got mangled. That's why he wears
Yeah.
mechanical parts.
That's why he has a
This is not
robotic
it.
arm. His two halves of his
This
body
is not it.
separated from each other.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me bring up a picture of
I-
Janik for those on stream.
And I mean, maybe we'll get to customize the character. I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna get to customize these. Maybe we probably will, and it's probably gonna be limited customization. Like, here's the pre-order bonus. You buy the pass, you get Joshua's headband, and it'll have some shitty like a piece of article from a bygone era, some
Okay,
nonsense
so
like
there's
that.
Janik for those
Yeah.
on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here you go.
It doesn't show it here, but his top and lower half of his body is kind of separated, only held together by some kind of magnetic thing. So it's technically together, but they're still separated.
Yeah.
Think of it
But you
like
also see
Monsoon
the-
from Metal Gear Rising.
But
Okay.
you also have the left arm and the chest piece where the breastplate is. In Spring Break and the Lost Light, it actually shows that he can reach inside and basically access the light burden.
Turok is having a crisis. Yeah. Yeah, Turok's having a crisis.
I am having a crisis.
A crisis suit. Because it's exactly what it looks like. It looks like everybody else on the market. It's
Okay, so I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna like
Truck doesn't need a
pull-
crisis suit.
I'm
He
gonna
doesn't.
swap between both images, so
Yeah.
that people on stream can like.
Also,
okay,
yeah.
there we
you
go.
want to bring up
B.
Joseph Turok just for comparison's sake?
Okay, hang on.
Sure.
Turok, hang on.
I just wanted, the only reason I'm doing it because I want at least people to see, despite the differences in appearance, at least
There's some there.
at least Turok here does keep some element of Turok.
Wait, was there a
Let me-
Turok action figure, or was that a custom? Did someone custom that?
It was actually, there were actually action figures in the 90s.
No, of 08 Turok here.
Oh,
Right,
I
so
think
no-
that's just a model.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just a model. Wait,
No, on Google
does
there.
it friggin' give me?
Yeah,
Yeah, this
yeah.
is just a model.
No,
It
one
says-
below.
The one
The-
below.
yeah,
Wait,
the one that-
you're right.
Yeah.
Custom- oh, it's a custom
Okay, it
ma-
says custom.
custom action
Okay.
figure.
And
Hold on,
there's
use
our
that.
answer.
The one image is like the one where it has Joseph Turok and then Talset.
Joseph. Wait. Which one? Where is it?
It's hold on, where is it? Right there.
Oh, here we
That's the
go.
one.
There we go. Let
That's
me-
actually a really good photo to use for comparison.
There you go.
We're desperate for a reboot on modern consoles. We're not this
Oh
desperate.
god, that
We're
was
not this
published last
desperate,
year.
Gaming Bible.
That was published last year.
We're not that desperate.
No,
Evidently,
well,
since we're here
We don't
tonight,
want a reboot. If anything, I want a sequel to Turok 3.
Turok 4,
Yeah.
please.
That's like one of the biggest requests I've seen all online before Origins showed up. Everybody was wanting like, oh,
In a way-
I want Turok 4, or I want Turok Evolution 2, or I want
In a
Turok
way-
remake of Evolution.
In a way, I
Monkeys
kind of want
Ball.
Atari to buy the gaming rights for Turok, just so Night Dive can work on it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Have more freedom to work on it, I should say.
Yeah, and
Tell us
I
just
think
how
I think
G's
the
are
thing too here
testing
with the announcement of Turok Origins and Universal doing it, I don't think we're gonna get Night Dive working on anything Turok again. Being honest, after this, I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, they weren't enthused to do Evolution, and they kept saying we're not doing Rage Wars. You know that meme.
I know they mentioned that with it is that they didn't go put multiplayer in Turok 3 because that would have made the work on Turok 2 redundant.
You're all
Well, you
wanted
basically, by
negative
cutting out the
innings.
multiplayer,
be
you
good
basically
Turok
made a
players.
lot of Turok
Please
3
defend.
redundant. And if you don't do Rage Wars, what the hell?
I think the thing too with Rage Wars is that Rage Wars was only in 64, if I remember correctly.
So is Turok 3.
Along with Turok 3. And so doing the multiplayer, they would have had to pretty much do that completely from scratch because there was nothing to base it off of. Because you all can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm probably wrong on
It
this.
was only local multiplayer,
Only
so
split
like, they
screen.
would have to rework everything.
Yeah,
I
create
was
a whole
gonna
new
say-
multiplayer because 2, I want to say, may have had multiplayer on the PC port where they could have at least had something to baseline work off of and do new netcode and do new connections, but at least have something to work with as a base.
I was
whereas-
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was going to say
No,
what they
you're good.
could do is take the work that they did with Turok 2's multiplayer and see what they can do to retool it for Rage Wars.
Yeah, put
Because
that
there
into it.
is a demand for it. And
100%.
I think the reason they didn't do that is because it like
Maybe,
the
maybe
text
not.
version was totally different by the time they got to 3.
True, and I know Edward from the Night Dive Discord server.
Oh yeah, you
Or
know,
find it
let me
and-
actually bring that up. Thankfully I did save it on my own server.
Nice.
But the main thing about it is that I mentioned it before, and I always mention it, and I'm always going to mention it. By not including the multiplayer in Turok 3, you basically just made it more unfinished than Turok 3 was on the N64.
Yeah.
I guess so.
And I feel like, I mean, I it's a blessing we got it all because I guess it was always shown as like the impossible port because they lost the source code. There was no PC port to work off of. So
It
for a
was
while
looking
there,
pretty grim.
Yeah,
I
it
always
was
had a
just-
feeling. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
no, you're good. It's it's always like, was it even going to happen?
So, wait,
there
actually,
was always that.
I'm gonna send
in the
this
back of
image
the head.
on the Discord call so everybody can see it.
Yeah. So I mean, it is. I'm not saying that like they cut corners. Like we definitely they could have done multiplayer. It's possible. I'm happy that we did get it in any form, and with some extra content brought back. Some of the things from the beta reintroduced, like the security bots and some other little things.
And I understand that they didn't exactly have the people to make it, But for me, my problem is that they didn't even try. And I get that would have made Turok 2's multiplayer redundant, but I would like to argue that no, it doesn't. Because Turok 3's multiplayer and Rage Wars' multiplayer are still vastly different than Turok 2's multiplayer.
Yeah, you've got different guns, different maps, different characters.
Turok 3, for God's sake, that one had so many customization options. You could have adjusted anything from the damage you deal or receive, the pickup delay, the health, the speed, the gravity. You could make it so that every character feels like they have ice in their shoes and jump on the moon, or you had it like they have cement in their shoes and they drop like a stone.
I think
You can have
another
it so that-
elephant in the. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. You can have players that are absolute tanks and can soak up damage like no tomorrow, or you can have characters that are so frail, simply looking at them would frag them.
Oh.
So,
Fun fact. Well, sorry to interrupt, but fun fact. But
No.
you know, Infection from Halo 3, which was originally a community game mode for Halo
Yeah.
2.
color tag.
You can
On Turok
literally Turok 3 actually had that in
Damn.
It's color
2000.
tag.
It's
That's-
color
that-
tag, exactly.
That's before Time
you kill a
Splitters had
guy,
it.
you kill a
Yeah,
guy,
I
and
remember
you
that.
swap its team.
Good times.
That's it.
Heck, in a way, didn't it also do like a King of the Hill style?
There was Golden Arrow. I don't know if
They
that's
had
the
monkey
one.
tag where you could you were like a monkey and like
Yeah.
I know. I know with King of the Hill or Battle Royale, that all started during that era of gaming.
Turok Battle Royale? No way. When are we dropping from the bus?
Well, I'm talking about FPS Battle Royale in general. Because I think I know the World Is Not Enough had a King of the Hill mode. Star Trek Elite Force had one. I don't know if GoldenEye did.
I don't remember.
I think it's.
King of the Hill might have been on Quake.
A Quake.
It had something like that where like you were supposed to like stay in like an area.
Yeah.
And as for the Battle Royale, I know Turok 3 had a game mode where if a player is fragged, they're out for the remainder of the round. That's basically Battle Royale.
At
Mhm.
coyote_night moi 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 moi.
Which I'm looking at Turok Origins, and it looks a little bit what they're trying to go with the multiplayer aspect.
Oh yeah, another
You
thing I
guys
was
are
about to
talking,
mention
and I don't
before.
wanna interrupt.
When you're talking about Edward and like why they didn't get multiplayer in, I think something that they're just not going to mention is you got to remember Night Dive's a double A studio.
True.
They have their time limits imposed on them.
Yeah, time
So-
limit, budget limit, and staff.
Yeah.
And I did mention, I understand that they didn't have the people to do it, but I don't know. For me, it bothers me that it wasn't even attempted. You know, I would rather have taken a failed or even just a multiplayer mode that only supports the local than
Yeah.
nothing at all. And I would have figured by this point, with them being bought and now owned by Atari, there would be more people to help work on these kinds of projects.
That's just not how that corporate like they're gonna he's gonna say have posts like this, but like he's not gonna mention the inner workings of Night Dive.
Yeah, I know I'm not a game dev, but I'm just
Yeah.
thinking of a lot of this from a consumer standpoint.
Yeah.
There was potential there, and as a consumer, the fact that they didn't go on it,
Yeah.
I can understand the limitations that they had and the constraints they had, but I don't know, for me, like I said, I would have at least appreciated there being an attempt.
With modern sensibilities.
Yeah. There was.
Sorry.
Because even if they say, "Oh, we did work on it, but we had to scrap it because of this, this, and this," I would be like, "Okay, then at least I can see that they did make an attempt." But to write it off from the outset, that to me, that's where it got me. Especially for remastering a game like Turok 3, which I made it clear that's
Believe me, we
the
won't
game
be
I
long.
attach to the most. But
What frustrates me is that they'll have more dedication to what was it, System Shock, which they wasted like a whole bunch of
God.
money on.
That's a whole thing. That's a whole
What?
thing. You can't. Yeah.
I'm not poking that. I'm not poking that.
Yeah.
That T-Rex.
Yeah. Yeah. You could go
And the
down
fact
the
they're
rabbit
not
hole
even
if you
giving us
want.
information
That just
on
blew my
System Shock
mind.
2.
I'm like at that point, Turok's your cash cow. Take care of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And heck, don't even get me started on System Shock 3.
Oh God.
The
Oh
fact
God.
that Tencent has it. I got so angry when I heard that Tencent now has their grubby little mitts on it. Oh, that pissed me off.
Yeah.
But getting back on topic. Because if not, I'll go all night.
Yeah. We there's a whole thing we could go down there.
But this
Goodness.
isn't a whole like. This isn't a dig at
about
night
Turok.
dive. This is about
Yeah.
this is about Turok. This ain't about System Shock.
We're not gonna go down the.
We're lost in the land. Okay.
We're not going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
There's like a whole bunch of Rons against Turok that we could go on and on, but let's focus on the one in hand.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
focus on the one that got mangled by a flesh eater.
Okay, so here's the other question. Since we're going back to the blog, it says,
So
"Why
the
do you think the
communists got their
appreciation
hands
for
on
Turok
System
has been
Shock.
so
God
enduring?"
help us.
What kind of question is that? What do you mean? What do you think of the appreciation? What kind of question is that? Okay, so we believe it has a little something for everyone, fitting well into the imaginations of players who like to explore strange, fantastic worlds through the universe, adventuring around it, new planets, new creatures and enemies, and of course, fighting dinosaurs. There's something here like,
Planets.
wait, hang on, where is it?
Oh,
We believe it.
course.
The start of the answer to the question, it says, "We believe it has a little something for everyone." When you make something for everyone, you end up pleasing no one. I mean,
Okay, here's one thing I want
Totally.
to mention. Adventuring around new planets. So they're literally their only source of reference from that alone is Turok 2008. Because
that
keep
was a
in mind-
total reboot.
I know, but keep in mind, in Turok 2008, the planet was not called the Lost Land. There was a chapter called the Lost Land, but it was not the Lost Land. And the last time I checked, the Lost Land isn't a collection of planets. It's an entire realm spanning infinity.
Last time I checked, the planet didn't have a name.
Yeah.
it was
let's
just
talk-
literally called
terraformed planet.
Galliana in the comics. It's
Well,
only
no, we're on-
barely referenced in the games. Like only evolution makes the calls the Lost Land Galliana.
Yeah.
But
Galliana
that's
is
it.
meant as the capital of the Lost Land. And Turok 2 mentions that there are other cities like Adia and Araisi.
True.
The City Forever Light, where the Council of Voices
Lit-
takes place.
yeah,
That was the capital of
True.
the Lost Land.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but when you
but,
think about it, the average Turok fan probably thinks, "Oh, the Lost Land is called Galliana," and they don't actually like think about a
Yeah.
little bit deeper than that.
Dude,
Yeah,
look
That's
here.
to be
Now
honest,
we're
the
on-
way a lot of fans like for any video game actually. They're
Yeah,
just like,
it's-
"Oh,
yeah,
this is
surface
called
level.
this, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna call it that."
Yeah. We're
But
since.
Halo's a pretty good guy. He
Oh
kills
yeah, Halo's a
aliens
great,
and
Halo's a
stuff.
great guy. Halo's a great guy. So in this new game, we're on planet Turok, you see, in the Lost Land, and that's why we're the warriors of Turok, in the Order of Turok.
Good
Since
God,
we're all Turok.
that just hurt my brain.
Yeah.
It would be more pleasant for a cerebral board to be on my head, but
Yeah.
basically what I was getting at is the Lost
Planet
Land is
Turok.
not one planet or a collection of planets. It's this
No.
infinite world that stretches further than a computer can comprehend.
Yeah, because it's like a melding of different like areas. It's just a interdimensional.
Had I done a
Sewer.
plane,
Yeah, you know, it's not one- it's not one thing.
Where time has no meaning and all things are possible.
Exactly.
The first three Turok games, you saw so much of the Lost Land. You've seen things from the volcanic regions to the underground to the
Jungles and
treetop
temples.
villages,
Yeah.
temples, the marshes,
Primogen ship.
the light ship, yes,
Yeah.
the junkyard, where it's in the more unstable areas of the Lost Land.
Yeah.
They had
You know.
so much to go on, yet just chose the most generic shit ever.
Oh yeah.
They
Oh, yeah.
had so much they could have done for the Lost Land, but in this trailer, what do they show?
Yeah,
Jungle.
we're not. we're not seeing it, and
So-
I guarantee. And everyone's like, "Oh, you only got a 30-second
remember
clip."
the
And
red
it's, yeah,
band
it's true.
flying
This is a
around me
30-second
once.
clip. There theoretically could be more, but I just doubt it. I highly doubt it because this is the slice. This is the vertical slice. They want to show you the game. This is
The pre-rendered
Turok.
trailer.
Yeah, pre-rendered trailer. You look at the screenshots. Look at everything on the website. It all looks the same. It's all going to look the same
It
because that's
looks
easy
bland.
to do. It's easy to do the same level, same design over and over. Change a little bit of coloration. Bada bang. Here's a temple-ish. Here's a jungle thing.
Here's the cave.
I don't know. Go get lost in the land. Who cares, right?
Hey,
There's
just-
dinosaurs. Eat your slop.
Yeah, because think about this.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go talk to Talset.
You
All
gotta
right,
pur-
no
I was
problem.
about to say you gotta purify the river of
10-4.
souls. But
Yeah.
look at Turok 2. Each level looks distinct. I mean, sure, levels 1 and 2, the Port of Adia and the River of Souls, they look somewhat similar, but they still look distinct.
Yeah.
Then you go to the Death Marshes, a whole different area of the Lost Land. Then you go to level 4, which is all, for the most part, underground. Then you go to the Hive of the Mantids, and then you got the Primogen's Light Ship. And heck, I'll even go as far as say Turok 3. You had a chapter taking place somewhere in the future. Then you had a military base in present day. You had the Lost Land Junkyard, a whole unseen section of the Lost Land. Then chapter 4, which starts off as a nostalgic chapter because you have the first half of level 1 from Turok Dinosaur Hunter.
Yeah. That was
And then later on goes into this whole new thing where you're traveling through the mountains, and then you're going into the underground volcano where the
Yeah.
Fireborn reside, and then you're going into the entire mountain for chapter 5 where you're facing off against Oblivion.
and that whole like refinery.
The ore
Deal.
refineries
Yeah.
and the factory.
Exactly.
Now, a lot of people can make the argument that Chapter 4, the first section, that was just a rehash of Dinosaur Hunter. And then Chapter 5, people can say that it looks so much like the flesh portals from Turok 2. But they still have their own distinct look. Because the main thing about Chapter 4, at least the start of it, it shows just how much has changed since Talset's time. Because you don't start out you start out in the same area you start out in Dinosaur Hunter, but you drop into a cave, and then you see just how different, like the bridge is broken down, where you get the first key, the whole key thing is shattered. The whole section where you go right to climb up the ladder to continue the level, the ladder's gone. And in the remaster, you see it's broken. The buttons are broken, so you can't really press something to advance, so you have to find another way around.
Yeah.
And even up to the section where you fight the gatekeeper to go to the all new section, you still see points where you see how far things have changed. You can see the time gap. And then in chapter 5, you see, it resembles the flesh portals from Turok 2, but you also see it looks more unique. You can see where that this is their headquarters. You can see where a lot of the refineries look different. The factories are different. The crystalline cave section looks completely different. And just in general, even where you reach the refineries, they look so different from where you entered to get the new pieces of Turok 2.
I guess if you could stretch it, you could make the argument that the refinery to the, what is it called, Oblivion's headquarters, it's probably like it looks like that because it's been so long since Oblivion like manifested itself. So now the refineries are all decrepit because there's like literally nothing else to mine.
Heck, I would go as far as to say
that's why Oblivion wants to expand, because he needs to find more resources to continue spreading and doing all that.
I was about to say, I know a few people theorize that the areas where you get the new pieces from in Turok 2, they're somewhere within Oblivion headquarters, or at the very least, they're somewhere that Oblivion occupies. which that does make sense too when you think about it.
Yeah, they
Whereas-
look when you compare the Flesh Eater portals from Turok 2 and the whole chapter 5 of Oblivion, the Flesh Eater portals in Turok 2, they look more maintained, like better, like it's all new. Meanwhile, the Oblivion headquarters, it's all like run down, like rusting, falling apart. Actually, it is falling apart. In like you can see switches destroyed and stuff like that.
Heck, even in
Oblivion
the
headquarters is
section,
really weird.
even in
Yeah,
the
it is.
section where you're chasing down the essence of Oblivion, you can still see that a lot of that stuff ain't exactly spring chicken.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's like you went from like the Primogen where it was like super advanced technology and this and that into like Oblivion. You expect them to be even, have even better. No, they went down a notch in technology.
the main point I was getting at is each level of Turok's 2 and 3 looks so distinct and different from one another. Dinosaur Hunter to a lesser extent, but that's really because that was the first entry in the series. It was one of the first fully detailed 3D FPS games on a console, I want to say. So I can kind of understand why a lot of the levels will look kind of samey. But with Turok's 2 and 3, they really showed how diverse the environments are. Evolution.
You know what? Wait, hang on. I'd say even Turok you can see that even in Turok Evolution, like despite that some of the chapters are kind of like repetitive, each chapter, each individual level, it's its own thing. You can tell that they put attention to detail in between different levels. Like you go from a little jungle, then you go, I don't know, I guess the valleys where you just fly around and you can see like little bits of detail, how you're entering inside a jungle instead of like just flying about. And then on level 3, you're in the mountains. Level 4, now you're in a base. Level 5, you're inside a fortress. Level 6, you're back in the jungle and the jungle looks like really nice. Chapter 7 is like a desert. I guess that's supposed to be a desert.
I
Like,
say
it
so.
looks like a desert or a
Arid.
valley.
It's very
And-
arid. Yeah.
And honestly, the best bit, even though it kind of like drags on, is the suspended city. Like you go
cool.
from the outskirts, then you go to the sewers, then you go to the really nice looking
The inside of the city.
the inside of
Yeah.
the city.
Yeah.
And even when you're flying, you can still see like there's a lot of buildings and stuff.
And then there's a
everything looks
chapter-
different.
There's a chapter inside the Senate where you have to go and release the tethers. But for those few chapters, it's all the exact same. It's still in one location, and even the different chapters, you still don't get a lot of variety. Because it's like, okay, I'm on Vertigo. It's War-Torn City. Okay, I'm in Halls of Battle, I think it was called. It's a War-Torn City. But I think the main thing I'm trying to get at is the levels. That's where the levels look really samey, and I get it's a war-torn city, but they didn't have to make some of those levels look almost the exact same.
It makes sense.
They made at least they made an attempt to mix it up between levels, even if they were like sharing the same assets and stuff and the
Or at the
same,
very least,
same
they do
enemy
different-
encounters, same everything. But they at least mixed it up because you can't. Really,
Different
the only encounter I can feel, or I should say chapter that kind of like feels the same, it's probably the first 3 levels of Vertigo.
Yeah, but I was gonna
Once
say
you get out of the sewer and you get into the city streets, you gotta be, oh, okay, this looks nice, this looks better.
because heck,
Yeah.
even some of the levels, even though they do different things, like in one level in the city, you're hunting down snipers. You're still going up through the city streets like you did, I think, the previous level, or even in the next level, you're still going through war-torn streets and everything kind of looks the same. It looks like you didn't even move past the city block.
Actually, you don't actually move much when you think about it. During the suspended city, at least, I think.
Because keeping in with evolution, at least like you said, chapter 1, you start out in this like beautiful looking jungle. And then Chapter 2, you're going throughout this entire like mountain range, and in Chapter 3, you start out in the actual mountains. You're not just flying through it; you're actually going on foot. Then Chapter 4, you're sneaking into the slave base, and 5, it's inside the actual base. But even with chapters 4 and 5, they all take place in a single location. They still at least look different enough that you can say, "Oh, hey, this level is different than the previous one or the next one." Because with chapter 5, I can remember a lot of things. Like there's the first one where you're taking out the commander. Then there's another level where you have to free the wise father from his imprisonment. You got another level where you gotta destroy the computers that regulate the core. Then the next level after that, you're trying to escape from the core and get the war plans, all the while trying not to get blown up.
Yeah.
And even chapter 6, the Shadowlands, each level looks fairly distinct. Samey, yes, but there's still something unique to it. The Suspended City, not that much uniqueness to it.
But even though to its defense, that the evolution was rushed.
It was rushed. It was a good bit rushed.
More rushed than Turok 3 was.
Yeah, and it's surprising it even came out in the state it was, which is I still think good.
Apparently, rumors are that it's not even the build that they were going to release. Apparently, there was a beta build that was more finished.
Really?
Oh god!
Wow!
Wow!
Oh god!
That's according to rumor. I'm not saying it's confirmed, but if it was confirmed, then
that'd be insane.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I thought
right.
Turok 3
I
beta
mean,
builds were
that would
more
explain
lot.
would explain why there's so many bugs. Honestly,
It would make sense.
that like
things missing.
the recently that I played Turok Evolution, I'm like, how did this get past Q&A?
Yeah.
To go back to one of my examples is the level where in chapter 5 where you got to get the war plans, and because of the damage you did to the core, the whole place is blowing up. I swear there are parts of that where it just immediately kills you with no warning, and it's the same thing with the Juggernaut level.
Oh god.
Where you blow up the cannons and you're trying to run out of it, it'll just straight up blow your ass up for no reason.
Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean.
You can literally you can be as fast as possible getting out the door, and just as when you're like 2 feet from the door, bam, blows you
You're
up.
dead.
No.
And it's like, I ran as quickly as I can. I did not delay at all. Why are you still murdering me?
Yeah.
Stepped in the wrong spot, son.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. It's like Tal said, stepped on an invisible landmine.
Yep. Oh, such a mess. Such a mess. Going but such a mess. God. So I think we ought to get back to this article though. I'm really interested to see what else they got to say. What other garbage they got to say here. not to hop off. We had a really good topic here though.
I know. I'm sorry. I keep going on tangents and rambling.
That's fine.
I mean, that's the
good
spirit.
things
all
That's
here
the
for it.
spirit.
That's the
It
good
shows
stuff.
that
It
you
is.
care.
That's the good shit. That's
Yes.
because
Like I said, I can go all night with this.
it's because we're the warriors of Turok.
We're the defenders of Turok.
We are the sons and brothers of stone.
We are the Turok Order, as this guy said.
Yeah.
We are the gathering of Turok.
Yeah, the order of Turok shall decide this game's fate.
And it's just a picture of cats surrounding the logo.
Yeah.
No, it's a bunch of people pointing cerebral boards.
Yeah.
No, and one guy has a vampire gun.
Vamp gun. Yeah.
Okay, so the next question, it says, what are some of the most exciting? Why would you say a challenge is exciting?
You're like the
Yeah,
robot
right.
dudes from
What are
Zilla
some
you'll
of the
never
most
ever see
exciting
again.
challenges and opportunities in bringing Turok back to a modern age? The challenges with bringing Turok back are similar to those we face with any major project. The gaming market is very competitive, and we are always new and there are always new and interesting things we need to be ready for. But we see Turok as a very exciting opportunity because it has such a strong
Bingo
legacy
lol,
with
carrot.
unique features that make it stand out with dinosaurs,
Oh.
alien action, and exploration.
And they piss all over it.
Okay, so I'll start with this. There are always new and interesting things that we need to be ready for. That's true, but the game market is very competitive. I'd argue it's not, Chief. I think it's more of like everyone's trying to copy each other's homework, but not to an extent where it's competitive. I think it's more homogenous.
Yes.
Especially in this day and age where a lot of these game companies are being sucked up into monopolies.
Yeah, it's convergent development. They're all going towards the same narrow focus of
It all
maximizing profits, minimizing work.
it all leads towards entropy.
Yeah.
And the fact that this game is using the Unreal Engine 5 just that tells you everything you need to know with how much work you're putting into it.
Oh god, just like fucking Halo, dude.
Because okay, I'm going back with Halo and a lot of the other older games. Every company had their own unique engine. Heck, Turok, it had its own engine. Shadowman, the Vista engine. Doom and Quake, their own versions of the id Tech engine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure, Deus Ex and all of them had the Unreal Engine, but that was at a time where the Unreal Engine was still new, and it was still considered like a classic original engine. But then you had the engine for System Shock 2. You had, I forgot the name of that engine. The Dark Engine, I think.
It doesn't
was-
really
Isn't
matter.
that the one from...
Everybody built the engine before the game.
Because it was
Yeah.
it was the same engine that was used for Thief.
Yeah, because you had a game design, you had a game doc, and it's like, all right, what do we need to do to accomplish this? We're going to build the engine to make that work. Now it's reverse. It's what can we fit onto this palette?
And just adding on to it, there's Gold Source, the
Yep.
Source engine, I think it's called the Infinity Engine. It's basically a modified Quake 3 engine that they use for like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
You got
I don't know what it's called, but I know it's based off the old Source, or was it a it Tech? I think
it's
it's one
Tech.
of the two.
and then you had the Neversoft engine for Tony Hawk in the 2000 Spider-Man game.
Yep.
The point being, there was a lot of these companies developed their engines in-house. Now we're at a point right now where they don't even want to bother. They just want to copy the work without realizing, hey, maybe this project isn't this engine is not right for this project. Why do you think people gradually grew tired of seeing the Cry engine, the Far Cry engine, or people are heck, Unity had its own set of problems.
Frostbite.
The Frostbite engine. That's the one
Frostbite was a fucking
that was the
shit
one I
show.
was referring to.
It's a mess. Yeah.
Because
It's not
now
even-
it's like Frostbite, Unity. It's like we're tired of seeing these game engines.
The RE engine. Oh my god. Oh,
And
enough.
it's not only that. It's
Capcom.
not only the same engine. This is the gameplay mechanics are probably going to be copied over from Space Marines. So
Oh yeah, verbatim.
it's not like you're.
It's not even
the
original.
trailer looks the same.
It's not even an original take.
Not in the least. They're like, oh,
It's
we can
not a
copy.
fresh
Quick homework copy.
reskin.
Yeah.
It's not a fresh take on the classic Turok formula.
Not in the least. No.
Good God. Okay, you want to know what was a fresh take on a classic formula? Metal Gear Solid 5.
That was.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Or even
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 3.
I think
four.
three is a bit more fresh.
3 and
'cause
4 were more kind of fresh on that.
yeah,
one.
because five is an evolution of Peace Walker.
Yeah, it was.
It really is.
3 and 4 are better examples I should probably go with, because
good examples.
think
Good
about
examples.
with Metal Gear Solids 1 and 2, there had things like once you had a suppressor, it's permanently attached to your pistol. You camouflage was not a thing. You're either hidden from view or you're spotted immediately. Then Metal Gear Solid 3 came out, and you had this whole entire camo system. It can be intrusive at times, yes, because it breaks pace. But it also gave it a fresh new take, because now you have to wonder, okay, what uniform and face paint is going to work well here? Is this uniform going to give me a better advantage compared to this uniform? Is this face paint going to help me hide more than this? And even to a lesser extent, the weight of your equipment. So it's like, yeah, I can carry a shotgun, a rocket launcher, and a machine gun, but that drains your stamina a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think I would mind. I don't mind that it's a reskin, as long as if you dedicate the extra time to be more faithful and incorporate elements from the previous series into this new game.
Yeah.
Then I would have been satisfied, but like you didn't.
Absolutely. Me personally, I feel like I think
Welcome,
if it's Turok, it needs to be first person, right? Like if you're making a serious Turok game, it's got to be first person. You know, I mean, it would be like if they brought back Duke Nukem as a deck building roguelike. You know,
I was about to say it's like a real time strategy game.
yeah. Here's Time Splitters, but it's an extraction shooter. Here you go. You know, it's like and nobody's asking for this. There are things that need to be stuck to.
Here's SOCOM, but it's an RPG.
Oh God, I might play that actually though. That actually sounds kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, hang on. Since somebody brought up XCOM, Gears Tactics, it was pretty generic in the story front, but it was definitely a good take. That they actually, I don't know what developer that was. I think it was the XCOM developers who made it. They actually like tried to stick as close to Gears of War as they could. I don't mean Gears of War from Gears 4, Gears 5, but I mean like Gears of War, the original, and to an extent Gears 2. But if you play it, you can feel, oh, okay, this is definitely Gears of War.
I just saw
even though it's a different perspective, it's a whole different genre. It's still Gears of War. You can tell it's Gears of War. Then I'm sorry if I'm gonna upset this. Somebody's probably gonna cry if I bring this up. You got Gears Pop. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. That's not a freaking fresh take. That's clearly a cash grab.
I was about to also say, imagine if they made Halo, but a puzzle game.
Oh.
Yeah.
Master
Chief's Mean Bean Machine. Yeah.
I mean, there was a Lego Halo game at one point.
The Mega Block Lego game in development. That actually looked pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I would have played that. It'd have been a really fun game, but no fun allowed.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, you know, here's Call of Duty
Duke
Kart.
Nukem got third-person
Call of
games
Duty
in the
Kart.
90s, though.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Right? Or,
Oh,
sorry,
no.
here's a better Medal of Honor card. Here you go.
Medal of Honor. Oh,
Zero
hell no.
hours.
Shadow Man as a soul like.
There you go. There's Medal of
Oh.
Honor card.
Oh, that sounds
you don't
good.
want a
That
new
sounds
game?
good.
I guess we gotta put it back in the vault. Sorry guys, it didn't sell. Didn't meet expectations.
Joseph Friend.
Didn't meet shareholder expectations. You
We're
know,
trying to sell to a modern audience.
that doesn't exist.
Investors think.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what companies these days need to start doing. Going, what do we care about what the shareholders and investors say? They aren't the ones making the games. People can make the argument that but they're the ones funding it. Then I don't know. To me, it's like a lot of the problem stems from shareholders and investors. They're the ones trying to call the shots, thinking they know better.
Shareholders
But in
don't
reality, it
play
makes you want to
video
slap them with a
games.
comic book, be like, read this.
Well,
Yeah.
they try to sell to everyone, and they end up selling to no one, and that's why you got games like Concord that's sinking billions of dollars. Now they're kind of like learning.
Yeah.
And Atomic
not
said
reading
it
the
best.
room.
Investors,
Atomic said
you
it
want
best.
to make
Shareholders
your
don't even
money
play
back.
video games.
They don't.
That's funny that you mention it because I've read there was like a little bit of Halo drama, and one of the
A little?
developers, yeah. Well, there's always Halo drama, but so one of the developers from 343 before they were rebranded to
Halo Studios. Woo.
This
Xbox.
developer had been working with 343 for like 13 years, and he
Duke
says
Nukem got
that he's
third-person
always
games, but
that
Duke
he was
Nukem
always
Forever and
pushing
FPS was the main
uh,
event.
the leadership to switch to Unreal after Halo 5. But the Microsoft suits, they were like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We want you to work with Blam.
That's the game
Then-
people really wanted.
He got fired, and a year later, look what happened. Halo on Unreal.
No.
That's why That's why
goofy.
at this point we need to
Oh,
be like,
and
how
he
can we
also
blacklist those?
So he also said that like the Microsoft suits, they never played a single video game. They literally just came in, told people how to work, and they were essentially marketing people, not necessarily
Because Duke 3D was the most popular
gamers,
one.
I guess.
When
I
you
was about to say,
Duke
then how can we find a way to
3D
just
is welcome
blacklist them
to
from
mine.
sharing their opinions with the dev team? Because obviously they don't really give a crap about what kind of product they
Have good
exactly
project
made.
lead slash
And how about we
directors.
just block them from ever kind of influencing? Just
Don't
tell
buy
them,
their games. Don't
Yeah,
buy
don't
their
buy-
games.
yeah,
I
that
have
too.
never bought modern games since what 2014.
yeah,
pretty
but
much.
the problem is that's not always going to work. You're going to have those people that are going to buy it no matter what. I've seen
yeah.
people who still see the problems with this, but still want to buy it. Hell, you can kind of consider me the problem because for me, I'm like, well, if they don't, I'll share my concerns with Turok Origins a little bit later, but
This-
essentially,
I think we're on. I think I don't know if you think it's the same. Think the same way. I think we're really close to another video game crash.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Definitely. After
I mean,
Concord, I
they
think
can,
it's
they can only
definitely
postpone
coming.
it for so long.
I mean, it's
Nintendo is also part of the
Yeah, yeah,
problem.
yeah.
For that
Okay,
as
yeah,
well.
it's
okay.
telling when a game like Astrobot wins Game of the Year, which you have the Mountain Dew Pope there. Jeff Keighley kind of sold that to Sony, but like that game's in the running. Like, no offense, that's probably a pretty good game. I haven't played it
Two
personally,
ways
but
to
like
do this.
that game's
One
in
is to not buy
consideration
it,
and
and
winning
two,
Game of
that
the Year.
somebody
Like that's where we're at.
Pool money
Astrobot,
to
a
be
game
the
that
majority
10 years ago
shareholder.
probably would have been maybe like a 7 out of 10. Fun, but nothing to write home about. Nobody would have talked about it outside
Okay.
of like, oh, it's a fun little game. Right?
Atomic also brought this one up.
Yeah.
Have people pool money to take the majority sharehold.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
going to
and-
take a lot of money, but
Oh,
it
that's a ton
is
of money.
possible. Imagine going to Universal, getting a majority sharehold for the gaming stuff for Turok, or for like the whole thing, and be like, okay, we want these games done this, this, and this. Our goal is not our goal. One, the last thing on our minds is making money.
It's
That's
possible
important,
for
yes, but it's not
several
the main thing. The main thing is making these games fun.
Yeah.
Make it
Also,
appeal
That's
not to
what's
a
going
massive
on here.
majority
We
or
wanted
massive
an FPS
or
Turok
wide
since
audience, because really they're trying to
2008.
appeal to an audience that don't even
after all
play
this
the
time,
games to
it's
begin with,
yeah.
but
Nice.
appeal to the dedicated
It's
fan
fascinating.
base.
yeah. Because the widest net has the largest hole, so you're going to have all these fish slip through, and it's not going to catch. It's not going to catch. I hate to say it, but this game is probably going to sell well enough, right? I don't think it's going to be a blockbuster, but it's going to sell well enough. They're going to go, well, we kind of made some money back, but we're not going to make a sequel. I saw someone in a comment has like Stockholm syndrome, and I feel bad for them. They're like, if this game does well, maybe they'll remake Turok. And I'm like, the first one, I'm like, one, why would you want that? And two, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Just because this game does well does not mean they're going to go back and do an FPS game. If this
No,
game does well, they're going to
because if it does-
do Turok
They're
third
gonna
person
do
2.
more. Yeah,
More of
We're gonna
this.
do more of this
person.
crap.
They're
They're
gonna,
gonna do more
the
of this.
investors are gonna look at it and they're gonna be like, okay, so
That
this
worked.
sold really well. We're gonna make more of this. We
Do it again.
Do it again. Exactly.
Yeah.
Reboot it again.
More shop items, please, but do it again. And that's what you're
Okay.
going to get. It never turns out of this, oh, we're going to get this dream project. We had a similar situation with Panzer Dragoon, classic Sega series. Somewhat recently, it was 2020, got a remaster, like a remake of the first game, and fans were rabid, and it wasn't that, it was all right, it had some issues, but were rabid that you had to buy that game because it meant that down the line they were going to get a remake / remaster of Panzer Dragoon Saga. These days a very notable game. It's a good RPG. It's $1,000+ It's impossible to get, hard to emulate. But they're like, oh, it's there. I'm like, no, it's not. They're not going to remake that game. It's not going to be remastered. There's no promise. You've made this scenario in your head where if one does good, we're going to get 2 and 3. It's just not how that works. Zwei has been in development hell for 4 years.
They're just going to serve you more slop.
Yeah, it was never going to happen. It was never going to happen, and they tricked themselves into it. And it's the same situation. Oh, if this game does well, we'll get Turok. We'll get Turok again. Like, no, you're not. You're not getting that game. You got the remaster from Night Dive. That's as close as you're ever going to get. And that's a sad reality. And you
guess
don't
I-
want a Turok remake. You don't want that.
Yeah. I guess I better voice it now. One of the biggest
Sure.
things that I'm concerned about with this, on top of everything we've seen from this trailer, the main thing that worries me is them turning this into a goddamn piece of shit live service.
Oh, it is. It's a live service. You can tell right off the rip. I mean, you can play quote unquote solo, but it's a live service
It's good.
game.
No, you want to know how you know it's not truly going to be solo? It's probably going to be always online.
It
Where
likely
if
will.
you want to play offline, no, it's either an internet connection, a stable one at that, or you're not playing this game.
Yeah.
To me,
no, it's
that would
it
be
could definitely end up like a situation with what was that game? That EA game. I
Sim
forget what-
City.
No, not SimCity.
Oh.
The other.
City
SimCity.
Skylines.
No, Sim City. Sim
The
City
one,
was that way.
The one game that had the Iron Man suits from EA, I forget its name. It's so forgettable that I forgot its name.
You're not talking about Crisis, are you?
No, it's.
Oh, God, I don't even-
That's how
It's that
forgettable.
generic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
here's
that
my-
fucking
here's-
generic. You
here's some
couldn't play that
examples.
game without an internet connection, and the solo was just you queuing up with other players to do stuff.
Here's my
Sad.
always online thing that I think everyone can agree with.
Oh, and actually, there's also another always online title that kind of like works
Diablo
like that.
3.
Metal Gear
yep.
Survive.
No good.
I don't know if any of you played that.
Never
didn't.
Played
played
that.
it.
I have
Never
700
played it.
hours.
I played
played.
5 to death, but I never played Survive. I avoided that. I was like, no.
I said no thanks. I said nope. I don't want it.
I actually
said
played
nope.
700 hours. 700 hours, please.
Oh boy.
Yes, I
Oh, no,
have.
What did
No,
you have
actually,
to
I
do?
have 800 hours on that game. But
Oh, you're
the
trying to
reason,
prove.
I got
the
questions
reason
for
I'm
you.
bringing up Metal Gear Survive, it's because you cannot play the single player unless you're connected on the
Okay.
internet. If you lose even like 1 second. If your connection like just drops for 1 second, it kicks you out of the game,
From
and
BioWare.
it gives you an error. It says no internet connection detected. Please try again.
Wow.
That's the kind of live service it could probably turn. It could have single player campaign, but the developers are probably gonna sneak the always online.
That's why when it
thing.
said when it said-
Anthem? Was it Anthem?
Oh yeah, Anthem. That's the one that I was talking
Oh.
about. It was also always online. You also
The game
needed
Thank you.
we're talking about is Anthem.
you
Co-op.
also needed stable internet connection, and the single player you couldn't actually play it if you had no internet connection.
that was kind of the problem with me with Diablos 3 and 4. Diablo 3, lesser extent because the console versions lets you play offline, but PC version you're still stuck with always online. And then Diablo 4, there's no way to play the game offline in any capacity.
It looks just like Remnant 1/2.
That to me was one of the main reasons why I'm like, I don't play Diablo. I was stupid enough to buy it. I don't play it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then you also got the battle passes. Good God,
Oh,
I am
we're-
so sick and gosh darn tired of it. It's like, and here's the funny part is, look at Warzone,
Oh,
where you
God.
have this battle pass, but if you want to use a lot of stuff you unlock, you have to buy the stuff. So
Oh,
not
yeah,
only
that's-
did I just
oh, yeah,
grind
now
my
I-
butt off, but you're wanting me to spend money that I don't have on this shit that I've grinded and should by rights own because I put in the work for it. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah. No, look here, buddy. You're gonna take the battle pass of Turok and you're gonna like it, okay?
I'll shove it down their throats with a cerebral bore.
It's
I
not
don't.
a
I've
live
got a
service
house.
game.
I'm living on the streets, but I do have a golden bow and arrow.
Yeah.
I've unlocked.
I do believe that. I do
I
believe that
unlocked the Rage
will probably
Yeah.
happen.
I unlocked the Talset Rage War skin.
Yeah. There you go. I've
I
grinded the
had to
battle
shell out
pass.
$200 for it.
Yeah. I have
You know
both
what?
the
That's
Turok
actually
2 8 on and the Turok 3 8 on.
wait.
Thank you
That's
very
actually
much.
something that kind of like
You wouldn't buy the classic Turok skin for $3.
that's kind of like giving me.
It's gonna
thoughts.
happen. It's so gonna happen.
I hope.
It's
I
sad.
think this could possibly end up being a free-to-play game.
I mean, they're
They
selling this
haven't
game.
said
That would be even
anything
worse.
about the
could-
price or anything like that.
I think it's
And
going to be a
that's what,
game
like,
sold,
mm,
but it's definitely going to be a live service, very similar, I think, to once again, Space Marine 2. And I like that game. Don't get me wrong. I think some people are like, oh, you hate that game. I love that
Just
game. I played that game with my
watch.
brothers
The
were playing it
new
the other day.
Turok
It's
will have
great.
loot boxes
But
and
that I
paint
think of that game and I go, that's not Turok. I talked to them because they were both. We all played Turok as kids, right? We all played it sitting around the couch.
Oh my
you know,
god, Turok
having a
Dies
good old day.
was the first game I played.
And right, and they were like, yeah, this that wouldn't be Turok. Like this isn't Turok. Like, exactly, So I think it's definitely going to be a live service in the fact where you get a little bit of content in the beginning, you get some stuff, and you get drip fed every couple of months. Oh, here's a new area of the Lost Land to explore. Here's a new map because it's I think they said semi-open world on the website. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm probably am.
hang on,
I'm
let
wrong
me-
a lot.
Let me pull up the web page again.
I want to say they say like semi-open area.
Oh, here we go. Experience an epic story across the Lost Lands.
Yeah, missions. So here we go.
Yeah,
So,
this is
yeah,
this
so you're gonna
definitely
get
kind of like
missions.
screams. It gives me
Yeah.
dailies, like dailies vibes, like gacha.
Like a
Gotcha.
Helldivers thing.
I'd see it more as like here's a structured little level of we have to go through this little part of a jungle.
Wait,
go
somebody,
kill a boss
sorry
and leave.
to interrupt.
No,
but
you're good.
somebody like yesterday when I was streaming, somebody brought up Destiny, and it could also be something like that.
Oh,
Like,
it's gonna
you got
be
raids.
something like that.
Yeah.
You have a raid, and so it's gonna be a simple no story. Maybe you get some really bad cheesy MCU tier dialogue from the Turoks, from the warriors, from the Turok warriors.
I was about to say also, so take pages out of Sweet Baby 8's thing and pull whatever kind of agenda just for the sake of it, not because they want to do something actually unique.
See,
I keep circling back on that, but I'm at this point with how games have been these days. I have been conditioned to expect every game coming out to be that kind of schlock.
to have something in there. I don't see that here personally. And I don't think that's this game's issue. So Saber's been pretty clean with their stuff.
Yeah, I didn't see that in like Space Marine 2. They could have did that with
But
Space
that's a
Marine
remake.
2.
Yeah, Space Marine 2. Like I said, it's a great game, and they did a great job with their IP because GW James Workshop there is very very protective. With Turok, there's no protection. The IP
Yeah.
has no IP holders here. Universal
why
has
it's a different
no
story here.
oversight. They don't care. They said. Take dinosaurs and Turok or whatever. We don't care. Give us
couple
money.
of times the IP, at least for the comics, have been flat out abandoned or not renewed. But
Yeah.
Fox or Atomic Fox basically said, "But what's a remake done right?" I can think of a few remakes that were done right. Obviously,
Dead
the
Space.
Resident Evil remakes.
That's
I don't know. I'd see.
Oh, Resident Evil 1 and 2.
Sorry, I'm a very diehard or old head here, and I prefer the original Resident Evils. All three, in fact, for a few different reasons. I'm not going to go into entire tangent. I wasn't a fan of the third person
The last
swap
comic was
from the
2019.
fixed camera angles. I think that was more horror based. I think that worked better. And even the first Resident Evil, where they kind of swapped the entire.
The mansion layout.
Not even the mansion. With the mansion layout, most of it's there, but there's extra areas, which is okay. It's a remake. You're getting new content. That's good. But you take out the entire atmosphere and feel of the game, because everyone's like, "Oh, the dialogue's cheesy and goofy," but that's kind of a part of the game and the soul of that game, right? It's a B movie. A lot of people forget, like, Resident Evil's a B movie. That's the idea. If you go into it with that mindset and you go, "Okay, this is,
Wow,
Dawn
you're
of the
almost
Dead.
a Jill sandwich.
I also
saying,
feel
like,
like
it's
I mean,
like
you
it's,
want wait. You know what? Since you're talking about
You
the
know.
B movie bit, the
Yeah.
intro for Resident Evil, it's literally just that.
it's peak.
just the
It is.
yeah, and to be fair,
It literally
it's
is.
pretty much the fact that with the remakes, they're trying to make it a different continuity where it's more serious. Where
Sure.
even Resident Evil 4, which at least we can say, at least with Resident Evils 5 and 6, as terrible as they were, you still had elements of comedy in them.
Yeah. And
With
that's
total global saturation.
and it's God, Boulder punching back.
They tried to make Resident Evil
Yes,
like a
Resident
global
Evil-
organization
Resident
like the
Evil 8.
UN or something like that.
Resident Evil 8, you can still see it with with Heisenberg going, "I'll get that boulder punching asshole."
A boulder
Oh,
punching
God.
asshole.
When did
You know.
Heisenberg play Resident Evil 5? How did he know about Chris punching boulders?
Right? You
Did
know.
Chris submit that in his report?
So I bet he did. He was like, I punched a boulder, but damn, Leon still won't get with my sister.
You
know, and
he gets
it's-
this Ada chick. He wants this Ada chick who killed my
Bloodline.
squad.
The bloodline, the racial bloodline. Yeah. Why didn't he just get married, right? Why didn't he just make a Jill sandwich? I don't know.
Why does he want
We'll
that
never
girl that
know.
murdered my squad?
I don't know. But like and so even for me, like the original, like the first Resident Evil remake, like it there's things missing from that version of the game, where you get a remake that's very, very close, but also very apart. Like Twin Snakes, that's very controversial. You bring up Twin Snakes, that's a whole thing there.
The funny thing is with the Twin Snakes is I didn't mind the more over the top stuff that they brought in. I think with me, what my issue with the Twin Snakes is it's too easy.
The
Because
gameplay,
they
exactly,
literally just
it ruins it.
brought in the exact same levels, but they didn't really accommodate for the more.
You could look down sites because it's from it's running the same engine from 2,
Yeah, the exact same engine.
and so they didn't take that into account. So a fight like Revolver Ocelot is trivial. It's trivial because
Then
you
you
just
have-
shoot him.
Then you have the tranquilizer gun, which kind of defeats a lot of the purpose of.
It kills the whole tone of the game because the whole
then-
point of you killing people is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, because the whole point of that is that all the genome soldiers were in a way Snake's relatives. They're his brothers.
Yeah,
Then
it
you have
ruins
the
the
hanging
finale.
mechanic, which
Yeah.
made it too easy.
The whole ending of the game is ruined. The whole message is gone by a simple gameplay change. You don't think about that, right? Because it's like, oh, it's a big deal. You can trank them. It's like it sets the whole tone.
People focus more on Snake riding a missile.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things wrong there.
Has anyone played the Dead Rising remake?
I didn't. I'm not going to.
Because
No
I was
thanks.
gonna say, if anyone played it, if anyone can tell me if that's any different to the original.
It is.
I've seen that apparently it's a little bit of. It's
there's a
very
lot
different.
There's
I
a
haven't
lot
seen,
different.
What,
I haven't
what
seen
would they
anything
call
from
the psychos? Psychotics?
The
The
psychopath.
psychos. They changed.
Psychopaths. They're no
They
longer.
changed.
Yeah, they're no
so
longer
much.
called psychopaths. They call something else now. And also they changed some of them to like.
I was about to say, I
be-
know they changed.
They
one
changed the
of them, but-
Nomvet guy to just
Yeah.
being worried about moles, which is just fucking stupid. The whole thing, it's dumb. And people go, oh, well, it's a little insensitive. I was like, look, the game was made in 2005 or 2006. Take it or leave it, okay?
Plus, it's fucked up, yes, but that was kind of the whole point.
That's the point of the character, exactly. And it's like, come on. And again, even that game too, it very much is cribbing on like Dawn of the Dead, that sort of thing. It fits, right?
Hey,
It works.
Dead Rising 2, off the record, had a
Oh,
fat
Pete.
guy who wanted to get laid before he died.
Yeah, with the chainsaw and all that. I just replayed that recently. What a game! What
I
a
was
game!
playing it with Atomic like a while back, and
Nice.
we were still laughing at how absurd a lot of that stuff is.
It's
Heck,
very
even-
absurd.
Even Dead Rising 1 and Off the Record both had a clown. The first one had a clown that juggled chainsaws.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
you had
I know.
another one that tried to freeze you because you killed the first
Killed his
his brother.
brother.
Although I
Yeah.
want to say that he did it to himself because he literally fell on his chainsaws. But
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there.
True, and they took out gameplay mechanics. He had to take out a whole genre of the camera thing, the erotica thing, and everyone's like, well, we gotta be safe, Oh, horny babo. Yeah, chop up
It's Dead
zombies.
Rising.
And it's like, it's Dead Rising, and Frank's kind of a sleazeball a little bit, but he's still better, right? Because Kent's character is also kind of ruined because he's even worse, right? And you go, wow, that guy's like a real piece of shit. Like, I have a little bit of journalistic integrity, kind of, right? And this guy's like worse than me, and you take him out, he's a psychopath. That whole arc is also ruined. Multiple things with that game. It's
Even in
garbage.
Dead Rising Off the Record, Frank is still sleazy, but
Yeah.
he's still down. He's more focused and down to earth.
Yeah, he's still ultimately a good guy. He's got faults, but he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Because
But,
God forbid you have a hero these days that's like questionable or anything like that.
Even Resident Evil 4 VR, they changed stuff like that kind of like it was a good change. And in that case, that was Facebook's fault.
Oh, Meta. Yeah, I could see that.
They can call themselves Meta all they want. It's Facebook.
Facebook.
People know it.
Yeah, Facebook and Twitter. Yeah, they're not fooling nobody. I guess I call it Meta these days so much because I use the Quest or whatever, so I see that all the time.
With Twitter,
I've been
It can call
brainwashed.
itself
Yeah,
X
Twitter
all it
and
wants.
X,
It's
I'm like-
Twitter, and everybody
Yeah,
knows
it's
it.
Twitter.
It's
Twitter.
No, yeah, nobody cares. It's Twitter. Come on,
But,
I don't care. I'm not calling it X, bud.
But slipping back into Turok a little bit.
Yeah, back to the topic at hand.
Like I said, it looks like they're aping off of 2008. But the fact that they want to make this a reboot again, we don't need another reboot. What we need is a continuation of an already existing title.
Yeah.
Heck, you already got 2 games, or 3, I should say. That's rightful. You got Turok 3, Turok Evolution, because there was meant to be a game that took place between Evolution and Dinosaur Hunter, and then there's Turok 2008. You have 3 games that you could make a sequel for, but you choose to reboot it again? And not only that, but reboot it in a way that no one asked for.
Nobody asked for this. No one asked for
Although,
this.
don't get me wrong, no one's asked for the Turok game to be like this in general. People ask for a new Turok game, but this ain't it. This ain't it, Chief.
This ain't it.
It's just Iglesias. This is not the Turok game people want. And this is not the game your investors think you should make.
They're getting and it's really like disrespectful too, because they're jingling the keys. They're like, oh, look at the logo. It's got the logo from Turok. It's got the eye there.
I got keys. Hold on.
Oh, thank you.
I was about to say,
here's the logo. Here's Turok.
The logo and
Turok. You remember this guy, right?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on.
And the Twitter post, Oblivion's at hand. Look, Oblivion. And
I actually have
was
a
like,
lot of keys. I can do it.
okay, so I'm looking at the logo for Turok Origins. Like, they're baiting it with the I for the O, and then it's using the classic Turok font.
They're trying. You can see that they're trying to like ape you, like, oh look, and it's like Oblivion's in it. And I said it on the Twitter. I was like, quite literally, Oblivion's not in this game, and I know Oblivion's not in this game. I can tell you right now, he's not.
And then you see the font for Origins that isn't the Turok logo. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know for like the other games, like Dinosaur Hunter, Seed of Evil, Raid Wars, and all that, the subtitle uses a different font. But at the same time, at least make an attempt here, buddy.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And so you can see where they're trying to jingle the keys, but they don't even know what the hell they're jingling. They don't know Turok.
That's why in a reply tweet, I basically told them, y'all need to read. I recommend reading the comics so that way y'all know what Turok is really all about.
Yeah,
because they don't know anything about Turok. If this is what they're presenting.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna continue reading the blog. It says, should players have played the original Turok to enjoy or understand this one? Players do not need to have played previous Turok games to understand and appreciate Turok Origins. This is an all-new standalone adventure.
Yeah, they say that players do not need to have played it because that way they can go. That way they can't say they don't want the players to play the original games and realize that this is not Turok. This is a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's not made for Turok fans. It's not made for you. You're not the audience. We're not the audience.
This isn't even meant to generate a new Turok audience.
No.
Okay, so it's like, you want to know the best ways to generate a new audience for Turok? Look at Night Dive's work.
Yep.
There's the Turok remasters. I've seen plenty of people who never heard Turok, never played the originals, or maybe play them for like 20 minutes, and they're like, oh, you know what? I remember playing this like for once, and oh, nice! It's a remaster, and actually, it is really nice. I'm gonna buy the next one, and then I'm gonna buy the next one, and hopefully they'll do another one or something like that.
Heck, Atomic in the chat, he never heard of Turok before he met me. And when I told him about the remasters, he tried them out, and he enjoys it. He's about as mad as I am for Turok 3 not having his cliffhanger followed up on, but he still enjoyed the series.
And you're trying to make a multiplayer game, and you're going to shut off the original fans. How are you going to retain that multiplayer population?
Because here's the main thing they really should have done, other than throw all this out and make and basis on a lot of the older Turok. But if they really cared about appealing to the old and new fans, what they should have done, other than not announce this at a Game Awards, but announce
Yeah, that was
single
actually. You know what?
player.
Wait. Hang on. That's actually very weird. I never expected this game. Well, actually, I wasn't even expecting that this game was to be announced. I was like, literally, okay, you know what? I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna make
this came out of the
Turok
blue.
map. I'm gonna
People
make
were
Turok
more
map, and then I
expecting
had people come into my stream and tell me, "Yo, new Turok announced at the Game Awards," and I'm like, "What the fuck?
Yeah,
Why
you
would
pull
they
my
announce
chain.
a Turok on the Game Awards?"
People were more expecting Half-Life 3 than
Exactly.
I don't know
Even-
why
I even
anybody was
saw
expecting that. I don't know why
The-
anybody was expecting that would never happen.
Then I see YouTubers like the Actman and Critical say that they don't understand a lot of the complaints, and to me that's kind of like saying, even if they grew up playing it, the fact that they don't really see the problem here, I don't think they're understanding clearly enough, because
Wait, Actman? The Actman actually said something?
I know Critical mentioned that he doesn't understand the complaints regarding this. The
I mean,
Actman, I know he
wait.
mentioned that-
If it's critical, he should know better.
I was about
He
to say
should know
because
better because he's a
React
like a
Mom.
huge Halo fan from the Bungie era. He should
Yeah.
know better.
and heck,
Literally,
Yeah.
he has no
Now,
like.
I-
He has a point of reference to see why people are upset with
And I was about to
this
I don't think,
say,
I don't
I
think he
don't-
played Turok is the issue.
I'm not
Although
trying
he's
to throw
alright.
shade at Critical, because let's be
Yeah.
honest here, Critical is one of those where you throw any kind of shade, you're
Well,
done
you're-
for.
you're
But
deep,
what
yeah,
I
you're
will
dead.
say is, Critical should maybe look back at the Turok games again, maybe read some of the comments, and it might make a clearer understanding of where
Now,
complaints are coming from.
there are some people in our camp. We got G-Man. He's a real one. I saw
I
him on
don't
Twitter. He was
I don't
like,
always agree with him, and I do find some of his stuff
he's
to be a
sometimes hit or miss, but he was like, "This ain't
Yeah.
it, Chief." He
But I
said, "This ain't
get-
it, Chief." And so was Commander
I'm-
Carl, the guy who does the reload videos.
yeah.
He was like,
Oh,
"This
God.
ain't it."
Have you guys seen the Beanie videos, the clips?
No, I have not seen the Vine
Oh
Sauce
wait,
one.
this is perfect. Then I'm gonna show them on stream. There is actually two
Yeah,
clips.
Vinny's a pretty big fan of Turok. Not many people know that though.
I didn't know
remember
that.
someone had a video where they
Based.
showed the trailer and then it had Krusty go, "What the hell was that?"
Yeah, it's and I think that's a lot of people's reaction. It's weird because you get some people that have like
Critical has
they
no
have the
stake in
Stockholm
it.
syndrome, like,
He
oh,
doesn't
it's the first
care,
Turok
and
game
he
in like
doesn't have to.
17
That's
years.
just
how
Eat it up,
sometimes.
idiot.
Here's
And
the
other
one thing I
people that are
don't
like,
like.
what's Turok?
It's like
You
the
know.
people who say they don't understand the complaints, a lot of them focus it around the fact that people are complaining that it's third person, when in reality, that's just a symptom of the larger problem. And
Yeah,
I think if that's the main
tip
thing
of the
people are
iceberg.
focusing on when in terms of addressing complaints, I don't think they really understand just what people are
well, it
having
goes
issues
into
with.
Turok. Yeah. For me,
I
I
think they're
think
just trying to downplay it to make it seem better than it really is.
Yeah.
Accident on this presentation tonight where
Okay, so this is the first clip. The first clip, I mean.
is he watching this in Half-Life?
Kid shows up, or like Hideo Kojima like has a horrendous bathroom injury or something like that. I don't have a good feeling about tonight. Like I'm getting a slight nuance of bad
Oh
luck,
God, he knew.
terror. You know what I mean?
Journey to another world for our next
He
announcement.
knew.
He
Moments
knew.
before disaster. Moments before
Okay.
disaster.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus Christ. Well, boys, cheers. Holy fucking shit. And I have another conference after this where we watch the year 2000
no.
Game Awards, which will be
Man.
better, but
Oh, this is Joel.
This is
PlayStation
Joel.
sorry.
Yeah.
Bald.
Oh,
What? 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 Hey, what? No, no, no! No, not like this! Not like this!
Yeah.
No!
Yep.
No, 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 no! Dog! Oh, go fuck yourself! What?
He's like the more visceral, the one who was like clearly upset, like ultra upset, way more upset than any
He
of
just
us.
said it. There you go. Very based. Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
He just summed up our whole chat.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, let it continue. Let it continue.
No!
Yeah.
Oh God, no! Oh,
He's sharing
God.
everybody's reaction.
Fuck! Oh man! Really?
Attention citizens.
Oh, out of all the
Across the
fucking
galaxy, the
things,
valiant
Turok turns
Helldiver
into a
fought to
fucking
Yeah, that's
piece
about
of
sums
shit.
it up.
I am here
Fucking.
with
Oh
grave
man!
Man's democracy is imperiled.
You know,
Shit,
us classic fans were
Civilians are being abducted.
fucking hell.
we're so
man.
disabused that we're used to it, but obviously,
Attention to the following announcement.
you know,
And
other
remember,
fans might not feel that way.
freedom
The
conquers.
Turok 3 has just been so abused.
They shot a fucking man. Oh,
They
And
shot
he
it.
keeps on complaining, even though the Game Awards are going.
that blows. Oh, that fucking
Yeah.
sucks. Oh,
I know.
I'm so emotionally stressed. I have to rip a bass solo.
I know. Let it out. Let it out.
Let it out, dude.
Oh
It's
man,
Seinfeld.
that blows. Fuck. Oh man. I was talking about a Turok game, like give it the new Doom treatment and go back to the, you know, what we want. Tons of weapons, gore, dinosaurs, and it is this fucking.
Because who cares about
But
those
yeah,
other games?
anyway, so a lot of people in chat don't understand what my problem with this new.
Oh, here we
Turok
go.
trailer
He's gonna
is.
talk about.
And it's the fact that for many years, Turok has been having a complete nothing going on with the franchise, like a dead franchise. The last time a Turok game was produced was in 2008.
I mean
It's a
intergalactic.
bald space marine
Yawn.
game, right? That had barely anything to do with Turok.
Mohawk.
The Turok series has gone through a strange thing.
It
The last
feels
Turok
like
game that I really
James
liked and played
Cameron's
was
Avatar.
Turok 3. And it ended on a cliffhanger. And then it was continued on the Turok 3 comics, and that ended on a cliffhanger. I don't know. Anyway, my point on being angry about it, or I'm not angry, I'm just a little perturbed. Here I am pacing back and forth going, fuck. Anyway, here's what I would have wanted. I would have wanted the style of Turok Seeds of Evil done in the Doom 2016 way. Of like, crank up the violence, crank up the fun weapons. Just let me shoot dinosaurs in the fucking head with a quad barrel shotgun, and that's Turok for me, man. I'm such a sucker, I might have to buy this game just for some sort of, hey, the Turok fans really want more Turok games, please. We're not gonna actually play it, but we're sending you cash to make a real one. Vomit blast.
Achievements of those involved
Yep.
in the gaming industry.
Yep.
But it has also evolved into
Did-
an event that
Did
brings
someone
together
just fart on
industry
stage?
professionals from around the world.
Did you hear the fart?
What?
Deeper connection,
Did you hear that fucking rap?
but also between gaming and other
Might have been
visual
Kojima.
entertainment, such as
Kojima just farted!
television.
I'm gonna put horror down because that was one of the worst moments of my life, compressed down to about 2 seconds of seeing that logo. Not even Kojima farting could have saved my night, you know.
But it has,
Yeah.
but it has, but it has, but
It just
has-
makes you
but
want to
it has-
drink.
Hang on. So now here's the other clip.
Good God.
Okay.
So this is Vinny's point
Okay,
of
this
view.
is Vinny. Okay. Oh, he's got a shorter clip. Okay.
Yeah, this is short. You can tell the other guy. He was like fucking
Yeah, Joel-
visceral, dead.
Joel-
He was.
yeah.
You could point at the exact moment his
It
heart
hurt his
breaks.
soul.
It
Oh,
died.
so both of them are Turok fans. I didn't know that.
Based.
Yeah.
Keep winning, Vine
And
Sauce.
now, let's journey to another world for our next announcement.
I was about to
The
say, I
world
think
of Turok.
Welcome to City. Oh, that's very much not a city.
City.
I feel like at least 50% of games start with a person running.
Yeah, they
It
do.
does.
Turok? Oh god, I hope not. He was wearing like an exoskeleton.
I hope not.
Oh no.
He said it. I hope not.
Is it a Turok? No, it can't be a Turok. What? Oh my god. Oh no, it's a third-person shooter? No. No. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Ugh. I didn't want to believe it. I'm just gonna go back to not believing it.
Wish we could. I wish we could, Vinny.
Oh,
Wish we
John
could just
Helldiver.
memory wipe ourselves and
Glad
just
he's
believe
here.
it didn't happen.
So he was. You could tell he was disappointed, but he was like less emotional about it. Like he
He's
held
more
back.
like us, where we're
was
like
about-
we've seen Turok be abused so much
And I
that
was
it's
about
just,
to
we're
say-
just numb to it.
Darth Vader.
Aren't these guys the same guys who did videos on the Turok to Ascension?
I do
one
remember
mod-
they did a stream with Turok mods. Not sure
Okay,
if
so
you're
I
talking about
think
that
it may
one.
have been. I think it was Vinny who did Turok to Ascension. But you get the point is that you can tell that as soon as they saw the Turok logo, that their souls just died.
Banished.
Shadow Man ripped the
I
souls
literally
out of them.
just joined, but now I remember that I need to give Hell Divers a go
But
again.
they share a lot of the complaints that a lot of people share. It's like it, and like I said, the third person thing, head in a first person option. There you go, problem solved.
Yeah, it doesn't fix it though. It really doesn't, because this game is fundamentally a third person through and through. Because someone said that like, oh, they could add a first person like World War
toggle.
Z, and I don't see that, right? Would you want to play? Because this is going to be, much quicker third person action. Would you want to play like Gears of War first person, or play even worse, say like
Here's
like Devil May Cry first person? It'd be disorienting.
The gameplay is geared towards third person. You can't fix it by modding in a first person or whatever.
Wait,
It just
since
wouldn't work.
since you guys brought up third person, there is one thing.
Derp.
Halo Infinite, they brought third person.
I was upset about that too.
And
Halo's dead to me, but
no, it doesn't work like that. You can't just toggle it because
No.
you have to build your game around the perspective
I
you're
was-
playing
Exactly.
in.
Yep.
I was
exactly.
about to say, here's the thing. If they really want to go for a genuine solo geared experience, like they want to say where co-op is optional,
What was
they
the
can go the
art
route of Elder Scrolls, Fallout, or even The Suffering, where have the ability to swap between perspectives, third person for exploration, first person for combat.
Well, we're
That's
suffering
kind of where I
already.
was. That's where I was trying to go for. That I think could alleviate some of the issue,
Not even kidding.
because if they gear it for both third and first
Yeah.
person, I can kind of see this working to a degree. Because, like I said, third person view is usually meant for exploration, while first person is for combat. And for a game like Turok, first person should be the main focus, but having combat in first person would at least alleviate it. And having third person meant more for like exploring the environment. That I can see working to some degree. At
I
the
mean,
very-
if you want to do third person, you could just save it like, oh, okay, introduce like a vehicle mechanic, and that the same way Halo does it.
or do
like-
it just for the finishing moves like 2008 did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that also works too as well.
Mm-hmm.
But making your whole game around third person, and then just like being, oh, you can just fix it with a toggle. No, it doesn't work like that. If it worked like that, you would be gimping yourself by playing in first person. I mean,
I was about to say, considering that I'm hoping that this game is still very early in development, there's still time for them to change that.
I
But-
don't think so.
But normally, how these game companies usually work, which I hate to even admit, if they have a trailer out already, it's probably going to release sometime next year.
I'm thinking this is probably a second quarter game, and we're seeing a I wouldn't say mostly finished, but we're near the tail end probably of development at this point.
70%
Yeah.
of the way there.
We're probably
unfortunate
70,
thing.
and there's no turning back. And I think there's a good bit of backlash, which there should be civil backlash.
Yes.
Don't be rude, you know.
No, I
Um,
think it's too late.
Hell
for
no,
the
we're
technology.
Turoks. We're going.
we're warriors of Turok. says
But you
the
also gotta
game.
think,
We have to
even-
fight. We're gonna burn down your house. It's a
I was
joke.
about to say, even
It's a
Cal
joke.
said chose honor over vengeance.
Yeah. Nope.
That's
So
why
I
he
gotta
refused to
I gotta
kill
go
Bruckner.
full Bruckner and go ride a Allosaurus with rockets. Sorry, bud.
But
Yeah.
I know someone mentioned this, but they sent a letter to Saber Interactive regarding this, and it's something that I would also kind of say try to do so respectfully. Don't go
Yeah.
throwing insults or anything. Just give them genuine respect. Show them your concern and your feedback, but do it respectfully.
I
Yeah,
left
don't
many.
don't throw an angry game around as much as you want. You have to hold it back.
Yeah,
I've
I
never
mentioned
worked.
to them-
I've never worked with corporate environments, but I know how to deal with corporate environments.
Because I even mentioned it in the server where it's like when I sent my letter, I basically mentioned that maybe reading up on the source material can give a better give the development team more ideas to how they can make it more faithful.
Yeah.
Instead of doing it this way, which it might further harm public perception, especially if they go the live service route.
Yeah. Oh, this is so live service. It's written all over it. And
Because I even specifically mentioned if you do, I'm worried about this being a live service, which could further harm public perception of this game.
Yeah.
You know,
As
they could change aspects like the DNA extraction. They could call it, have talisman energy or something.
I was
Yeah.
about to say,
Spirit energy. They could be like life force energy. I don't know.
Yeah.
something. But
Maybe.
DNA power sounds
I
weird.
was just
That
thinking.
doesn't sound
That
Turok.
sounds like that one game where I
guess
forgot what it was
it's time
called.
to
It started with
rewatch
I.
Far Cry Primal for my modern Turok
I was about
fan.
to say, do something like Turok Resurrected wanted to do, where you can go into the spirit world. Do what Shadow Man does, where you kill enemies and they drop something for life force or
DNA extraction. It sounds so nasty. It sounds like
Or
something
hell.
a bad guy would do.
I got
Yeah.
something.
And it's
Incorporate
not
something-
Turok. Yeah.
do something bloodshot related for it, where it's like, okay, if you lose health, onto dinosaur, cut off a chunk of meat and eat it. Because the thing about the main thing I'm referencing with the Bloodshot comics from Acclaim is because Bloodshot has nanites in his blood that regenerates tissue, but he still needs something to work with. So what he did in the comics when he took a shotgun blast to the chest, he went to the supermarket, got a lot of ground beef, stuck it in his wounds, and let the nanites regenerate tissue from that. I'm thinking
Oh,
something
God.
similar to that, because if they're really going to go with this tech suit, that would actually work to
Makes
some
sense.
degree.
That could
I
make
recommend
sense.
Crisis
It'd be
1.
it'd be a little
Not
better at
Far Cry
least.
1.
Not taking this DNA, or hell, bring back the vampire gun. So that would make sense.
Yeah.
Have them pull out an actual living weapon that they stick onto a dinosaur. It paralyzes them, but it also drains their life force that helps regenerate tissue or regenerate damage. And if they really want to go with the whole upgradable DNA points, that could be another way they're going about it. Because it could be that the vampire gun is storing the genetic tissue, in a sense, but that might be a little harder to justify. But this is Turok. Lean a little bit into the spiritual part of it, like
Yeah.
Turok 2 did with the talismans.
Oh
Or
yeah, that's also something weird about this.
Turok
It's if this is supposed to be a Native American thing, where's the magical things?
Heck, Turok Resurrected, the potential sequel to Evolution that never happened, had Turok being able to go to the spirit world, use spirit
The DNA
powers, because he
superpowers are a
technically
cool concept.
died
I
in
have
the
no
beginning of the
problem
game,
with
and he's
that.
being resurrected. He'd be able to travel between the
DNA
ethereal
like
world and the
a village
corporal
to
world,
helping?
the spirit world,
It
and
sounds like
the
they
the
want a
world of the
Native
living.
American hero,
Use
but no
spiritual
native
powers to help
spirituality.
combat the dinosaurs or combat whatever foe that's getting in your way. Just something like that. And also, here's something I mentioned I was going to focus later, but I think this is a good time as any. That spaceship. Okay, so they said that aliens is going to be involved. Where are the aliens, though?
Yeah, wait, yeah.
You've never seen the players fight the characters fight aliens, only dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
there's
just
no picture of it. I have to pull back the trailer.
okay.
Huh, that didn't occur to me.
Yeah,
Official.
it bothers me.
Because-
They're making the mistake that Turok 08 made. Where
Other
like
than the spaceship, what alien related was
Turok 08 made the mistake of having humans, and they said, oh, you can't use gore on humans and stuff like you said before about Disney not wanting gore. Why couldn't they make the humans dinosaurs and that would solve the problem? So, I don't understand.
When you look at this thing, I thought it was like a spaceship, as in it was made out of metal and stuff, but this looks kind of organic. Look at it. Take a good look at it. It doesn't look like a spaceship. It looks more like I don't know.
an organic ship.
Yeah, it's kind of bio.
Some kind of like
Yeah.
a flying creature.
Because my thing of it is that other than that, where in the trailer had they ever brought up alien?
It's just dinosaurs. It's
Yeah,
been so far it's just been dinosaurs.
They say,
Yeah, they
face off
say-
against aliens,
From Prey.
show us more of the aliens than just a spaceship.
Yeah.
And that's
'Cause-
even if the spaceship is even
A spaceship, not some kind of,
because
like, creature.
This is clearly not a spaceship. This is clearly like some kind of flying animal.
Are you gonna try to do the aliens are making the dinosaurs cranky?
Or
they
the
gotta
fact that the dinosaurs
rebalance.
are the aliens.
Yeah. We're the aliens.
Yeah.
The Warriors of Turok are alien, of
hang
course.
Also, I need to harp on this a little bit more. The fucking weapons.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
weapons. Hang on.
The
hang on, hang on.
weapons. Yeah.
What
Everyone's like,
is
oh,
that?
cerebral bore? It's not gonna be
What
here.
is
You know
that
damn well it
pulse
ain't gonna
rifle
be here.
reject?
It ain't gonna be here. You all know that. It's the sphere from
That is the
Prey.
most generic looking rifle I've seen. And that's the only gun that they're showing.
Oh wait, hang on. I think I can't right here. Right there. I think I
Boom.
see where the spaceship or the aliens are.
Oh yeah, it is kind of in the background. Yeah.
It's one of those you miss,
I
you
see
blink
it.
and you miss
Like
it.
in the corner.
Do. Illuminati confirm.
Right there. This
That
thing
looks-
right here.
That does
Yeah, that
look like
thing.
a ship, but
Yeah. So I think that's the
That's
same thing we're
stretching
seeing.
it. It's stretching it that it
I,
looks
I
like a
think
ship.
that's the same thing that's supposed to be in that one roll in the teaser here.
I don't think it's the same thing as the one we saw earlier.
But it could be.
Shape is different.
It's a
Or
different shape.
it could also be a different angle.
Yeah.
Or
It's
or another thing could be is that it's the parts are moving. So that little area that looks like on the right side of it, the one that looks like an axe or a blade,
yeah.
it could be that those are parts that can fold and unfold. So when it's not in use, it goes forward, which gives it that pincer look. But even then, that's a stretch.
Okay, let's see. So there we have the weird looking.
Which doesn't even. It looks like more of a sword hilt than any kind of actual weapon.
Leapers
That
and aliens
just looks like the
somehow
rifle from
are
earlier,
decent
but
with
just
the
fires
standards.
from a different bullet.
Yeah,
You're
because
not
I think there's going to be
complaining
little.
about the
I think it's mostly going to be
dinosaur
melee
hunter.
focused, much like Space Marine 2, with little
Turok
ranged
1,
options.
not enough
Which
dinosaurs.
Probably only have a handful of guns, maybe 2 or 3. Maybe
if
swap
that's the
out fire
case-
options.
Which, if that's the case, makes a little
Turok
sense.
Origins, two
Oh,
As
yeah.
well.
dinosaurs.
But also, I do want to mention that
This
that
series about
Styracosaurus,
adopted natives rebelling against
towards the
their
end there,
alien captors
It's
and
gigantic.
it does at
accidentally
least
creating a
look
lost
like they're
land in
giving the
process to be compelling.
dinosaurs some kind of bionic or technological.
There you go. It has
Chain.
like LED lights.
Yeah, he's
But
already
it's just the
gamer
more.
dinosaur.
This is the
That's how
most
they're getting
premium
cranky.
Madagascar thing
Unless-
you can do to make
unless-
something look sci-fi.
Unless it's
Just
coming
give
from
it
the
LEDs.
unless it's coming from the blue things on the ground, which could be landmines.
That's a triceratops.
I don't know.
I think that's a lightning. Oh well. Oh, well.
No, but
yeah.
look underneath where the
Yeah, there's a couple of them, right? There's like
Styracosaurus
3.
is.
Yeah.
It's like if you play the clip a little bit,
Okay.
Yeah, there's like
Right
3 of them. That might be an ability you get.
It could
Or
look like
it
you
could be
stepped
an
on a
ability, but
landmine.
it could also be like a landmine. Yeah,
It could be
definitely.
a landmine. Maybe you
Because
get
I
to
was
drop a
about to say,
landmine.
If it was if it was a Styracosaurus that did that made that little effect, at least it would show more that the fact that they are at least giving these dinosaurs more than just, oh, it's a dinosaur.
Well, it looks like to me like that the ship that from before had like these orange lights on it. This
Yeah.
Strachosaurus has orange
Orange lights.
eyeballs.
Oh
and-
yeah.
Which, if they're
So-
doing the whole aliens are controlling the dinosaurs thing, that is no, just
Boring.
no. What they need to do is go back to where the dinosaurs are genetically engineered or bionically engineered. Go with a dinosaur or bionosaur look
Yeah.
that Dinosaur Hunter and Seeds of Evil did.
Yup.
Because I feel like ever since Turoks 2 and 3, they really never cared about that kind of thing. They just did straight up dinosaurs, which only can bring them so far.
And like I said, there's many dinosaur games out here these days, right? There's a lot. There's Ark. There's this. There's so many out there. I wouldn't say it's overplayed, but you can get your dinosaur fix elsewhere. You don't need Turok.
Even Saber Interactive is working on a Jurassic Park game.
Yeah.
So they're basically competing with themselves. by doing
They are.
this.
Yes.
Yeah, they
Oh,
are.
no.
I just
Yes,
learned
they
that
are.
yesterday. I learned that
I've known
yesterday.
this-
Yeah.
I've known this
It's
even before
called
the
Jurassic
release.
Park Survival, I believe.
Take the mantle of Jurassic Park as a warrior of Jurassic Park
Now we have conflict of interest there.
to fight.
Yeah, it's
use the
basically
dino
competing with
DNA.
itself.
to
So you
fight 'em.
basically have a game that's competing against another
Itself.
game that you're
Yeah.
making.
Yeah.
That's gonna guarantee another way to kill off this game.
Yeah.
And also,
'Cause-
frankly, if this is the way they're going, I'd rather just go play Dino Crisis.
Exactly. I'd go play a good game instead.
I'd rather play Dino Stalker, that light gun Dino Crisis game.
Ooh.
There's actually an indie game that I'm following called Paleo Page. It looks kind of nice.
Isn't that like the horror one where it's like first person and
I think it's third person. But apparently, it's heavily inspired by Resident Evil and
'Cause I was
Dino
about to say-
Crisis.
I know which game you're talking about. That has more of a Turok vibe than this.
My biggest issue, it's not that so much that you only fight dinosaurs, but that like the dinosaurs themselves, there's something off about them.
Yeah.
Generic.
They are generic.
I
They're
think
modern
it's because-
dinosaurs.
I think it's because the dinosaur fans have been spoiled by things like Jurassic World and all of that. But these look too bland.
Yeah, they look like everything
even,
else on the market.
Turok 2008 and its dinosaurs look at least somewhat interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this a few other places. I haven't said it, I think, here tonight. This is Turok in name only. It really is Turok in name only. You know, you put a name, anything else on here, you call this Ark
Well, they
Co-op
didn't give
Survival,
that many
and no one's gonna bat an eye and go, okay, cool. You call this anything else, and it reads and you go, okay.
Even if they called this Dinosaur Planet, it would still
Yeah.
still come off as more original.
Yeah, make the characters furry, and you got me sold. There it is, Dinosaur Planet. It's back.
Wait, Dinosaur Planet, wasn't that the working title?
That was Star Fox. Yeah, Star Fox Adventures. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're not using the
Not
name
using
anymore.
it,
I don't
fuck
think
it.
they're gonna miss it.
Who cares? Yeah, might as well.
But you, like you said, the fact this would have done a lot better if this didn't have the Turok name. But the problem is, it wouldn't have connected as widely as it would have if it didn't use Turok, and that's the problem. They
The
just
problem is
slapped
that
the name
it's
on
using
here.
the IP to ride off the nostalgia and to garner interest.
Jingle the
An
keys.
original, if this were an original IP, I bet you nobody would have cared.
Oh, they wouldn't look
No
at
one
it.
would
Nobody will look
care.
at it.
People
Oh, they
would
would have
still
been.
be
Oh, they would
willing
have
to
been. Oh,
play it.
cool! Another dinosaur game.
Oh, that's
I
right. It
guess
was
I'll
also a
play
TV
it.
show.
People would have been willing to play it, and there wouldn't be this much backlash. People would at worst would probably say this is just a generic dinosaur shooter. But then I know people will say this should have been a Turok game. Well,
Yeah.
for those people who would have
Monkey's
done that,
Paw.
here's your Turok game.
Yeah.
Let's hope they don't keep going in this direction.
No. Now this last excerpt here is really interesting. Yeah.
It says, why does Turok Origins include co-op instead of just being a single-player experience? While Turok Origins can definitely be enjoyed as a single experience, we also wanted to make a game that friends can experience together. Since the story is tied into the lore and story of the Order of the Turok and feature more than one Turok, we saw it as an opportunity to introduce co-op to the franchise. This is very telling.
Yep.
This is very telling.
this
You can
gives
play
live
this single
service
player.
vibes.
There's literally saying you can play this solo or you can bring friends.
But here's also my thing, and this one I think y'all picked up on as well. Since the story ties into the lore and history and features more than one Turok, we see the opportunity to introduce co-op. Does this mean that if you want to play solo, are you forced to have an internet connection to play it, or can you play the single-player game completely offline and not have to worry about anything online related? If they allow the single player, the solo experience to be completely offline, then okay, I may be willing to give this a try, because a lot of games, especially Turok, despite the fact that the co-op mod exists for Turok 2, this is a franchise that solo players that are meant mainly for solo players.
Did they just say Order of the Turok?
Order of the
Yes.
Turok. Yes, I'm a card-carrying member.
That's literally.
I paid my dues this year.
Game. Fuck them. Fuck this
Yeah.
fucking game, man.
This is where I was going at earlier with the whole live service thing.
Yeah.
Because if they force a lot of that in here and then make it always online, then not only am I not going to play this, I'm going to have to say I will encourage others to avoid this game.
No, don't buy this game.
I would say boycott it. Send the message that if this is what they're going to go with, we don't want to give them our money.
No.
I know there's going to be people that are going to buy it anyways, regardless of what the controversies are. They just want to play it because of Stockholm Syndrome or whatever other excuse people want to make up. But at the end of the day, the more money...
1986? No.
I was in Discord wanting to give them a chance. I didn't view it. I wanted to give them a chance. I was kind of like on the fence. But now that I hear about this more and more, I don't want to give them the fucking money.
No,
not even just to entertain. Not even just to entertain the.
Yeah. Somebody brought up the order 1886, but at least that video game that was campaign. It had campaign. I'm not
campaign.
like from this little paragraph. I'm not reading anything about single player, like an actual campaign, like a story mode.
All they're
That's
saying is
the
that
one
they're going to have...
thing.
They're going to say, oh, you can play this solo, but because of the story and the lore, and because there's more than one Turok, we want to bring co-op. So basically what they're saying is, yeah, you can play this solo, but this is meant to be played with other people.
Oh, yeah.
Which
just like
to me
Space Marine
spells
2.
out always online.
Yep. It likely will be.
Which to me is already going to be enough for always online. To me is always going to be the thing that makes me go, not only am I not playing this, but I'm warning people to stay the fuck away.
Yeah, because you're buying a ticking time bomb. You're not gonna be able to play this game.
But then if they want to go,
just freaking look at Concord. They pulled the plug. Not even
2
like
weeks.
2 weeks.
And then the Battle Pass
Anthem.
stuff on
I
top
think
of it.
Anthem. Wait, I think Anthem lasted like 1 year, and then they.
That was about a year.
And then with the Battle Pass and stuff and all that, I'd be like, go out and blacklist.
Oh wait! A new a single player game that just recently came out that is also getting the plug. Kill the Justice League.
Oh God.
That was also because Sweet Baby Inch had a hand in that one.
Yeah, that was.
But what I'm bringing up is that it's also single player. It's got a story. It's got everything, but it's got a freaking. It's a live service game.
Live service. Why is that live service? Yeah, this I totally see this being a live service. I don't think there's going to be much of a story. It says since the story ties into the lore and history of the Order of Turok, which is a non-existent thing. We all know this.
The main thing I can only see this making some sense is if they're saving like the solo stuff for later and go, oh, we have this advanced story that you can experience perfectly fine by yourself, but it's enhanced when you play it with co-op. Because the main thing I'm seeing this is this is going to go one of two ways. I see this more of like Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, where you can play the. What's wrong with Shaolin Monks?
It's a game. Sorry,
you can
continue.
play it. You can play it by yourself, but it's also just as good if you have a second player to play it with. The extra people just means you access secret areas or hidden areas that only more than one player can get to, but you can still play through the whole game just fine by yourself. Or they're gonna pull a Diablo 4.
Yeah.
Where there is no hint of solo anywhere, and you're forced to deal with other people, whether you like it or not, like a good little biobot.
Yeah, I see this as a rather shallow experience where there's minimal story. There's cheesy dialogue between the three Turoks, the Turok warriors, as we're now calling them.
You're talking about something like Wolfenstein Youngblood.
Oh, that's exactly what this is going to be. It's going to be like that. Minimal story, and you can play this theoretically by yourself, but it's going to be such a shallow experience that
you need other
you need people to
or
play it with.
people to play with, yeah.
And
You
just
need
to
people to
nail it
play
on
it
the
with
head, even if you decide to play by
justify it.
yourself, the other two AI, the other two are going to be AI, and you're never going to get rid of them.
Oh
Order
no, you're going to
of
be
the
it's going to
Turok.
be the three Turoks. Yeah,
Order of the Turok. I can't get that out of my fucking head.
same.
Jesus fucking
Yeah,
Christ.
the Order of the
Holy
Turok. Are you not a member of the
fucking-
Order of the Turok? Did you not get your memory card?
What the
Oh,
You gotta
hell?
pay your dues.
What
You
the
gotta pay
hell
your
is
dues.
Want me to
Order
throw
of
up a
the
gate
Turok?
site or something?
Saber
Should I have Order of the Turok?
Well, I've been a
Uh,
member for
yeah,
a while too.
Do you
Saber
guys
just
have your
fucked up
card?
that
Do you have
first.
your license up to date?
Yeah.
we got membership cards for the Order of the Turok.
Are you guys
Rub my
telling me?
nipples.
Saber,
Are you guys telling me you don't read my Order of the Turok newsletter?
Saber should
freaking
have came out
scribe.
and explained
I'm a little
what
hurt, guys.
the Order of
I'm a little
Turok
hurt.
is. Because I'm sorry, you cannot convince me that those three chuckle fucks are from the same order. I'm sorry. No.
Order.
Turok is either an individual or a family lineage, not some kind of multi-order. Like you're trying to make them, you're trying to make them like the fucking Third Street Saints from Saints
Yep.
Row.
Oh, there you
Yep.
go. See, this is like Saints Row. It's like
And
the
that-
new one.
And that way,
They were fucked up with this.
and here's the thing. That way, they don't have to be Native American.
True.
Is the order?
that makes
Anyone can be a
here's
part
the
of
thing.
Order.
The thing about that is that makes it just as racist
Worse. Yeah.
as what they want to claim with it just sticking to a Native American tribe.
We can all be
Order of the
Turok.
Turok, does that
Yeah,
mean all of the
that's
fires
kinda
you've
fucked
played
up.
from throughout
Yeah,
time
it's
are
fucked
the
up.
same?
I'm just, oh my god, this.
And you know, the sad part is they're not going to take any of this feedback.
Fuck this up.
They're not going to take any of this feedback, and they're going to hear fans like us and other people saying things, you know, online,
gonna try
on
to slander
Twitter,
us.
on the video. They're going to slam us, or not even going to listen. They're not even going to listen. They're going to go, "Oh, we don't care," because like they took a lot of feedback from the 40K people, because that's a very large and very
You
loud
can't
And
ignore
very
fan
dedicated
base.
That's the
fan
thing.
base.
that they're fervently dedicated, and
They
God
can't
bless them.
ignore the fans on that fan base.
No.
But you know, since
No.
we're smaller,
We're
they
a
can't
little
afford to do that.
We're just a little order.
Yep.
That's
Very
why.
significant. in
That's
the
why
grand
I
scheme
kind
of
of
things.
encourage people
Sorry,
if they can.
They
That's
write the
why-
rules, not me.
That's why I encourage everyone who is a fan of the Turok series to respectfully, I have to stress,
No.
respectfully send them the feedback on this trailer and the information we got.
I
Let
wonder-
them know that this is not what we want.
Is there email available?
I'm actually
Um,
gonna get
no.
it. I saw it. Somebody posted the link on the Turok Discord. Hang on, I'm gonna put it on chat's contact. Copy link. There we go.
Yeah, their
there we
contact
go.
us.
That happen. After Chuck
And
Wendig's
there we
run, I
go.
can see it
So
happening.
that's the link.
Wendig made Turok a black man in his
Okay.
comic.
Oh, to their
Oh, wait, I
website.
didn't
Yeah.
send on Twitch. I mean, I didn't send on Twitch.
There's,
But yeah, like
there's
I
in our
said-
little chat here. Yeah.
Respectfully voice your feedback, but don't curse them out. Don't call them every name in the book. Don't attack them. This is not
Yeah.
what
It's
we're trying to do. We just
Try and
want
give
we want them
constructive
to
criticism if possible.
Yes, genuine constructive feedback. And I know for as aggressive and as negative as I was,
Yeah.
That's because I cared
bet
so
that
much
one
about
of these
this
people are
franchise
actually
that
Turoks, and
I
they said
can't
they're the
help
actual
but see a lot
Turoks.
of what we just
With the
saw in
ending
that
being
trailer
discovering the real
and what the
Turok
information that Saber had
descendants.
announced as
Let's look
negative.
Yeah.
And just knowing
And
that
procuring
we
the
have
latest
so many
technology.
comic books, several games, and this is what they decide to do. This ain't right.
This is like simple things like Order of the Turok. That's lazy writing.
No,
That's
what they
lazy
should have done is
more
make
writing.
it again a family lineage, or have Turok be one
Native
individual.
American with lattes tag.
Yep.
That way, it wouldn't be so.
It could be one individual from like different timelines, just like they were.
I would say that even then, it still wouldn't. The character designs that they showed us, it still wouldn't fit.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Not with the tech suits. Yeah, it wouldn't.
Take the photo from the 2019 Turok comic I showed you with all the different Turoks.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Like I'm making kind of I bring this up again.
Don't worry. That's what I'm.
Look at this.
That's why I organized this meeting. This very important meeting.
Look
Think
at
game
all of
like
these
this, the
guys.
Turok can
They
work
all
as a
look
spin-off.
so different from
The issue
one
is this is the
another.
first
But
Turok
you
in
can still
7
look at
years.
each of them, and you can still see and say that is Turok. They all share elements that make them actual Turok.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even the one with what looks like a fishnet on his head, and 2008 Turok, you still see where they are at their core. Okay, I'm just gonna say this one in green right here between the Dynamite Entertainment and Talset here. Which Turok is that? I don't know which one that is.
Oh, that's Vietnam Vet Turok.
No, that
It was a
ain't.
limited run.
I don't think that's a Vietnam War veteran.
I think that's a
Young-
Dynamite
young-
one,
young
but
Bill
apparently
Turok.
that
Wait,
reboot
Dynamite?
kind of
The
like
one on the left is Dynamite.
no, not Dynamite. Maybe Dark Horse. I don't know.
No, the one
Somebody
on the far
brought
left
it
is
up
Dark Horse.
a long time ago, but I don't know which one.
You
it
mean the
is.
one with the hoodie?
Yeah.
Hoodie
Yeah, the
Turok.
one with the hoodie.
that was from like a limit one of his Turok City series that was I think it was before Dynamite actually, and that one actually died in the comics, so that
Did
was
they
killed
explain
off.
what the backstory for this particular Turok?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read that particular one. I like the
It's gonna-
reboot.
It's
The
gonna
reboot
bother.
comics I haven't read.
That's gonna bother the crap out of me because this Turok is an anomaly to me.
Yeah, it's
Because like I said,
little known
left to
about this
right,
guy.
you have Dark Horse Turok. You
Let's
have the
check
two
Wendig's
Joshuas from the
Turok.
Acclaim comics. You have the Dynamite Dinosaur Hunter. You got the Anomaly. You got
Okay, hang
2008 Turok.
Somebody brought up who it is. Sean?
Valiant.
See, and I want to talk to the fans here. This is what reboots does to the lore. We can't. We're like some of the
It's
biggest Turok
confirmed.
fans,
Oh, there we
on
go. There
fucking
you
Earth.
go. Joseph.
and we can't even understand where the lore is.
Oh,
we
there
can't
he
even
is.
understand some of the lore here.
What?
Dynamite Turok, yeah. Chuck Wending Turok,
What's the
there it is.
backstory for this? Does the Amazon page list it? Or what the backstory is?
2018.
2018, huh.
Okay, here it is. The fascist historian soldiers of the Veteran Empire, part dinosaur, part man. All bad news has seized control of the Lost Valley, and the mysterious man known as Turok is willing to stand against them. But
Interesting.
the all-new Turok only cares about one thing. He's on a quest to track down a missing girl. That might hold clues as to how the Lost Valley has changed so much.
That doesn't sound too good.
Yeah,
It
well, it's
probably
a
bombed.
reboot. It's a reboot. What do you expect?
Fair enough.
Dynamite reprint. We'll call it that. The Dynamite reprint Turok.
Yeah. So this
Because
is
the one to the
all
left
these
of the
reboot.
reprint is
We're some of the biggest fans, and we don't even understand the lore because of these reboots that
They
nobody
keep
cares about.
doing it.
because
Yeah.
at least with the Dynamite and the Dynamite Entertainment Dinosaur Hunter on the left of the Anomaly and the Dark Horse Turok, you still at least have solid backstories behind them.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
But
and this character died. Nobody gives a shit about this comic.
That one, yeah, no.
It's like that, like I said, that anomaly Turok. That's the one Turok that I don't think anyone really knew about. But that's also kind of the thing. But
He's just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, who is this guy?
Yeah, who invited Blood? He's on the team.
Who invited Turok Blade Edition?
Yeah.
It kind of gives me Blade vibes when you think about it.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Basically, this guy is a cop that got sucked into a new dimension, and Turok fights literal dinosaurs. The funny mustache man dude.
Interesting.
Wild.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
I can't say that word because it's gonna probably kill my channel.
I was about to say, so what we're saying is that this anomaly Turok is a World War II Turok.
Kind of.
That was close.
Close enough without like
It was
getting
close.
a bullet on the YouTube
I was about to
channel.
say, so this guy is basically just a reboot of Greyhawk.
A little bit.
It's a redesigned version of Greyhawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah. So,
Let's go with that. That makes it easier to digest.
yeah.
But like I said, you look at each of these, and you still see that at the core, they're Turok.
Okay,
Ignore the fact that they're all shouting, "I am Turok."
hang on. The more Chaotician is telling, it's weird. He's saying this Turok lost his memory and he called himself Turok because he remembered reading Turok comics to his daughters. So wait. So
This is
Turok
meta.
is a fictional character in this character's universe.
You know what happened? He found copies of the Dell Turok comics, and he just stuck with the name.
That's literally fourth wall breaking. I
would
give
be
it props
hilarious.
for doing something different to the
Very
Turok
meta.
franchise. Very
Kinda
meta,
meta.
exactly.
He played
Hello,
the game,
Finn.
and when he
Welcome.
said,
Are
"I'm
we
Turok,"
winning?
he said,
We are
"That's
not
me."
winning.
He
We are.
said,
Today we're actually
We're-
raging.
We're losing.
I'm raging. Everyone else is voicing their disappointment.
We're rage
Yeah.
warring.
Oh, we've been
Welcome.
summoned to the Rage Wars.
The rage wars. We go.
You know,
The rage wars have.
Speaking of which, Symbol 64 has decent net play. Could do a Rage Wars match at some point.
That would actually be pretty fun.
We just need someone to go through the effort of completing Rage Wars 100%.
We could download a save.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. Hang on. Yeah,
But-
I haven't drank any water.
Oh, I drank
you,
the last
thank
of my
you.
water some while ago. Good thing I have a Dr. Pepper here.
There you go. That's
should
what the
say
doc
I-
ordered.
I should say I should drink my Moon Pie Moonshine, but I don't drink very much.
Oh god, if we had brought freaking drinks, we would probably have this stream.
I would probably be in the
die.
hospital.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, remember that clip? The guy, I forget his name. The guy that had like a really visceral reaction. That would have been us,
Joel?
but then Joel. Sorry, we would have probably had if we had a drop of alcohol. Right now, we would have probably
Lord.
done
Oh
that.
Lord. Yeah. Yeah. I'm holding back.
Yeah.
Holding back. Yeah.
Oh,
It's,
no.
Ooh. Hello,
I
Finn.
really-
Yeah, there's your ow.
There you go.
It's just for me, I can't understand how they went from these designs to
to whatever
like I
this
like to
is.
say, this sweet baby ink styled design.
That's one thing I brought up on Twitter, actually.
I brought this
I'm
up in the
got-
Turok
wait,
Discord
wait,
server,
wait.
and someone said
So-
that that's how do I see this as a sweet baby ink?
Personally, I don't see it that, but
I'm not
you
seeing
know what?
that.
Hang on. If
I think it's because it's with the Unreal Engine. It gives them like these samey designs from other games that were sweet baby games.
Yeah, that's definitely an Unreal sort of thing these days. Yeah.
I could
Yeah.
say a lot about
Question
what
favorite
it could
Turok
be,
and
but
favorite
like I don't want to strike down Coyotes or
Yeah. Don't want to
Yeah.
channel. Yeah. I mean,
I think I already borderlined a few times as it is.
I mean, so bringing up Unreal again, right? Like this looks. It looks like Unreal Tournament.
It looks like someone
Unreal
smeared
Engine. It
Vaseline
looks like
all over the camera lens.
it's it's all, I wouldn't say they're the same assets. They're not borrowed, but it looks unreal, right? You know when a game looks like it's on Unreal, and you go, "Oh, that's an Unreal game."
Oh God, I just
But
realized
it's not a good thing. You go,
What?
yeah, it looks the
Turok
same.
2008 was on the Unreal Engine.
Welcome back.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
An
yeah.
omen. It's an
Oh.
omen.
Oh God, no,
See?
no,
See? We're back.
no.
We're so back,
We're
everybody.
we're back full circle.
We're here full circle.
No
And it's-
wonder they look a little plastic.
Yeah.
They look like someone just made toys
Because-
out and just
yeah,
put them in the. Oh God.
Yeah.
So
It's just
Personally, wait, hang on. Personally, Unreal is not much of an issue to me anyway. Hang on, let me show you
Where do they get
something.
the airbrush?
you can do stuff with Unreal, but they're not doing it here.
My problem is that Unreal is so overused, and it's, in my opinion, it's killing off the creativity with
Ace
game
Combat is
engines.
good. Ace Combat
Because-
is
Hang
really
on.
good. That's a
People
good
are
one.
not
Take a
making their.
look at this. Take a look at this screenshot I'm gonna show you. Wait, I hope it loads.
Now those
Look
are
at
the
this.
warriors of Turok.
I
This-
don't.
no, but-
I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no. But
This
wait,
does
that's
not-
the thing I'm
that's the
going.
order.
The thing I'm going with is that look at this. This was made in Unreal. Now, where's the screenshot? Now take a look at this.
I don't know. Even
Can
the
you
Ace
tell
Combat.
me this is what you get when you have people who know how to use the engine to its full potential?
Now, granted, that's Unreal 4. This is Unreal 5.
Yeah, that's
That's
also
a
another
little
thing.
bit of devil's advocate. A little bit
Yeah,
of caveat
yeah.
there. That's a bit different.
Yeah, that's true.
And now
Also-
let me show you another one. Gears of War. I'm going with 5 with this one.
Here's 5.
Yeah, since it's the latest.
Is the
of what I
latest one.
guess.
And
Yeah.
see, they look similar. They look at them. You know what I mean? And it's not like
Oh,
an
fuck.
artistic design
Oh
thing.
wait,
it's
never mind.
it's
I don't know, to me, it still doesn't look all that great.
Favorite Turok
no,
is
I
the
wouldn't say it looks
Valiant
good,
comics
but you can
iteration.
see it's the
Favorite
way the
gun
things
is
are
the
rendered, the way the things are
flamethrower
designed.
iteration.
I wouldn't say it's an artistic idea like, oh, we want to make our guys look like this. It's just they're gonna end up looking like this.
Okay, so you want
Unless
to know
you
what
take
this?
a real conscious effort to
I'm
not.
trying to find a actual screenshot of Gears
Actually,
of War.
I just saw something. You want to know what that screenshot from Turok Origins reminds me of?
No.
The System Shock remake.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it looks kind of compressed, but I guess it'll have to do.
Yeah, it gets the point across. It gets the point across.
Like, look at this. These 2 games, or I should say 3 games, they're made on the same engine. The thing is, the big difference is that one different teams, when they know what they want to make, they put the effort into making sure that the engine fits their
needs.
vision.
Yeah.
Like Ace Combat, it's an arcade shooter, arcade flight game.
Yeah.
And it's good. It's fucking
good game.
amazing.
I love that game.
Honestly, this is the way they should have done it. They should have done a
With
spiritual
planes.
reboot based in the same vein as Project Aces did Ace Combat 7. You don't have to play any of the Ace Combat games. It takes place in the same universe, in the same world, but it has callbacks to the originals, to the Ace Combat 4, Ace Combat 5, Ace Combat 0, I guess Ace Combat 6 to an extent.
Yeah.
Not too though.
Meanwhile, this where is it? This
Like I said, you can see where I mean, where it kind of looks a bit like the System Shock remake.
No, it says nothing
let me bring
about
it up.
Turok.
Let me bring it up actually.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And to me, this isn't a fault of.
I sent you a picture. Just be glad they didn't make it look like this picture I sent you here.
Because yeah, you can.
You want some era?
Yeah, System Shock 1 remake.
Era weirdo, and should era be ashamed of yourself?
Hang
No
on,
God.
I have to download it first. I hate that I have to download images before
It's
showing
fresh.
them on stream.
It's frustrating.
What you can kind of see with some of these System Shock remake.
Okay, can you? No,
Screen
you can't
apps.
see it. You can't see it. Hang on. Okay, I have to like. There you go. This is literally Concord. You could pull this up on next to Concord characters, and it wouldn't
my
even look
God.
out of place.
Oh, I'm not seeing it.
Oh my! It's on the stream. It's on the stream. Oh my God!
Oh,
What is this?
oh, God. What the?
This isn't a real character, right?
Just be glad it didn't look like that.
Now that is a member of the Order of Turok, definitely.
Definitely.
That looks like fat bastard sister-in-law.
System
that's-
Anyone
Shock.
remember Austin Powers?
That's Paulette Blart. It's a gender swap, Paul Blart.
That's actually even better. That's Paul Blart's
Okay,
like,
there we go. Did you,
Paul
yeah, you know,
Blart
you
voice.
know.
Link into the image
Yeah.
source and it'll pull up.
Yeah, see, where it's.
They
I mean,
definitely look
they
the
try to
same.
style it a
Hang on.
little bit. They try to style it a little bit with like the wall design. You get some of that in the colors, but
somebody, whoever brought up System Shock, look at this.
I did.
yeah,
They
Yeah.
look kind of like the same art style, the same lighting, the same particle effects.
And this is even
almost.
from playing the System Shock remake myself. Later on in the game, the lighting looks exactly like this.
like
And it
this one
just
here.
looks, and it looks like I said, it looks like someone smeared Vaseline all over the screen.
Yeah,
It just does not look good.
no, it doesn't.
And this isn't even a dig at Night Dive. This is just a dig at the fact that the Unreal Engine.
There's
has
limitations
it
to
so
it.
has the when a game is made in Unreal, you can kind of tell. Oh yeah, this is
You know it's an
definitely
Unreal game. Yeah, for better for worse, it's like it's Unreal. You look at it and go, yeah, it's Unreal. That's rendered with Unreal Engine.
That's why I wish a lot of companies would just make their own game engine.
Yeah.
Go back
Oh,
to that.
just use freaking Unity. I don't know.
Oh hell no!
Something else.
Not after
No, I
what
don't know about
Unity's
I don't know about
Oh
Unity.
yeah, that's right.
That's not
fucking
much
Unity.
better.
I
That's
forgot about
better.
Unity.
Even if it takes
That's
more
what I'm saying,
money to
it's like-
develop your own in-house engine, that at least shows that you're putting more effort into your games than any company that uses the Unreal Engine.
No,
At least in my opinion.
I hear you.
Let's see.
All right.
Is there another game made in Unreal that came out recently? Or maybe not recently, but any game made in Unreal that is like relatively new.
I was gonna say Dead Rise, but no, that's the RE engine.
That's RE Engine. Yeah, no, it's Capcom. Capcom's Unreal.
Wasn't there a Konami game that used Unreal?
A zombie game, Space Marine 2. Oh yeah, Space Marine.
Space Marine 2 is on Unreal 5, and it's
Marine
it's an alright looking game, although it
2.
runs like hell.
Wait,
I
what
mean,
about
it's good
Fight
looking.
Champions?
Quake Champions, I think it's using ID, isn't it?
Let me double check. Let me double check.
Better be.
Coyote.
Yeah, Space Marine 2 is most recent. Sun and Bone. People keep bringing up that Sun and Bone game. It's saying it's like a first-person game. I might have to check that out.
Oh no,
I
it
kinda
doesn't.
Hearing about
It wasn't
Sun and
used-
Bone.
I
It
don't know
was
anything
on
about
a
that.
hybrid
but,
engine by both Saber and id Software. So it's not the Unreal Engine, but it's also not quite the
It's not id Tech. All right, well, it's something, I guess. I mean,
Just
they did a good job. Like I said, they did a good job with Space Marine 2. Space Marine is good.
I hate that Google Images doesn't show you any images
Fortnite
anymore.
uses the Unreal Engine.
Yeah, that's
Black
good.
Myth Wukong.
Okay, there we go. You kind of.
Layers of Fear.
Yeah, you can see actual game clip here. It's a good game, and it does look good. Runs
Stalker
like hell,
2.
but it does
It
look
keeps
good.
faithful to the lore. That's why I had hope with
It's
this
true.
first game because
Yeah.
if they kept it faithful for Space Marine, they could have did it with Turok, but they didn't.
I think the bigger thing is that GW here had a gun to their head and said, "You're going to do it by our rules, or you're not doing it." But you want the money, and Universal and everyone else who owns Turok just
Universal
doesn't care.
generally,
They
don't
do
care.
not care, and they're looking for a quick buck. They picked up this property, like, oh, we can make money off of this probably somehow, and they're looking to return the investment, and that's it.
And what I
So
think
it's
it
the
is
lowest
that
common denominator, cheapest thing they can do.
they don't care about the IP. They just saw
it's just
money
a
on
name.
their hands. They looked at the 2008 game and said, "We should do our own spin on it."
We
Also,
can do
here's
this
a fun
probably.
fact for Turok 2008 for those that don't know. While it was published by Touchstone in America, in Europe it was published by Capcom.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
That's new. That's new.
That's
I did
wild.
not know
Like I
that.
said, that's only for the European regions. But I was right about the Konami thing on Unreal Engine because Silent Hill 2's remake
Oh
is
yeah. Silent
Unreal
Hill.
Engine 5.
Silent Hill 2. Silent
Stalker 2
Hill
uses Unreal
2
Engine 5.
remake.
Redfall, Tekken 8, Marvel Rivals.
So many things use Unreal that you don't even think about
A lot of
it
games.
Dragon
you'd be
Quest
surprised.
until
12.
somebody brings it up. Yeah, like hell, I'm like
Hell-
yeah, I'm totally was born in
Hellblade 2, The Matrix Awakens, Ark Survival Ascended. And think of this, these are all games that haven't come out yet or have come out recently, but you can see it's obviously
Yeah, this is
Unreal.
definitely made in Unreal. I'm looking at I haven't played Silent Hill 2, but I can
Neither
tell that
have I.
this is definitely made in Unreal.
You can tell it's on
And
Unreal.
I'm
You
gonna
can
be
tell it's
honest,
on Unreal game.
I don't plan on playing Silent Hill 2.
Nah, I'm not.
To me,
I don't really care.
I
for
played
it.
Silent Hill 1.
Wait,
That's
wait.
my
That means I
experience.
have this. I have this chance. I think Silent Hill is overrated. Silent Hill 2 is overrated.
That's a
Is
bold
this
claim, but I don't think you're wrong.
It's a third-person sci-fi
It's a good game, but
dinosaur
I
co-op
you
shooter.
know, you're not innately wrong on that.
Primal. Let me look it up. I've seen that one.
That's the one that
Exoprimal.
Capcom threw out there. Yeah,
There's also Marvel Rivals. There's Quantum Error.
that just came out. Yeah,
Stalker 2. Stalker 2
Stalker 2.
uses Unreal Engine 5.
so Primal. Yeah.
Let's see.
Stalker 2.
It
Stalker
kind of
2. I'm
looks-
looking
See,
forward.
now that right there.
I
He's a
think this
member of the
looks-
order.
I think this looks more like Re-Engine. I don't-
Yeah, that's on. Yeah, it's got to be the RE engines if it's Capcom.
RoboCop Rogue City.
Yeah, that one's on Unreal
Yeah,
5.
RoboCop. RoboCop.
It's a pretty good game.
RoboCop.
Isn't that the
Rogue
one made by
City.
Take
It's a good game. I like it.
that made the Terminator and the Rambo game?
Oh
Yes,
god.
same crew.
Play Terminator Resistance, please. Please, I beg you.
streamed
Play
it.
that game. I loved
streamed
it. I
both
loved
the base
it.
game and the Annihilation Line DLC.
Oh
Yeah.
god, that game it was kind of rough in some edges here and there, but you could
But
tell
overall,
it
the
was
experience
made.
was
It was
fun.
made by fans of the original Terminator
Terminator.
1 and 2.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
That's
you
why
know
I
they love that
kind of
series.
found it surprising that the Rambo game they made turned out the way it did.
That was the first one they did, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the first game they ever
So
did.
I think they learned their lesson. There's
Or
no
they
for,
did
for
more
this.
than learn their lesson.
Oh yeah, for
More like,
Turok,
more
there's
like
no
they-
lesson to be learned here. They're not going to learn.
Didn't
'cause
they
it's
have
one of
like
those-
Rambo for the NES though?
And a Genesis.
Ah.
And I think arcades.
Terminator Resistance was the
Terminator
redemption from
Resistance was their
Rambo.
redemption
Yeah,
from
And
it
then
was.
RoboCop was basically the cherry on top, where it's like we
Yeah.
learned our lessons from Rambo, and
Well-
we improved on Terminator, and now we have RoboCop.
Yeah. Yeah, all
I've
all
heard good
cylinders are
things
firing,
about
you know.
RoboCop. I
It's a
haven't
good game.
played it, but
Really
I've heard good
played it.
things.
It's a
about
good
the
game.
I think
I've played it.
G-Man
It's really
Lives
good.
talked about this game at one point.
It's a really good game. Yeah, he did. He did a video on it, and I've played it. It's excellent. I do recommend. If you like RoboCop or a good first-person shooter, this is a good
You
game.
guys
G-Man
recognize
kind of
the
got me
death
wanting to
of
play this game
Turok?
for
It's
the
good.
thing. I never played a RoboCop
Wait,
game. I never watched
somebody
movies,
on
but
YouTube is asking, you guys reckon this kind of dev should have done Turok? Honestly,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
absolutely. They would have
Fuck
understood
yes.
it 100%. They would have gotten the assignment, and they would have done it correctly.
Hell, there are there was at least one other company that or two companies I would have trusted over
Yeah.
Saber.
They
Those
would have
two
made
are.
Turok 4.
The
Like-
two that I would say are, to a lesser of the two, Capcom.
Like, look at this. This is a
Then-
screenshot from Terminator Resistance. I
then
think
the
this is the part
company
of the
I-
DLC.
Then
Yeah.
the company I would trust the most is Machine Games,
Shane Games?
who
Interesting.
made the Wolfenstein games, and they made the Indiana Jones game.
Hang on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna leave you for maybe
You're gonna
2
purify
or
the
3
River of
minutes.
Souls.
I was gonna say I'm probably gonna head out. I've been at it a hot minute here. So I hate to dip. But it has been a incredible night here.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you
we're
so
gonna
much for
go
having
for a
me.
little bit longer if I'm not if you guys are probably up for it. I
Chill.
guess.
Okay.
I still got a little bit longer for it.
Software
Okay.
for Turok.
Yeah. I'm
But I'm
probably
gonna I'm gonna dip to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, let's
Okay.
purify the River of Souls, reverse
Yeah.
the night shift polarity.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I mean,
I'm gonna I'm gonna do a little pollution on the River of Souls.
I was about to say that would be fitting to purify the River of Souls because you're the Coyote Knight.
Haha.
No, I'm doing the inverse this time.
There you go.
You're poisoning the light shift's power source.
Is this a ghetto robot?
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Speaking of Turok 2, anyone who's tried it, what do y'all think of the NSO version of Turok 2?
NSO. What do you mean by NSO?
Switch online. Yeah, I haven't tried it yet.
I've tried it, and I think if she's still in the chat, Puppy Ninja was someone I played it with, and the multiplayer is fine. It's just the controls. It's weird. I mean, it's weird. Unless you have an N64 style controller, it's weird to control because the face buttons are not the C buttons. The right analog stick is, and if you want to use it, you have to hold down one of the triggers and then use the face buttons. But then that blocks off the A and B button.
Oh my!
Yeah, there you are, puppy. But yeah, and that was when I remembered that the crossbow, even on the multiplayer, it's still 6 arrows. You can still see the arrow in your body.
Yeah.
Because I had an arrow sticking out my neck. The only other issue I have with it is that Nintendo's netcode. They're still making calls from Windows 95 and 98. That tells you how bad it is.
Wow. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I'm surprised. Is the NSO crossplay compatible?
No, it's just
It's either a Switch or get the hell out of here.
Oh wow.
That's Nintendo's attitude.
The only thing I know about the Switch version of Turok is that that mods are for a Turok 1, mods are technically capable of being on Turok 1.
If we're talking about the remaster for Turok 2, it is crossplay.
Oh,
You
okay.
play with PC and PS4 players, but if we're talking about the N64 17 Plus version of the N64 port, no.
Okay.
Yeah, they released the remaster on Switch a long time ago, but then they also, for the N64 17 Plus app, they released the original N64 version, which I know it may sound baffling to other people, but I still think that it was at least a decent idea, because it at least will show people, this was how it played originally on N64. Minus the smoother frame rate. The N64 version of Turok 2 did not play smooth.
Oh yeah, you turned on high res. That was called lag mode.
Even on low res, it still lagged quite a bit. And the thing of it is that they announced it. The low res version, people thought was the high resolution version.
Oh. Oh no.
But that at least gives me some hope at the very least that we will at least see Rage Wars in some capacity on a modern console. It may not be best because let's be honest here, Nintendo friggin' sucks. But it's something. It's giving people a way to experience it. Not the best way to do it, I'm gonna be frank with you, but better than nothing.
No.
It's like what they did with GoldenEye. At least on the Xbox. It may not have online.
What's worrying about all these reboots and stuff is
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, by the time they get to, having a real truck, nobody will like if you try to explain what Turok is, they're like, oh,
they're not going to
what's with all these different Turoks that have been? There's no consistent lore to it, so like you can't even explain what Turok is.
You can't follow
Also,
it.
Coyote Knight, I see you took a little bit longer to defend the energy totem.
I tripped with someone's tail. Sorry.
But it's hard to imagine that the Prime Agent's light ship would have had an energy totem to defend.
Sorry, what?
You remember the Not For Resale demo?
Oh yeah, it mentions that
they don't mention 6 totems, so that implied that the Prime Agent's light ship had an energy totem to defend.
Funny that you mentioned that. I have some documents and they say that apparently there was gonna be 8 levels, not 6.
Yeah, the design document. I know I mentioned that a couple of times, and one of those levels was a dead site.
Huh. Yeah, there was a whole level set on with the dead side stuff, and the River of Souls was intended to be
the first level,
its own thing too. No, Port of Varia was the first level, then followed.
I thought at some point it would have meant the River of Souls as the first level, and then the Port of Adia was somewhat later on in the game.
It's kind of a scatter. It's kind of like a scatter thing with that design document.
Although I'm kind of wondering if that's a legit document from them, because I keep hearing people contested opinions saying that it is from Acclaim themselves. Others say that it's not. Well, not Acclaim, but Iguana.
It is from Acclaim. It is from back in 2012. Someone in assembler games, they found a bunch of Acclaim. They bought a bunch of Acclaim CDs.
That's how we were able to get the source code for.
Yeah, that's how we were. Yeah, but those the CDs that I downloaded, the ISOs, they're all marketing material, and in that marketing material, they have a lot. There's documents about how Turok 2 was gonna have 8 levels. It was gonna have its own Dead Side level, its own Flesh Eaters level.
I remember reading about that.
And
But
a lot
also,
of other stuff as well.
I also want to make clear: is this from Acclaim or Iguana? Because at the time they were two different entities.
Well, by the time Turok 2 came around, Acclaim had already gotten Iguana.
Yeah, it was probably from Acclaim. It was in the marketing division of Acclaim.
Even during the Turok 2 idents, the Iguana Entertainment was still its own thing. It was during Rage Wars that Iguana and Acclaim merged, which we now had as Acclaim Studios Austin.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Can't believe I remember all of that, but that just tells you how
deep you're in it.
Yeah, I'm down the Lost Land rabbit hole.
Yep, you're in the Lost Land. All right. Well, my fellow members of the council, I guess I gotta take my dip for now.
Have a safe journey.
No problem.
Thank you.
Safe
Thank you. So
journey.
it's been a great night though. It's been incredible. Hope we've vented a bit of frustration, and I hope some people out there kind of get what we're talking about when we say like we're not happy with this thing.
And despite my negative ranting, I hope that at least people can look past my negative rantings enough to know kind of that there is something to take away from.
There's a bit of light, I guarantee that none of the devs are watching this are ever going to see it, so whatever.
And even if they do, they're probably going to look at my rankings and be like, ignore everything else.
Yeah, these guys don't know what they're talking about. We know a thing or two we're talking about, but y'all keep it up. I'm playing Turok next week.
Hell yeah.
All right.
We need to arrange a Rage Wars match.
Yes, we do. That'd be freaking awesome. I'm down.
I just need to figure out how to set that up. But
It
shouldn't be that difficult, I guess.
I can show y'all how to do it for Simple 64 because it's, as the name of it implies, super simple.
64?
Yeah.
Simple 64, the Nintendo.
It's basically it's a way to play our N64 systems online.
You should all say "I am Turok" together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to. I mean, y'all
we
still going, aren't you?
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna do a countdown, and then after the last number, we'll say it. We'll try to say at least.
Yeah, after one.
All right, so here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I am Turok! Trying to do that Talset voice just hurts my throat a little bit.
I'm trying to do. I try to do the Talset voice,
but I also don't want to do the Joshua voice.
Yeah.
Just gotta get that rough and guttural. I am Turok.
I am Turok. The sequel to One Rock.
One Rock. All right, fellow warriors, Turok warriors. I bid adieu. I hate it here.
All right. Take care.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Y'all have a good night. Good luck.
You too.
Good night. Take care.
Yep.
I also say that regardless of how the quality of the games went after Turok 2, each of the games still have their own dedicated fan.
They do.
Heck, you know me. Y'all know me. I'm a big fan of Turok 3, and we have people in the Discord server that are massive fans of Evolution.
And like my whole time there was just trying to, bring all the Turok, fans together, because even though we have our own favorite games, we all love Turok. That's what binds us. That's what's supposed to keep us together. Unfortunately, some in the Turok industry don't like Turok. They just like money. So we have to combat that in order to, keep ourselves, alive.
The people who own the rights do not understand. They
Wait,
must
is there a link to the Discord server?
I don't know.
The Turok
What I would
Discord
love
server?
to do. What I would love to do is go to Universal and the people who own the rights to the game and people in charge of
wonder if I
these
can
kinds
just
of
create,
projects
a
and
link.
bring in a box
No, I
full of
can't.
comic books. And while they're in a meeting, I just set the box down and they go, "What's this?" I was like, "Something I want y'all to read." Pass them all like stacks of comic books. Be like, "I want y'all to read all of this and use this."
Just
for your-
slam the
for your
fucking books
project."
down, like re up, and then you'll get why we're mad.
Just drop the box and have the comics go out. Be like,
You're
read,
like, what the fuck?
read all of these and reconsider your Turok project.
I think there was a developer that actually did that. I don't know, or maybe I'm just like reaching into it. I'm trying to remember if there's like a developer that actually did that.
Because this
Like-
is one of the few times where I'm glad IPs like Shadow Man are back in the hands of their original owners.
Yeah. And
Now,
unfortunately,
granted,
Turok's in a really hard place. It's always been a really hard time.
it's stuck
No,
between a rock and a hard
Slow
place.
line alone is
Yep.
long.
I've been disappointed since 2008. So like this is not new to me. So
I was disappointed with the Turok 3 remaster, but at the end of the day, I still think it's a really good way to enjoy the game.
yeah.
But unless something multiplayer-wise comes up for Turok that's not this, out of Night Dive,
You take what they give you, as much as possible, but
yeah,
like
and if
some things-
multiplayer was something you were after with Turok 3, I hate to say it, but you're better off just getting a copy of the N64 version. It runs worse, yes, but at least you can say it's complete.
Well, this is what I think about the future of Turok, and I think I've made a video on this, an obscure video on this, but whatever. I'll just say it here, like we need to take control of the IP. The fans need to take control of the IP rather than let these companies.
We just need to
run
pull
amok.
up the money and resources to tell Universal, sell us the IP. Then
They
go to
wish we
Random
could do that.
Penguin House and do the
But-
same thing. That's the only way, in my opinion. I think we're going to see the IP go into.
I know, but the way we take control of the IP is through mods. Luckily, we do have a way, and that's through modding. We can mod Turok 3 into Turok 2 if we wanted to.
That
I was
wait,
about to say, if
hang on,
possible,
hang on. So that's something I actually said yesterday in my stream. If you want Turok to be Turok, instead of relying on publishers, big money publishers,
and shareholders,
all that. There's a Turok 1 remaster, there's a Turok 3 there's a Turok 2 remaster, the 3 remaster, they're all moddable, there's a barrier of entry when it comes to modding those titles, but
Yep.
once you get
Barriers
past that, once you get past that barrier, the sky's the limit. Not even the sky, the freaking space is the limit. I've seen what you guys have seen what Doom Marine did, right? Or what the
He's done a lot of things now. What did he do this time?
I mean, what I'm saying is that he's really into custom models, custom animations, all that good stuff.
He does a lot of good mods.
The cow and father of Turok pulled together resources and made a Turok 3 mod that I streamed that could be considered one of the first mods for it, but also one of the best examples of
what you can do.
Yeah, because that one added in so many levels that made it a 7 to 8 hour experience. They added in some new weapons, and they're still looking to add more. They brought in enemies that were cut. They brought in the Lord of the Flesh. They brought in upgraded variants of enemies. And in general, they made Turok 3. It's what I like to consider the definitive way to play.
Then you also have, there's this guy, I don't know what his name is, but he's working on porting the Turok Evolution guns into Dinosaur Hunter. And I've seen those, there's a few things here and there that don't line up nicely, but that's mainly due to the fact that it's still a work in progress, but it still looks really nice. The Turok Evolution guns, they look like they fit in Dinosaur Hunter. Maybe the textures are a little bit up, a little bit way more higher res compared to the rest of Dinosaur Hunter, but they still look like they belong in that game.
And hell, there's mods from Goomerang, 64s, Wrathfiend, Badger. I'm pretty sure you've made quite a few mods.
I've made plenty of maps, and I've also collaborated with a lot of people to make maps.
I was about to say, who did the Turok 2 co-op mod? Was that you?
That was Behemoth Programmer.
Behemoth, yes.
Behemoth.
That's another one I was missing.
Behemoth, look at him. He's not working on Night Dive. He started as a Turok modder and now he works at Night Dive. Look at that.
Yep.
Now, here's the one thing I would love to see.
Oh, wait, hang on. Also, Drasit? He started doing what is it called? The Turok 3 recompilation?
Yep.
Was it the recompilation?
And the mouse looking 60 frames per second package.
Yeah.
And now he works on Night Dive. Same thing.
Yeah, he was, in fact, he was involved with the Turok 3 remaster.
Yeah, in fact, his name is in the first level.
Yep.
Heck, when I streamed Turok 3 Remastered when it first launched on the Switch, he was right there giving a lot of commentary and sharing a lot of his thoughts on the remaster.
Yep,
he even showed up on my own streams. He occasionally drops by it.
But one thing I would love to see from the Turok community is not just make mods, but I'm talking a whole ass fan game. Because like I said, I always bring up the idea of an open world Turok game, bringing elements from each of the Turok games. I know that's going to be a massive stretch, but even if we do something in the veins of the Turok 1 or 2, that's something still that can show that the fan base.
We care. We can do this. We can do this. We don't have to rely on.
And basically show that if companies like Saber Interactive don't want to show respect to Turok IP, we sure as hell will.
Yep.
I mean, you don't even have to do a whole ass game. You can just do something like I don't know, something like the Game Boy Advance Turok Evolution. You know, something like a side scroller.
Yeah, it's just
it can work. It's something really easy, simple.
It's just I've always thought about having a whole Turok experience that's not just a mod, but a standalone project.
What I was trying to do while I was the admin of Turok Sanctum, what I was trying to do, I was trying to make an expanded lore of Turok, and that's why I made like a Turok lore wiki.
Yeah,
because I wanted an expanded lore, and that would eventually become like its own like sort of tabletop game. I wanted to make it like a sort of virtual tabletop game of Turok.
I was about to say I never really heard much information about it.
Yeah, I put it out there, but like I guess people didn't look at it. I could show a little link to the Turok lore wiki.
Because I know a little bit about the archives and I know about Turok Sanctum.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if you click on Turok Sanctum, there's a sublink called Turok Spirit, and that has a little bit of what I was talking about.
Wait, that was a project you were referring to?
Yeah, there's if you go on the Turok Sanctum website, I'll go look up the lore wiki. I think it's still
Coyote Knight's already.
Yeah.
Well, I saw it. And I looked through it a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I saw the link there and I read through it, but I didn't think that was what you were referring to now.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to make an expanded lore. This is years ago, though.
And you can see like all the different versions of Turok.
Yeah. But like I was like just writing like lore. I wrote like a short story related to Turok. If you click on the Forever Light library, I wanted Coyote Knight to read it one day.
How big is
a
it?
little stream, a theosophic study. So this is great. This is like a little like a college professor sort of dude inside of like the Lost Land, and he's like
The
talking to
archives
his
of the Lost
students.
Land.
He's like talking to his students about like the Lost Land, about portals, and this is basically what his life story kind of like.
Oh, okay. This is pretty big, actually.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not that big actually.
It's a short story.
Another idea I had for what the Turok community could make is something similar to what that one guy tried to do with Turok Legacy of Stone. Where it's meant to be like this roguelike game where you're playing as a different Turok every time.
Right.
Oh
I
wait,
remember
yeah.
And
You
the
know what?
previous
It's kind of
playthrough
sad that I can't
influences-
actually find information on that
only-
Legacy of Stone thing
I think the
anymore.
only thing left is the video, and even then, I don't think it's still around.
Yeah, he lost to Lost Valley.
It made me wonder why did Universal go with Lost Valley then compared to Legacy of Stone.
Well,
Universal Game Jam, I think it was.
I think they wanted like a simple project, and maybe he would, it was a shorter project that they were looking for. They're just gonna go with the cheaper person that's gonna show. So like if he made that game and it's incomplete compared to that Lost Valley game, they're probably gonna choose the Lost Valley game.
I was about to say, but then that's when they fund it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Universal, I don't understand. I don't even like them at this point.
Well, if you follow the money, it makes things easier. It's always money.
Although, funnily enough, look where Lost Valley is right
Yeah,
now.
you know what? I'm looking up for the Legacy Stone game, and there's like nothing. It's like it's been scrubbed from the internet.
I've only
Just
heard
two
about it, like,
pages. That's it.
They removed the video for it?
Yep. So that thing, it's just gone, straight up gone.
Do we even remember the name of the guy who worked on it?
No, I don't think that was ever mentioned.
They did mention the guy's name somewhere, but
I will never forgive them.
I know Lost Valley had it was called Pillow Pig Games. And I don't remember that went defunct.
PC Games Insider, I think this is the only mention of this.
Yeah.
It says Zurich-based studio GAB has won the first ever Universal Game Dev Challenge. I'm back. Blah, 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 blah. The competition kicked off at GDC 2018, followed by Unity and Universal Games and sponsored by Intel and Microsoft. Is there like a mention of Turok at all? Other runner-ups include Back to the Future, Anomaly, Turok Legacy of Stone. This is the only mention of Turok Legacy of Stone.
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
But like I said, did they ever mention the guy who made it?
Alexander
Alexander
Ferguson.
Ferguson.
Okay, hang on. Alexander Ferguson. I'm gonna just Google this. Not the whole thing. Maybe that's why it's not giving me any hits. Ruined City, Turok Evolution. Universal Pictures Game Challenge crowds a winner. Sir Alexander. Okay, so we have some hits, but nothing about the actual like 6 World Records. You would think there'd be like something, an archive, literally anything, and no, there's like only mentions here and there.
Coyote, we are the archive. That's why I set up the Turok archive.
Just look at all this lost media. It's
And the thing
literally
is-
just lost media at this point.
And the thing of it is that the winner got $150,000.
Co-sponsor Michael something here beats me. I do remember there was like a really long description of what Legacy of Stone was supposed to be about. In a different website, we have this Battlestar Galactica. Get the hell out of here, please. Oh, here we go. Legacy of Stone. There we go. Developer Alexander Ferguson. A top-down shooter that takes you back to the days of the dinosaur. You play as Turok and fight moment-to-moment real-time battles against dinosaur bosses and other threats. If you die, another Turok rises as a replacement. Oh, that's all. That's it.
And what they also included in the video was that whatever actions you've done in your previous playthrough will affect your future playthroughs.
Unfortunately, that's all they have here. Like this is the
And I
only
think
mention
they
of
showed
this.
a little bit of the gameplay where it's like a top-down roguelike game, a top-down shooter.
Legacy of Stone.
But the thing of it is, I wish we could find the video for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to look for, but I guess it's gone. It's just straight up gone. Unless like this guy has like a, I don't know, a website, but even that, I'm not getting anything about like a hit with a website or something.
Yeah, it's been like 6 years, hasn't it? So.
Yep.
Yep. Oh well.
So this is what I mean. Don't rely. This is what I say when, obviously, what I mean when I say don't rely on a publisher to give you what you want. If you want something, you have to make it yourself.
Yep.
That's why, like
mainly with Turok, especially with Turok, because you know what, they're not gonna give you what we want. No matter how much people cry and all that, they're not gonna give you what you want. So it's up to you to either take the tools that the remaster have and create your own experiences, or make a spiritual successor.
No, we've already launched some mods for Turok already.
I was about to say, let me guess, from the Purge.
No, not Purge. Is just some mod developers on Steam just took down their own mods, I guess, and.
Oh.
A spiritual successor.
Let me see.
That's why
one of them was Wind Charge. I think it was like wind. That wind thing where it, like, boosts you up, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then the other one I kind of forgot.
But anyway, that's why I was saying, like, the Turok community just needs to come together and make their own full-on Turok game.
There's
Even
also
if they have
this.
to take whatever engine.
There's also this guy who's making the Doom mod for Legacy of the Fire Seeds.
I know this guy went on hiatus for a while, and everyone was worried that he was dead, but he came back like, no, I'm still here. I just went on hiatus, and now I'm working on it again. I'm glad to know the guy is okay.
Sun and Bone tried to be a spiritual successor.
What
the hell is this? What the hell is this intro?
Is pretty muggy.
Well, I'm saying, like, take whatever open source engine you can find and start developing. If I had the time or really the patience, I would try to do it myself. But I don't exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, making a straight up new game, it's with like just yourself. It's kind of like difficult. It's extremely difficult to pull it off by yourself.
That's why I was saying, like, community come together.
If you look at something like Undertale, that's one guy, but the game itself is very limited. He worked with the limits of his own creativity. You know what I mean? Yeah. I
guess I'm just really hoping that the Turok community comes together and try to make their own Turok entry. I said, more than just a mod, but a full-on game.
I know. We have basically come together at one time for like a mod, the community map jam. That was one event. But
and I know Turok 2 co-op incorporates a lot of fan-made mods too.
Oh yeah. I was one of the mappers for the Turok co-op.
Because I know the Fireborn Cavern was originally standalone, but it was also on the co-op mod.
Yeah.
And I think there was one that was like, it was a blood map that I think also was a standalone at one point.
Yeah.
One that was BD64.
B464, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the Turok 3 Still the Breach one was a standalone before it was a co-op mod, or if that was developed.
I think it was just
for the
included
co-op
on the
mod.
co-op mod.
That was just included. BP just included it.
Okay, and then there was like
Out of the blue.
E1M1 from Shadow Warrior and Doom.
Yeah, those I think they were from BP, but they could have been from someone else.
Yeah. But it does show that when the community puts their mind to it, they can really make a project that, in a lot of ways, can even go beyond anything officially made.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I kind of want to see the whole community come together to make their own standalone project.
A lot of us don't have experience with, Godot
full-on game development.
That's
also
thing.
the bigger barrier of entry with making a standalone game. It's
both experience and
finding
time.
someone or people who actually have game developers experience. I know how to make maps, but it's only on Turok.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm used to the Turok workflow.
And
If you were to give me a different engine, I don't know if I'd be able. I could learn it, but it would take a long while because I'm used to both Blender and the Kex editor.
Heck, I wanted to learn how to make levels for the Turok games, but the main problem with me is that I just don't have the patience to learn. I want to learn, but I just don't exactly have the patience, and that's really the main thing. It also is just have people have the time and the patience to learn how to do it if they want to learn.
Coyote's probably like the greatest teacher of the Kex engine available. I could teach, but like not to the extent that Coyote could.
Oh, I know, but if you want to do something that's
just me. That's just me focusing my autism on one thing. It was either that or something else, and I guess Turok won.
It's better to have full on autism than partial autism.
I was about to say, Coyote, don't you have your own projects for Turok 3?
It's a very limited project. I haven't even. I have like this like little design notes, I guess you could say, but it's gonna be really minimalistic, and it's probably just gonna be like a sort of demo, I guess, mainly just to learn how Turok 3 works. I know it's a little bit. It kind of sort of like works like Turok 1, but it's way more script based.
I also know it's
and that's the one thing that I don't like, dealing with scripts.
That's another thing that's a lot buggier.
I see a lot of text and I immediately 404.
Your blue screen of death.
Yeah, that's my blue screen of death. That's how you get me to blue screen of death. You just see
the red eye of oblivion.
Yeah, I tried my hand at scripting. I'm not good at it. And that's just that.
Heck, I tried at one point to use Unity to try to make a game, but I just didn't have the patience for it. I still don't. Doesn't mean I don't want to learn. I do. It's just, I don't know. I guess just doing it by myself, it's just a lot of that patience goes whoop, right out the window.
I'm surprised we didn't get many Turok 3 mods at all. That's mainly due to the fact that people probably don't even know Turok 3 is moddable.
I know Raffine is working on some weapon challenge mods, and I know he's worked on, and I think it was like IBM is working on music mods, like the Amiga mod that was made for it. I know Father Turok made Revenge of Oblivion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. By the way, is the Revenge of Oblivion mod in like, does it have like a page or something?
No,
like a web page.
I don't think so. I know Father Turok sent it to me directly. And I know he's
Oh,
because
so that's
it
why
was
that's how you played it then. Oh, okay. I thought
yeah,
it would be
because
somebody in Nexus or
because
mod
I helped
database.
with the initial stages, and Raffine and then I think a couple of others helped them towards the end of the game. But when the final version came out, or the 1.0 version, I should say, that's the version I streamed.
Oh crap. Says,
I hear those sounds, and I'm thinking, is he taking fall damage, or is that just emulating the Doom guys? Oof.
I think it's just emulating the Doom guys, but he couldn't find like an actual sound effect where you can actually, where it doesn't sound like you're getting hit.
T1 mod was on hiatus for his T3 mod.
That actually kind of annoys me.
Yeah. Sounds so
looks
weird.
Looks weird. It sounds
when,
like
when Talset, jumps down, that he does make a sound.
But it doesn't sound like he's dying.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he's taking a shit.
It sounds like he's trying to do the Doom guy, oof. But instead of doing that, he goes up. Oof.
But I mean, even in like this rough state, you can tell that there's thought being put into this mod.
Yeah.
Like sure, it's using the Doom engine, but it still looks like Turok, even though it's made on the Doom engine.
Can you imagine someone trying to make this on the Quake 2 engine? Would it even be possible to do something like this on the Quake 2 engine? Because from a gameplay standpoint,
probably, I guess.
Quake 2
I'm not familiar with how Quake works.
Because with Quake 2, it's basically each unit is its own hub.
No,
that expands to different areas.
I guess it must be easier to bring Quake into Turok because that's been done already.
Well, Quake 1 at least, but that's because Quake 1 is more episode based. Same with Wolfenstein 3D. That's how we got Wolfen Turok 3D.
Well, you can't. I don't know. You can. They would have to make a hub, and they do both have hub functionality. I guess. I don't know. Not sure.
I don't think the hub functionality is like limited to the engine.
Because I was about to say, weren't there Turok 1 or 2 mods that introduced like smaller hubs for much larger areas?
The only one that I can think of it's Mountain of the Sun. It does have like a hub,
Mountain of the Sun.
That's just for difficult selection.
I mean, it depends what you define a hub. Like my open world mod is basically has like a hub sort of level that's just connected to levels. That's all it is. It's just a pointer to another level.
And I think that's kind of what I was trying to go with Quake 2 is that sure it looks like one big room, but as you go through the levels, that they all circle back to that one area and just open up as you complete objectives.
Yeah. Depends how you define a hub, So
yeah.
if Quake 2 works just like a warp, to like different levels. If it's just linear, you could probably fake a hub by just copying a whole bunch of hub levels.
What Quake 2 does is that for each unit, you start out in one area, but there's a central point in that unit where it branches off into different sections where you complete different objectives. And as you complete them, you keep finding yourself back to this central area, but it opens up new areas as you progress. I guess kind of similar to how...
that's less... I feel like that's less hub world and more like open level. Not necessarily open world. Not necessarily open world.
Maybe that's where I was just trying to get at.
Yeah, it's a non-linear level.
That's probably what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, this part is so freaking dark.
Yeah, the Doom engine just doesn't know.
It doesn't like
darkness.
It doesn't like darkness from what it looks like.
And I think this is the GZ Doom engine, so
These rocks, I can't even see the rocks.
Well, I can also understand that this is just a demo and an early version, so I'm pretty sure they'll fix the lighting.
Yeah, the lightning definitely needs to be fixed. I can't see shit, dude.
And like I said, this is a GZ Doom engine, so they can definitely make the lighting a lot better.
Or maybe it's a feature, not a bug.
Oh no! Oh no! They took a freaking hint from Todd, didn't they?
It just works.
All of this just works. 16 times the detail. 4 times the size of Turok 1.
He's just gonna rely on other modders.
Distant weather systems.
What? Famous last words for the lawsuit hit.
It's like, fuck you, the modders can fix our shit.
By what sector light mode the user
It
set.
basically Bethesda's behavior in a nutshell ever since Elder Scrolls Arena.
But yeah, circling back to what we said, if you really want Turok, you have to vote with your wallet. In this is the one time that it's gonna apply. You have to vote with your wallet, or if you're still gonna get Origins, then you should be constantly giving them feedback, telling them like, I guess you would say, lead them into what you actually want.
It's like I said, I mentioned in the Discord server where it's like if they release this game and it doesn't have any live service elements, can be played completely offline and all that, I will be willing to give this game a fair try. But if it has any hint of a live service or like a battle pass or anything like that, or even an always online immediate boycott.
The always online, if it has like an always online requirement, even for the single player or the campaign or whatever,
that's what I mean.
That's a no to me. What happens is, eventually they're gonna shut down the servers. Whether you like it or not, they're gonna shut down those servers, and there goes your only way to play the video game.
Because like I said, that's my problem with Diablo 3 on PC. That's my problem with Diablo 4. Well, Diablo 4 wasn't that good to begin with, but that's my problem with a lot of the games. Heck, I don't even like the fact that we're going into an age where it's all digital.
Yeah.
Because look at Escape from Lost Valley. Look at, say, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. PC, I should say. You can't get them anymore. At least for Operation Raccoon City, not legally, and for Lost Valley, not at all.
No. Unless you already bought it on Steam and
or Xbox.
Yeah, then it's yours until like Steam shuts down. You know.
And even then, even if you have bought it on Steam, if you lose that account, it's gone.
Yep.
If Steam shuts down, it's gone. If Xbox if Xbox like shuts down, it's gone. That's it. You're never gonna play. Wait, even if you have that game downloaded and you can play it without an account, if that console dies, it's also gone. If that hard drive dies, it's gone.
This is why the important lesson to take away from all this is go with Joji. Go with good old games.
GOG.
Because I believe it's the last bastion of the digital age, but you still own the content you purchase.
Oh yeah, like
look at the middle finger they gave the Blizzard with the Warcraft situation.
Oh god.
Yeah.
They basically told Blizzard, you know what, you want to delist this for everybody? Fuck you. People can still get the offline installers.
There was also that game by Blizzard. I think it was Warcraft.
That's what I was talking about.
Reforged, right?
Oh no, where they took away the original game.
Yeah. There's also no guarantee. There's also no
that's
guarantee
worse.
that if you have the game on Xbox or Steam, there's no guarantee that the publisher is just gonna keep the originals. They're just gonna give you. They're gonna be like, hey, here's this new remaster thing we did, and we're gonna force it down on you.
Or they can do what Ubisoft did and forcibly rip the game out of your accounts, which got them sued, I should say.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They got
I
sued
don't
for
realize
taking
people are so
away
popular with PC
the games that
players.
people
Big
purchase.
boxes are so cool. Limited
And
run is popular.
Where
Good
it was
luck
removed
if you
from their
bought
accounts
anything
after
in
No
those
idea
games
why
with
we're going for
microtransactions.
limited
Yeah,
physical
good
PC
luck.
games these
You can
days.
kiss your money goodbye.
You want to know what the funniest part is about games that are released nowadays? Their performance is crap, but people always. But if you hear a game has microtransactions, check the store. It's guaranteed it's gonna run perfectly.
Oh yeah, the fucking story is always gonna work. They are.
Because that tells
That's
you
like
where
the
they put their effort
Wait,
in.
since you brought that up, I was in the Halo Infinite flights, like I think in the second one. In that rough state that the game was, the fucking store was the one thing that you clicked it and it worked. Literally.
It's the same thing with Quake Champion, where the game was still rough performance-wise, but it still loaded up the store just fine.
You could make purchases within the freaking store. You could look at the store. You could look at the stuff, pictures, all
really
that stuff. That worked. If that's difficult, that's like really stupid.
What that really tells you about the state that is usually the sign of companies caring more about
the money,
how much money they can rob you blind of. Because at this point, a lot of this stuff is not games; they're scams. They're Ed and Eddie scams, but the only bad thing is that they're actually working.
That not really.
You know what? At least gachas are gacha games like Genshin. I don't know what else is popular. They at least tell you this is a fucking scam.
Yeah,
you know what you're getting into.
But even then, even when they're open in front about it, that's still not any better.
Yeah, that's
the only thing you can give them is that at least they're honest about it. It doesn't fix the problem, but at least they're open and honest
about it. That's also the
it.
thing. It doesn't fix the problem. Fuck.
But at the very least, I can give a point for honesty.
But meanwhile, you have like other developers that just like, hey, look at this. We have this thing. We're totally not stealing your money. And then when the game releases, it's like psych. You want the shiny new toy. You gotta pay up, piggy.
Is that why at this point, the only company these days that I have any respect for is Night Dive? That's really the only company I got respect for at this point. Even then, I kind of get the impression that they are not as passionate as they used to be. But that could just be an illusion for me. I don't know. After Turok 3 Remastered, I kind of felt like they just didn't have the passion.
Night Dive has been drowned in bureaucracy over the years.
And now they're bought by Atari. For me, what kind of made it seem like they're losing their passion is when I saw the credits and it said, "Stop asking about Rage Wars." To me, that was like, are they starting to stop caring? Are they losing their passion?
I think they meant it as a joke, but like, yeah.
I know, but to me,
maybe it was like they thought whoever like put that joke in, they were like, this is just a funny jab. It doesn't mean anything, but it does come off. It does come off as we don't care. We don't care. Please stop asking us.
It really is. And then I saw Edwards post about Turok 3, and if a Rage Wars does come out, and makes the work on 2 redundant, and it's not what they say, it's how it presents. That's kind of where it is. But
to be fair, a lot of game developers, like me, I'm not calling myself a game developer, but I'm not the best at putting my thoughts into words.
Yeah, and like I said, I know there's
a lot of game developers are like that. Like, just look at the guy who did what is called No Man's Sky.
I know, it's just
people,
like I said.
People call him a freaking liar, but that's not right. It's just the way he talks. He's just a technical lead. He's not a PR mouth.
Is No Man's Sky still being updated?
Yeah, there was an update like
God
I think a
damn,
week
it's
ago.
been fucking decade. They did that man wrong.
As I was trying to say is, I also understand the problems that go with game development, the time constraints, the finances, the size of the team, probably going through a lot of crunch, which for me, any company that employs crunch should not be in business at all. Because to me, some of the horror stories I've heard regarding crunch, that is abusive to
Tell me lies,
to hell
tell
and
me
back.
sweet little
But
lies.
I do understand, even as a consumer, that a lot of this takes time and effort. And sometimes time and effort, or not even, well, not the effort, but the time part is just
It's not rewarded.
they don't have the time to bring out the project they want. That's why, as much as I really wish Night Dive would just say something about System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition. I also understand that there's a lot of work that's going into it. And on top of that, they got other projects. They just released The Thing Remastered. They're still working on Sin Reloaded. They're doing System Shock 2 Enhanced Edition. Another team is doing the VR version of it.
Well, I think another reason, developers can't really talk. Well, if you looked at old gaming magazines, they
I
did
know
talk
there's
before.
the NDA. I know there's the NDAs and all of that as well.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's like game journalism is not what it used to be.
Oh god, gaming journalism is dead these days.
It's like it's just gotcha questions and all that, and now
remember the days of
Coyote just read that article about Turok Origins, and like that was not a developer, that was basically a PR guy.
It sounded like either a PR guy or an AI.
Yeah.
Nah, I think it's definitely a PR guy.
But what I'm thinking is, y'all remember the days of Doom's development where John Carmack always kept people up to date on an old forum?
Exactly about that too.
Because I'm like, what happened to the days of that, where game developers told the public details about what they're planning on doing? And heck, John Carmack, I think, left it up to a lot of fans about what they were gonna do with the game.
Yeah.
At least if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah.
We are unironically on the. We can communicate with people like instantaneously. However, we're in the most asocial generation.
What do you guys
We're in the
internet.
most socially hostile.
I think it's a super cool
The way I like to describe it is that we are living in the world of Star Trek's mirror universe, where treachery, hostility, downright murderous is rewarded, whereas good nature and virtues are punished. We are literally living in the Terran Empire, or the Klingon-Cardassian Alliance, whichever you think is worse. It's either you work on Turok Nor until you're dead, or you get sent to the agony. No matter which way you go about it, it's not going to be pleasant.
Yeah.
But we just don't see stuff like that anymore. And like I said, the days of like John Carmack sharing his updates and progress with Doom, and I think, like I said, even him bringing it up to votes with the public on what they want to see implemented. Or I might be thinking of another game where they did that, but either way, just the fact that back then, game developers asked the public more what they wanted to see in the game, whereas these days, it's no longer about what the customers want; it's what the shareholders want.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. It's like I it starts with the people, and you have to have a little faith in what other people have. You have to have trust in what other people, and it's hard to do that because we're in a low trust society.
And we're at a point in gaming where the customers don't trust the gaming industry at large. The customer base is separating into two groups. The people who never trust the companies and those who will blindly purchase whatever is spoon-fed to them, no matter how bad it is.
Yeah.
Hang on. The gaming industry as a whole, it's the only industry where you can release something broken, something that is not as advertised, something that is completely off the mark, and people will clap.
Yeah.
If you do this in any other industry, you're out of a
Taken
job.
to court.
You're taken to court. You're dragged through the mud and made to pay back whatever shitty thing you did.
It's not necessarily just the gaming industry; it's the movie industry too. It's connected because the movie industry,
the entertainment industry as a whole, actually.
Yeah,
and I get that in the past couple of years we have seen companies face consequences for the way they make their games. Hell, look at Fallout 76. Look where that got. But that was mainly due to the false advertisement of the whole thing. And look at Battlefront 2 from EA. That got to a point where it got so predatory that it got governments worldwide involved because of the avarice, the greed, and the hatred towards the customers.
Yeah.
Where you see companies like Night Dive and people or other gaming companies want to do nothing but shut it down. Hell, look at Baldur's Gate 3. I think that was the one where it showed people how to make a good game, and all the companies wanted to do was shut it down.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
People look at Valve. Valve is one of the more consumer-friendly companies out there, and you have companies wanting to shut it down. Let's see.
Not necessarily shut it down, but like have more corporates involved with Valve.
And Valve is this, and even Gabe Newell. I don't really think that even when Gabe Newell passes away, that Steam is going to change.
Well,
because
it depends who he chooses, because it's a privately held company. It's not public. That's the difference.
I was about to say, from what I heard, if Gabe Newell's son takes over, there may not be that much changing with Steam. And Steam doesn't need to change. I mean, sure, it can do a couple more consumer-friendly practices, but
you want to
right
keep
now
the goodwill alive. That's the
yes.
thing. You have to keep the goodwill alive. Once you start like tarnishing the goodwill, you can kiss goodbye to the
and
whatever company.
Goodwill in the gaming industry is such a rarity because you have companies that don't have goodwill, and the customers are no longer willing to give it. It's you're either for the customer or your game just. But unfortunately, the more these companies flop, the more they get bought out by bigger companies, and the more they can shell out the money. And whenever a flop does happen, they just shrug their shoulders and continue making flop after flop. That's why we have games like Concord that had so much money gone into it over so many years, only for it to die in less than 2 weeks. Look at all these live service games. They fucked up in so many different ways, and they all die in less than a year.
I imagine there's going to be a lot more flops in the future, because if you look at the movie industry,
Steam
it's like you have flop over flop, money lost there, but it doesn't really matter. You just keep.
Where does the money keep coming from?
That's a good question.
Insider trading. Insider trading, that's what it is.
It's either insider trading or money laundering.
Somebody
money laundering, yes.
Money laundering something here.
I don't know, maybe they're all doing the B Diddy thing.
Oh my god.
Hey, you never know. There may be game developers and movie developers out there that may have those kind of skeletons in their closet that just haven't come out yet.
The director of
But we
Origins
see
is called Jesus. Isn't this a good
company
idea?
heads like Todd Howard, Randy Pitchford, a lot of those that they say they're passionate about their projects, but the projects that are released just ain't reflecting it. And I know it may not be on them specifically, but they're the heads of the company. Therefore, a lot of that falls on them. And the moment they take a stand against the shareholders and go, let our developers make the game they want to make instead of having you guys dictate everything, I think the sooner that can improve a lot of things. Because even though
the moment they do that, they're out. That's the thing.
That's the thing. You get immediately blacklisted. That's the problem with following.
Are they gonna blacklist the whole game company?
They're gonna blacklist the CEO. They did it with they had what Nintendo had like that Randy Ames or something. I forgot his name, but he was gone.
Reggie?
You can replace the CEO. Reggie Ames, yeah. You can replace the CEO real quick. Doesn't really matter to them. They just want the fucking money.
Nintendo's a whole different beast altogether with its own set of problems.
Yeah, I don't mean them, but like they're a little bit more smarter than
I
some of these
also
other
know
companies.
that with a lot of these companies, they make flop after flop. Their studios get closed down. They get bought up by bigger companies, turning them into monopolies. And even if you have a smash hit, they're going to lay off the staff. They're going to bring in people that don't understand the work, and they're just going to make another flop.
Yeah. I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's still true, but like Nintendo could not make like they have so much money stored up in Nintendo, they can make not make a profitable game for like 100 years and still be active.
Pokemon literally prints money.
Yeah,
even though Pokemon has never been
freaking
good.
insane Nintendo is.
Yeah.
Thing is, Pokemon has never been good for how many years now?
I don't know. I've never followed Pokemon.
Yeah, Nintendo's really litigious.
That's another thing. Nintendo is so overly litigious that at this point, I really would love to make a case for them for trademark or IP abuse.
Yeah,
because that's what they're doing
in Japan. Unfortunately, they or whatever they work
they are when you're
and
a
in Japan
multinational.
In Japan things work different. If it were a U.S. company, maybe, but
well, that's the thing. When you're a multinational company, you can be sued in a foreign country that you're operating.
Yeah, I was about to say there's still a thing as international court.
Yeah, or not even international court. They could be sued in a court here.
Yeah,
in a court here in America because they operate in America.
Yes, I was about to say, can't you technically sue Nintendo Japan here in America? Not just sue the American branch, but the Japanese branch.
I'm not sure, but
we're not late.
I know they can be. I know they can be sued. I think both entities can be sued either way.
Because I was about to say, if anything, trademark abuse or IP abuse, you still sue the American branch here. That would still have implications for the Japanese branch. At least I would like to assume, because that would also mean that if they abuse their power in Japan, they get hit with by the American branch. That would either make them go, "Oh shit," or I don't know.
I mean, if it's sued by America, America is a big country. It would have a pretty large effect.
It just takes a company with the money.
If it was successful,
the money and the evidence. Basically, give
that's the thing. They got the money. They have all these IPs. It's just like that Pal World that happened. Remember that Pal World? They have to get rid of the Pokeballs now.
From what I understand, their partnership with Sony. But the thing of it is with that one is that I don't know. It's like I said, I just wish someone could just hit the judges over the head over in Japan and go, hey, this is not how it goes. But then again, like we said, what goes on in Japan is way different than what goes on here in America.
That is true.
I just wish they can make the copyright law international, like have a worldwide standard instead of just. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a whole other topic.
That's a whole nother can of worms. We went from Turok to like the whole game industry.
We talked about everything under the sun.
Oh my god.
One other thing I want to mention about Turok. would love to see the Game Boy games get re-released.
That would probably be
Have its
pretty
own
easy
little
to do.
collection.
Pretty easy to do.
And
I
they
mean,
do that with
freaking Konami. Konami's like releasing the old Yu-Gi-Oh
Castlevania and
games.
Contra. Capcom with the Mega Man games. Why not Turok with the Game Boy games?
That's actually like a good point. Like, why not?
You know, that's something that you keep saying about how the fans should come together to make their own game. That's what we should do. Make it like a Game Boy type of game that's like 3D.
I was also gonna say maybe have a way to basically do a fan-made remake of the Game Boy games. I know Battle of the Dinosaurs is basically just 2D Dinosaur Hunter, but still have
just have it like 3D like Super Mario World or whatever.
Yeah. Because it's clearly a market for it. There would be interest in it, and honestly, let's be fair here. I think a re-release of Turok Evolution from the GBA would probably do for something like that. If anything, just to make it a little bit less soul crushing.
I played a bit of that game, and it is definitely fun.
They took the
but
Metal
it's
Slug challenge
totally not something that you would play.
I played that.
It's not for the faint of heart.
I played that game, and the challenge level to me immediately went to Metal Slug 6. Because Metal Slug 6 to me is the most challenging of the series.
I've never played Metal Slug 6.
Oh my goodness, it is fun, but it is extremely challenging.
Yeah, I mean, if it is like that, then it's
And I played it on the.
If you're gonna play Turok Evolution on the Game Boy Advance, play it with save states because you're gonna be doing a lot of save scumming.
Or at the very least, a rewind feature. But another reason why I bring up something like the Game Boy games, because we see games like, say, Clock Tower Rewind. That was like that was a remaster and re-release of an old Super Famicom game. If we have fan bases for a series like that, I'm sure bringing the Turok games from the Game Boy would seem like a no-brainer. I know those are two completely different franchises, but if we're talking strictly with Turok, they're willing to do this. Why not bring the Game Boy games to the modern age?
Like retool them, retouch them, and add quality of life stuff.
Because, like I said, I go with
trophies if you want, I guess.
Because I go with the Clock Tower Rewind because that's the most recent example, but it's not just the Super Nintendo version. They also have a fully retooled version or remastered version, which brings elements from the PS1 version in. There's as it implies, a rewind feature. Not exactly save states, and just in general, quality of life changes that turned an old game from, like I said, the Super Famicom, and made it into a game that's still just as fun to play today as it was back then. If they can do something like that to Clock Tower, the game, like Turok games on a Game Boy, would be fine. And even if, like I said, going with Turok, if we're going strictly with Turok, like I said, they're releasing shit like this. Night Dive is remastered the N64 trilogy. I'm pretty sure a company can come in and remaster, or at least port over the Game Boy titles.
Somebody's saying, how can you be okay with the terrible Game Boy games, but not with the third-person shooter?
The Game Boy games weren't terrible. At least I don't think
at least the Game Boy games were somewhat faithful to the series.
Yeah, because unlike
Turok Origins is not.
Yeah, because the Game Boy titles, especially 2, 3, and Rage Wars on the Game Boy, they were faithful to the comics. Hell, Turok 3 on Game Boy had the campaigner from the Acclaim comics, not the one that's House that fought, but the one from Spring Break and the Lost Land. They had that campaigner brought in. So, and like I said, with Turok 3 and Rage Wars, and Turok 2, it's about the Amaranthine Accords versus the Solidarity Order. You're helping the Order fight back against the Accordants, basically trying to stop the Accordants from doing whatever experiment they're doing in Turok 2, stopping the war machine in Rage Wars, and even defeating the leader Gant in Turok 3, which even resulted in the Accordants and the Order actually reuniting.
Faithful to the series. It's a new story. We've also only got 30 seconds of
Wow.
footage.
How do you know this isn't faithful to the series? It's a new story. We've also got only 30 seconds of footage.
The Order of the Turoks. The Order of the Turoks.
It's not just the Order of the Turok, but the design of the characters, the gameplay is not really faithful to the older series. And just because you can still make a lot of it, you can still get a lot of information from just a 30-second teaser. Look at something like, say, Doom the Dark Ages. Look at something like the Wolfenstein games from Machine Games. You look at their teaser trailers, and you can see where you get a lot of information from them, however short or long they are. Hell, I would go as far as to say, look at the teaser trailer for Shadow Man's Second Coming.
I just want to add, I don't know if this viewers, was there earlier in the stream. We read that interview where they were talking about, this Turok, about the Turok and how the story was going to be, and like you said, it was going to be a whole new story. So it's not. He already said in the interview it's not faithful to the story.
This is an all-new standalone adventure.
It's an all-new story. So, and we didn't see any elements that would harken back. Even they didn't have to make it exactly like the old games. That's fine at this point. But they didn't even have any elements like portals or dinosaurs or nothing. It's just a bland, reskin of Space Marines 2, and that's basically.
And they go as far as to say that you don't have to play the older Turok games. If you don't need to play it, how do we trust that you're making a faithful product? A lot of us will play the older games just to see how this one fits in. And just from the trailer, I don't care if the gameplay was 10 seconds or it was 5 minutes. What I saw from that trailer did not speak Turok.
So.
And for right now, until we get more information, I really don't think there's any convincing that this is anything else other than a shameless and soulless cash grab meant to exploit nostalgia of the fan base.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're feeling right now. So.
And I know a lot of people will say, well, this should still be good. A majority of people who saw this trailer disagree completely. A lot of us agree that this is not Turok. And until Saber Interactive makes it Turok, this will never be Turok. This will never be an entry that's worth the name Turok.
That's exactly right.
And I understand that there are people who still want to give the game a try, and that is within their right to do so. But I don't want anyone coming to me and telling me that this right here is meant to be Turok. Because I can guarantee you, this is not Turok.
I think it's some of the people who are happy that the game is coming back. It's mainly due to the fact that we haven't had a single video game or media, excluding the remasters. We haven't had anything Turok, video game related for a long time. So that they're starved and they're willing to lower their standards just to get another Turok. Or
I was just about to say that
if you're willing to lower your standards, are you really a fan?
I was about to say,
are you really willing to tolerate something like this just because it has the name Turok? Are you really?
I was just about to
do
say,
you really want to be like that?
because I was about to say, for the Turok fans out there, if y'all are willing to lower your standards enough to purchase this, I really don't think that y'all were in the target audience for this. Because, like I said, they said it themselves. This will have nothing to do with the classic entries or even the 2008 game.
Okay, hang on.
This is going to be a standalone. That's going to be a standalone adventure. They did not. They say that they're fans of the series, but it's clear they're not. They haven't shown that they really know much of anything about Turok. And right now, what Saber Interactive needs to really
So
do
I'm not a Turok fan.
is prove. And you want me, in my opinion, if they want to prove it, next time they show information, the next time they show information about this game, let's see. I want to see them take more influences from the comics, the older games. Not wholesale, at least, but at the very least, more than enough to show that, yeah, they are at least willing to appease the older fans. Because at the end of the day, that's what they're exploiting.
Me personally, I'm not holding my breath for that. But I want to just say this: you gotta stay true to yourself, and you embrace the lore as is, and you don't want because you don't want to have these companies take control of the lore. You don't want them to do that, because once they do that, then you'll have like a Star Wars situation where like they had all these books, all this expansive lore, and in like a second it just gets wiped out.
And then here's another thing. How do you know that if this game does well, that they're not just going to drop the series again?
Yeah.
I mean, just look at what was the game that came out recently? Hi-Fi Rush, good selling game. It sold well. It was like very well received, and look at the
they shut
developer.
down.
They shut down the developer. They don't really care.
Exactly.
Yeah, they say, oh, well, we rebooted again. They bought it last time, right? They bought it last time. Now's a reboot. Who gives a fuck?
So if y'all
reboot it again.
And for those that think that this game should be good because it has the Turok enemy has all that, look at something. Look at more to the recent past. Like you both, name a game that had a lot of expectations but flopped horrendously. Because I can name at least one game where there was a lot of hype for it. It was in development for a while, and when it released, it killed the franchise.
Which one was it?
If you well,
no, I'm asking to Joseph.
Duke Nukem Forever for one.
Oh,
but,
yeah, that was.
But also,
that was a shit show. Maybe that's putting it lightly.
And then there's Aliens Colonial.
Shows.
I would, at least with Aliens Colonial Marines, that was a shit show, but at least the franchise is still going. There's still more Aliens games being made. Duke Nukem killed the series.
Well, they redeemed themselves with the other Aliens game that was basically like a horror game.
That's why, like I said, it didn't kill the franchise, but it sure was a piece of shit. But Duke Nukem Forever is the main example, because that has been in development hell for years. It generated a lot of hype, and at the end of the day, when it finally did come out.
But the difference is that those are movies. They were connected to movies in our games. We don't really have a big movie following with Turok here.
Say, so. Duke Nukem Forever
is all we got. Games and comics is all we got.
But then, it's like I said, it's just one of those where it's like, I think if they really cared about the series, they would take more influences from the comics, from the earlier games, not this surface level crap.
I think that's my main issue with this. It's just that it's just surface level. It's not really. It's just, ooh, look at this. Remember this? Remember the big cheat from Turok 2? But I don't see that being that effort being put in the game itself.
It doesn't even it doesn't even resemblance.
It doesn't resemble any of the Turoks, not the gold key
that would count for
makes
something.
Classic FPS
And the
That would
references
count for
make
something if
sense
they
for
tried to resemble it. They
Doesn't
don't.
mean I'm going
You
to
could
just completely give up
confuse this
hope
game
could
for
be a good
Ark,
game.
like you said before.
Or Sun and Bone.
Yeah, it's
But here's the thing I also want to say for Saber and Turok Origins. I see posts like "Beware, Oblivion is at hand with this trailer." You really want to make that make sense? Try adding elements from the games that quote came from. Try going for the source material. That y'all claim to be a fan of.
that's whoever's typing that don't know what they're talking about.
And instead of this, really look at the source material, look at the comics, look at the previous games, and make the game to those segments. Because what you're releasing here, you're not going to bring the old fans in, and you're certainly not going to generate a lot of new fans. All I see this going
World War Z,
is the way of Combo,
Space Marine 2, Remnant 1 half,
the way of Suicide
Warframe.
Squad.
These kinds of games are okay.
Games in this style have actually been successful and good with positive favorable reviews. World War Z, Space Marine 2, Remnant 1 and 2, Warframe, these kinds of games are okay. The problem is, if you keep if this game is successful, you can the corporate suits, the ones who call the shots, they're gonna look at it and they're gonna say, make more of this. Don't make more of the other thing. Make more of this. This formula works.
And that's a good point. But here's another problem. That doesn't necessarily mean if this game does poorly that they're going to change their tune. Regardless if this does well or not, we may be looking at a one-trick pony where afterwards they just drop the franchise again, or we might get another game that's just as bad, if not worse. Yeah. It's one of those where it's a double-edged sword. If you give them the money, they're going to think that this is okay. But if you don't give them the money,
that's the nature of how Turok has been trapped, as an IP, because
exactly.
They keep rebooting it to extend the IP. They have to reboot the IP to prove that it's in use. Otherwise, they lose the IP.
Because at least look at Evolution. At the very least, that was a soft reboot, yes, but they at least attempted to kind of tie it in to the older games.
I mean, David Destenbayer,
Dysenberg.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
I heard it pronounced as David Dysenberg.
But like he was the same he was the same one that was producing Turok 1 and 2. So
he's like one of the only people who stayed with Iguana up until the end. He started with Iguana and he left with Iguana, more or less.
Yeah.
Now, Turok 2008, like I said, I have my own issues with that. Probably not as much as Evolution, but I still have my own issues with it. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that Disney had their fingers in it.
Yeah. Well, it's also the original Tino, so you could have put another name on Turok 08, and that's how this all started.
Yeah.
So I still have my reservations about Turok 08, but we try to live with it. We try to incorporate it with the lore, but ever since then, it's been reboot. So if you're gonna reboot, why should we care about the franchise? We're just gonna stick with the original, Valiant, Gold Key and the Claim.
And
we're just gonna stick with that, and that's why we're fed up. We're just gonna make stick with our own lore. We're not even gonna.
I'll even give Escape from Lost Valley this. At least it wasn't trying to say, "Oh, this is going to be how the Turok series is going to be from now on."
Yeah.
No, it was just like a fun little project for a game jam that
it's pronounced David.
managed to get finished and sold as its own thing.
I know it wasn't the FPS people weren't looking for, but at least it was more honest. That's why I bought it, because it was connected to the comics.
I couldn't buy it.
It was honest with itself.
I didn't have the money. I regret not buying it when I had the chance, but
Yeah.
At least I can say that at the very least, it was a project that while it at least didn't attempt to say, oh, this is going to be the new Turok. No, it was just, hey, look at this fun little project.
But you're having this, Turok Origins. You want me to sink money into keeping this up? Yeah, you might get some people hooked onto it, with the, that don't know nothing about Turok. But like, is it going to have the staying power that it would have another game? No, it's not going to last. We've been through this before. It's just another reboot after reboot after reboot. So we're not going to play this game no more. We're not going to play games. We're going to make our own game.
And I know people would say, well, move on from the Acclaim series. There's no going back to that. To me, it's like, you don't have to make it in the Acclaim series.
Exactly, like the Acclaim series. We're not going back to Acclaim. We know we're not going back.
But at the very least, keep the roots, the core.
Keep the roots there. It's like, if Superman had like a total like a hood and like green palette color, would people call it Superman? No. If Batman was like a cat, would that be Batman? No. Stop being ridiculous. This is not Turok.
Basically. But I think the biggest thing I can take away from all of this, or I can at least bring to the table, is that for those of you who've stuck with the franchise for this long, or even of those who are still looking at this or new to this, if y'all are even hesitating at whether or not you should get this or not, take my advice. Don't. There are much better things to spend your money. As we've said, Night Dive's efforts with the series have been a whole lot better, and with the modding community still supporting the trilogy, you'll get more content, fulfillment, and enjoyment with those 3 games, those 3 masters, than this will ever give. Now, I would love to be proven wrong. Maybe Saber and
I actually want to be proven wrong. I want this game to tell me, hey, you're wrong. This is actually good.
I was just about to say, I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for Saber Interactive to go, this was just a really bad first impression. Here's what we wanted. Here's what we're going to be doing with the game. And
I came into the stream basically not knowing nothing about this game, and
I came in.
I'm coming out of it like disappointed. So
everyone knows. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so it's not like I'm not gonna hold, but like I knew the possibility of being disappointed was high, so I wasn't gonna hold my breath. I'm used to this. So.
And I came out of the gate ready to tear this thing apart. And a lot of my feelings are still going to be the same as it is. And until Saber Interactive proves otherwise, to me, this is just another dead on arrival title.
Dead on arrival.
Sure, it may last for a little bit, but if it's anything like we've seen in the gaming industry lately, it's not going to last.
They extended their IP holding for another 5 years. So here we go.
I just hope it releases 2025.
And I think the only way we'll see another Turok game as good as the Acclaim games is if we take the gaming IP to a company that genuinely cares. Will I ever see? Will that ever happen? Probably not in my lifetime. But at the very least, if you vote with your wallets and not buy this game, it'll at least send a message. Send a message of you can't take an IP and one that's been established and has the fan base that it does, is dedicated to it as it is, and make something like this. Because it says here they say it that they've created a fresh take on the classic Turok franchise. This is not a fresh take. This is regurgitated from other similar games that came out around this era of gaming. The only thing is, like I said, if they go out and say that players do not need to have played the previous Turok games to understand and appreciate Turok Origins, to me, that tells you that they're trying to say, don't play the older ones because you'll know that this one has nothing to do with it, and this is just a soulless by comparison. An all-new standalone adventure, another reboot. The series does not need another reboot. What it needs is a genuine continuation. We don't need another reboot.
Yes.
Too many companies are doing so many reboots. Like, come on,
not
your
to
originals.
yeah, but not to the extent that Turok has been. Like, because like their reboots actually has some semblance of the original, IPs, like how things were originally done. We don't get that. We just get like a total new story with total new world building and total new lore.
Like
it's
I said,
what?
Go on.
Yep.
But
oh, I think somebody cut off.
Oops.
Oh, Badger, are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just done talking.
Oh, it's just that you cut off.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
What's
we don't
that?
even. But yeah, like I was saying, we don't even get like we don't even get like a proper reboot like other IPs might. We basically our whole world is like wiped away, clean, and like the old laws of the other universe don't apply to this one. So it's like it's really, really hard to keep up with these reboots because they really don't, they're incongruent with each other. So
it's like I said, I look at Evolution. I don't like Evolution at all. But at the very least,
there's nothing in common with each other. It's just nothing in common with the other. So it's like, why it's not even a series, so why even bother?
Because I was about to say, at least Evolution, that was the first time the series was getting rebooted, soft reboot, but you can still at least see that it was trying to stay true to the core of Turok.
Yeah, and every other reboot since then has been extremely hard reboot of not just the way the characters, it's like the whole lore. Like there's nothing in common.
Even with Turok 2008, completely different than what we've had before it. But at the very least, there's still some semblance of Turok in there. It still does its own thing, yes, but it has a lot more in common with classic Turok than Origin.
Yeah.
When you bring up things like Order of the Turok, and
different planets and all this stuff, and
then trying to pass off the characters they showed us as each being a Turok, despite the fact that they don't even explain what this Order of Turok is. Like I said, that's not what it is. If they wanted to go with the 2008 version, or basically most of the non-acclaimed comics, where Turok is a name of an individual, I can kind of see that. But with the Order of the Turok, what the closest thing that I see when I hear Order of the Turok is supposed to be the lineage from the acclaimed series, but that's not what we get, because all three characters are nothing alike with each other. None of them even look close to being
Where
Turok.
was Aiden from?
in the tech suits that extract DNA. That's just not how Turok has been, for its entirety. Like, just imagine comparing this to like the original comics. This is crazy. This is nuts.
This is.
It sounds like an ability. It sounds like an ability that's.
Where did Oblivion come
It just doesn't fit in with Native Americans.
Because that's
like,
an
why would you
ability
do
I
that?
would see more from Shadow Man, where you're stealing the soul or the life force from your enemy. That gives me more Bloodshot vibes. And like I said, that Bloodshot fits more with the whole DNA thing, considering the fact that Bloodshot has nanites in his blood that does a lot of the tinkering for him. Speaking of which, why don't we ever get a Bloodshot game?
Maybe this is Bloodshot.
with dinosaurs. Unless
Maybe this
Bloodshot,
is Bloodshot. They
Origins.
wait. Maybe this is Bloodshot. They couldn't get the rights for Bloodshot, so they go, okay, we have Turok. Okay, so now it's called Turok. It's no longer Bloodshot. It's called Turok now.
We're sorry. This is a mistake. This is meant for Bloodshot Origins. That's what should have been called. Sorry,
Another
guys.
thing is, if this was what the Jurassic Park game was supposed to be, and then they just decided to slap the Turok name on it, it would not surprise me in the slightest. Would it make sense for it to be a Jurassic Park game? No, but it wouldn't make any more sense for it to be a Turok game. Hell, I can kind of see it if it was an Exo Man of War game. An Exo Man of War is kind of obscure. Like, really obscure. I think the only game they have ever had was Exo Man of War and Iron Man and Heavy Metal during the PlayStation days.
Jurassic Park is just doing whatever the hell it
But,
wants these days.
I think what they really could have done is, like a lot of people said, do the whole Doom 4 and Doom Eternal route. That would have been a whole lot better.
I think we've said what has need to be said. So I'm.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna head off now.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually been we've been at it for like 5 hours. Holy shit.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe I think next time we come on to something like this, I think a palate cleanser should be fine. It's like I said, we just need to arrange a multiplayer match at some point, be it Turok 2 remastered or Turok Rage Wars from Simple 64. Just a palate cleanser.
Yeah. Maybe we should do co-op.
I'm
I haven't actually played co-op. The Turok 2 co-op. Outside of that one time, I've been Behemoth made the final beta version.
I mean, I've been playing the co-op mod on and off with people, but on stream, I haven't done it in like a couple of years. I wanted to do it as a yearly thing, but just having the people and the time to do it has not been easy.
Somebody, I don't remember who was it. I think it was Badger. He mentioned that maybe I should host like a Turok 2 co-op lobby, open lobby. Maybe that could work.
Yeah,
that would.
Like an open lobby, not just necessarily for like us, but like organize like a Discord server where anybody can just like join in and drop off whenever they can or want.
Oh yeah, and heck, this is like the same idea.
Doomarine is admin of the Discord now, so ask him to make a little section for Don't we have a section for Turok 2 multiplayer anyway?
We have.
Yeah.
I think he cleaned up the server a bit.
Yeah.
I just have to check again.
It was clean. It was cleaned up all right. Shit, everything was fucking deleted. But
I was about to say, wasn't that a
nuke went off?
Trying to nuke the server?
Yeah.
Oh
there is a
god, we
section
didn't
for
even touch
multiplayer.
on that. You know what? I wanted to like bring that up, but we didn't even touch that out.
I still remember
so
how all
much
that
information
started.
lost.
I don't want to even. We've already been negative about this Origins. It's been a sad chapter of Turok yet again.
I
don't even want to talk about that today.
I was about to say the whole situation with that started because of like the situation with Turok 3. But that's how I remember all.
I don't know how that started. I wasn't even on the server because I was in exile.
That was when the purge started. When
Chaotician raid.
but
that's another time.
yeah, like I said, we should at least arrange the Turok 2 co-op or Rage Wars match.
I don't know if you guys are free on. Let me see.
I got so much free time. I'm still between jobs, so
from
I got all the free
on the
time
week
in the
between
world.
the 24th and the 31st.
I should have the time.
I think I could do that. I just don't know. I still have to get my regular computer set up. It's down.
But another thing is with Rage Wars, it's just teaching everybody how to set up Simple 64. The only downside is that everyone needs to procure their own gray cards.
Yeah, they need to set up their own N64 with online capabilities. Wink, wink.
With the gray cartridge, because that's the version that.
Oh
will
yeah,
work.
that's
'Cause
right. The
even if
co-op
it's-
bug.
Yeah.
Eesh,
Because
yeah,
that
that's gonna
is-
be tough.
That would be something fun to do.
Maybe that could be for like a completely different story. So maybe we should do Turok 2 co-op, since that's like pretty easy to set up.
But heck, I was thinking of doing a Rage Wars stream at some point, anyways. Might as well at some point, right? But
All right, guys. I hope you
Yeah.
have a pleasant
I
night.
hope everybody has like a nice day and nice
Oh,
rest of your morning, evening, whatever. It's midnight over here.
Yeah,
oh yeah, and if
it's,
there's anything I
11
can
o'clock
really,
here.
it's midnight for me. But if there's anything I can really recommend people, check out the Turok comics, whether it's the original Dell comics or the more modern Dark Horse and Dynamite Entertainment comics. Just give the comics a read.
There's many sites online that host the comics in virtual form, so you can read them yourself.
I do recommend it. And even checking out some of Valiant and Acclaim's other stuff like Bloodshot, Exo Man of War, Shadow Man, the comics, I should say. Magnus, Ninjak.
They're
There's a lot
pretty interesting characters.
Yeah, it's just I mentioned Bloodshot because that's the one I've been reading a lot of lately from Valiant, and I've read the Acclaim comics.
Yeah, there was a lot to go on. Even like the original Shadow Man was pretty good.
Oh man, Valiant Shadow Man was good, and it was actually it made me kind of smile when I heard that the Acclaim version isn't just a reboot. They legit continued on from Valiant with Jack Boniface and Maxim St. James still being established as previous Shadow Men.
Yes. Gosh. Something that should have been done with this IP, right?
Yeah.
And that's a trend I still kind of wish Valiant did with the newer Shadow Man comics. Don't get me wrong, from what I've read of the new Valiant's version of Shadow Man over the years, it's still good. Don't get me wrong, it's still good. It's just missing something. And that's not even speaking from nostalgia. I genuinely think that what they had was good. I don't know. I think they could add a little bit more to it. But
don't always get what we want, but there's just some lines you don't cross, and that's screwing up the IP like this. All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right, I was about to say what the new Valiant Shadow Man comics are missing.
Wait. Guys.
What?
Drasit, he just joined the chat on Twitch. Say
hello, Drasit.
Hello,
Drasit.
You absolute madman. You legend, the absolute legend.
The absolute legend. Somebody's watching the same guy I'm watching.
Yes, it's Badger.
Yeah.
Hey.
How you doing, Drasid?
Also, Badger, I forgot to ask. When's your avatar? What's that avatar from?
That's Honey Smacks from the cereal.
Oh, I mean your PNG for the stream.
That's City Hunter, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It just looks so 90s.
Who are the other two?
It's 80s. It's
80s.
It's a fun anime.
Who were the other two? Okay, so it's me, Joseph Fireseed, and Badger. We had another person here, but he
left a while ago.
He left a while. As for, I'm guessing you're also asking for the female avatar, and that is you. it's the TTS chat. She's literally you.
Dressed up as Adon. Actually, that's kind of something I was even thinking about asking the Turok community. Between the two designs for Adon, which one is? I guess I want to say the better one, even though both of them are not that bad.
I
Well,
believe.
Was
what-
sad to see that Turok Origins
What was your
is a
like
Space
your
Marine
your
2
your
clone.
avatar? Was it like what's her avatar's name? Hikaru or whatever?
Hikari?
Yeah.
Hikari. Yeah, that's I think I remember we called that Adon. It was basically
because she's dressed
You're
like
like-
Turok 2 on.
you dress her like Adon. You go.
I was about to say, Coyote. So when are you gonna have her designed like Turok 3 on?
Oh man.
BPNY chose the
I
TV
could have.
design as the more iconic and correct choice.
I could probably buy another Light 2D model, but that would probably mean I have to spend another $700.
Fair.
Oh
I
my
gotta get a proper 2D model that looks more in line with.
Drasit says BP and I chose the Turok 2 design as the more iconic and correct choice.
Fair enough.
To be fair, everybody really loves the Turok 2 Adon.
I think I'm the outlier when I say I kind of prefer the Turok 3 design a little bit more. Then again, I don't know if that's just my bias of Turok 3 showing, but
I think Adon 2 look more unique. Adon for Turok 2 look just
She was essentially a blue sexy alien, and in Turok 3 they turned her into a human.
well, the
Yeah.
thing, the
And
main
that was
thing
kinda
I
like a
Went through the
shock.
comics to figure out
But
what
I
made
also
her
think
the
that it
best
still
acting.
makes sense because she's
Her
still a
teaching and
bioluminescent
comic design
being,
is the best.
and in the comics and the novels, she's meant to be an AI, so I can kind of
Mamoru
understand how
realized
she could
the
take different
Energizer Bunny
form.
today.
I guess.
Plus, I kind of want to think that the Turok 3 version of her is the form she took after what happened in Adon's curse, when she
Oh.
broke
I
free.
have all of the comics for Iguana era. scanned
Oh, so
maybe
she's
a
like
third
Super
of them in
Saiyan
Matt's
mode now.
quality. Can she take a furry form? It's like 15
But,
GB per comic.
I was about to say, I know I gotta make mine
Same
that's more in
here.
line
I
with the
kind of
comics. I know
prefer
my
the
non-talking
version.
one
Maybe
looks
the
more like the
Electric
Son of Stone
version
version more
2023.
than anything from McLean.
LUL.
It's the blue vest and the red shirt. It resembles more of Son of Stone to Rock. But I just need to get the money to make a better to get a better or just a proper 2D model. I just know that's gonna be expensive.
Okay,
Alright.
hang on. It says we went through the
So what
comics
did
to
we
figure
learn
out
from
what
this new
what
Turok?
what
I
would
just
make her
came
look the
here.
best, and I can't read this because I hate that the freaking dogs on OBS
Her
are
Turok
really
2
tiny.
her T2 comic design is the best.
Yeah, her Turok 2. Oh, wow, ow, 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 ow. Yeah, thank you for dropping weapons.
I actually remember at one point from the Turok wiki, there was even like someone wanted to make a kind of like a story that kind of involves some of the Turoks that have been seen or at least named, but not really given much detail. Where like Tales from the Lost Land, you saw at least one or
I
two
haven't been here
Turoks
for
that
long. What do you think of the
you don't get the
over-shoulder
name
cap?
of, or even the you don't get any kind of development or any kind of story behind them. And then you saw the official Turok 2 timeline from McLean, and you see Turoks that are named but you never see.
Mm-hmm.
So the short story that was on the wiki, or that we talked about on the wiki, was kind of like to kind of give them some kind of backstory, though that never really got off the ground. But just watching this trailer again, oof.
I didn't know what to put in the background,
Yeah,
so that's why I
I'm
have it.
glad
It's
I'm not
it's
alone.
fine. I think it's good just to hammer in the point that just to hammer in why we think what we're thinking with this trailer.
Oh yeah, Drasset hasn't been here for a bit. We were talking like for 4 or 5 hours about
I have seen basically no
Turok
praise
Origins
online
and
for Turok Origins.
how disappointed we were.
When we don't get sidelined with tangents and rants, specifically from me.
It's crazy.
I have seen basically no praise online for Turok
'Cause,
Origins.
well, I see
I've
these three
seen I've
characters.
seen here people just like being here and they're like, "Oh, Turok is back. We're going home," but that's it. But mostly the comments that kind of like stick out for me are the negative ones or the ones that are like indifferent about it.
It's like I said, I look at these three characters. I don't see Turok. The guy in the center with the Raptoid looking suit may be, but the other two, no. There's nothing Turok about them. I get generic Space Marines.
It's
Well,
probably
that can be
a
said true about this guy here, but even if it's a created character thing,
It's a Space Marine 2 clone.
it doesn't change the core issue. And for it to be
a character makes it worse.
And saying it's a Space Marine 2 clone, that's also even worse.
Represents her alien
Because that just means that they don't even care enough to make this an original thing. They're just rehashing what they did with the previous project.
Most people
And that still kind of ties into what we were saying earlier, that this is a soulless cash grab. The only thing going for it is the Turok name. But even then, with how dead this franchise has been, with how many times people have rebooted it, sick of it.
That is what happens when you give an IP
We're done.
to people who don't care about it.
Time to reclaim Turok. Time to make Turok our own. Extend
Because
the lore that way.
I'll go as far as to say, if this is what the future is for Turok, I'd rather see the franchise be put to rest.
Yeah.
I would rather have
Make
it
Turok
die young than grow old enough to become something it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it technically did with 2008, but
well, at least I can say with 2008, there's still something Turok about it. This, no.
Yeah.
We've been super negative about this freaking just from this trailer.
Like a year ago.
God,
you don't like.
Wait. Hang on. Drastic says,
told it's completely unique.
I knew about Origins like a
Marvel
year
has
ago.
become so
I've seen some
mainstream, DC
people.
and
Oh
Valiant
god,
are taking a
God
backseat.
damn it! I fucking obvious.
You want me to
Oh, you know what?
read-
Does somebody have the chat open? I can't read my,
Yes.
my OBS.
Drastic said, I knew about Origins like a year ago. I see some people online wondering if it fits into the story of previous games, and we at Night Dive Studios were told it's completely unique.
Oh yeah, so there you have it.
That's one way to put it.
Confirmation. It's a whole freaking reboot.
So for the whole time since the leak, it's already known that Saber never cared to make. Okay, and if it's been like that for a year, since last year, that tells you that this is far enough along that we're probably going to see an open beta at some point.
At this point, we need to not concentrate so much on Saber because
Saber are honestly they're
people
just
raised such a
developers.
piss
So
They're
the
just
ones
developers.
that the ones
It's
that they
more on
should be.
Universal.
we need it's
Yeah.
more on who owns the IP because they're clearly not taking care of it as they should. So
I
that's the people
still,
we need to bark up to. Not,
yeah, but
not
I still
Saber.
don't. I don't let Saber completely off the hook because I kind of knew that them working on a Turok game was a bad idea.
Yeah.
And seeing this, my fears were justified.
Yeah.
Cheap viewers
Yeah,
on
they could
SLM
have did
system.
better.
Online it is
Yes,
bizarre.
they
God,
really
a freaking
could have.
bot. Hang on.
And-
Oh, that's been a while since I've seen a bot.
Destroy. Universal is doing to Turok. what
So,
Sony
like
did
I
to
said, if
Spider-Man.
Saber really wants to change public perception, listen to the fan base and really pay more attention to the source material. Read the source material. Play the source material. Not 2008, or at least not just 2008. Play the acclaimed games too. And and get an idea of where a lot of the negative attention is coming from. Because, like I said, a lot of this negative perception is from people who played this series
Not just played, but a lot of us grew up with this series.
Played it,
Like
read it.
the Turok 2 was literally my first video game that I ever played.
Dinosaur Hunter was the first one I played, followed by Turok 3.
Same story here.
And I had the Turok trilogy on N64 growing up. And I even had Evolution growing up. And then I later had 2008. So I had all the Rage Wars growing up. And just seeing this hurts.
Play the trilogy that put the
Because it shows that this could be a whole lot better. But only if Universal genuinely cared enough, and if the shareholders did not want this clone of all the other games that for this to be following a trend. And for me, a nail in the coffin here is the game being rated T.
Oh yeah.
This should be an M-rated game. Because that's something the Turok series is known for. Over-the-top violence and gore with the guns, dinosaur hunting.
Who's a launch day party? Maybe I'll get the game, but only if Saber Interactive sends me a key. I'm not gonna buy it.
The only way I'm ever buying this game is if, one, they don't make it always online, have the solo experience be genuinely offline. No live service bullshit. Those are the only two things that will give me maybe even attempt to humor this game.
For me, it's just like have some semblance to the lore. At least you could do that.
Yes, have some respect for the lore. And I don't want any microtransaction bullshit like, oh, pay $5-10, we'll give you this skin from one of the previous. No.
The biggest Turok fans saying they won't get it young.
And if they want to do a create a character thing, have everything unlocked from the beginning. Maybe have the ability to make the Turoks look more like the Valiant or Dark Horse or Acclaim versions. Not having to purchase them. Have it be available from the start. Because I think with me, at the very least, that can at least alleviate a lot of the character design problems I have. Because with this guy here, like I mentioned at one point, he does resemble a mix of Yannick and the 2019 or the Dynamite Entertainment Turok. I feel like if they had everything unlockable from the start and had a lot of things to resemble the Turoks from the other sources, I think that would alleviate a lot of my problems.
I think you're looking way too deep into that. I don't think they had that in mind at all.
I know. I'm looking way too deep.
I'm guessing Joseph is like stretching it, like looking at it with a magnifying glass to give the game a benefit of the doubt.
I'm trying to make something, but like, no.
I know. I'm just saying, if Saber really cared enough, well, if they really cared enough, they wouldn't go with, as it's shown here, these 3 ass ugly designs that look nothing like Turok.
Yeah.
Because god damn it, I cannot see these characters and see something Turok.
Yeah. Well, all right, guys.
Saber has a lot to prove and a lot to make up if they ever want this to succeed.
All right, I gotta get some shut eye. I'll see you guys later. Okay.
We have to guide to we are actually yes. So
yeah,
before you go, before everybody goes, do they have anything to say besides that? Like one final thought?
Just read the comics. You'll get a better experience.
Turok is a mental
all I can say is this will pass eventually, and we'll get back to doing the serious stuff with our lore, making mods. That's what we look forward to. I don't look forward to this stuff anymore. So,
and if
it's all right to me.
And if y'all want to send letters and feedback to Saber, please be respectful about it. Don't insult them. Yes. Don't curse them out. Yes. Don't harass them. If you really want to share your concerns, please do it in a respectful way. Because despite how aggressive and negative I was, I sent a
Of
respectful
course,
letter
let's
to
be
Saber.
civil.
And I encourage everyone, if they want to be civil about it. Because if y'all harass, if y'all bully, that doesn't change anything. That just makes the problem worse,
Be
and
sane.
it's not gonna make anything like this change.
Our rage is for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, exactly.
Constructive criticism is
All
best
right.
practice.
So
Constructive
anyway,
criticism, please.
so yeah, we're gonna end it there.
And this dude looks like a Raptoid.
Oh god.
When you see the suit changes, like this guy looks like a Raptoid.
Totally.
All right.
Only
All
sharp
right,
guys.
citizens. If they do
Good night.
empties and lose.
Good night, everybody. We're gonna end it there. So have a
And
wonderful
don't let-
day. Have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful night, I guess. And, don't
thank
let the
you for
bugs
this
eat
gathering.
you. Oh, I mean, I don't let the dinosaurs eat you.
Don't let the leapers bite.
Oh, the leapers bite. I like that
And
one.
watch out for the giant spiders. I heard they're really terrible, especially in the blind ones layers.
Oh yeah, those too.
Pack a few sunfire pods down there. It's dark.
All right, get the
All
flare
right.
and
So
All right.
yeah,
Bite
good night,
fast,
everybody.
bite
Good night,
hard.
everyone in the
Alright.
chat. We'll see
Thank you for this gathering, Coyote.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah, you know it.
We
Well,
must
we
do this
may
again
or
at
may
some point.
we'll probably have another gathering, but as a palate cleanser, let's just say it. Most
Like I
likely
s-
on December. I
I'm
mean, it's already
positive.
December. Oh my god.
Yes.
late
I'm
December.
positive.
Yeah, late
Yep.
December.
Like we said, Turok to co-op or even a Rage Wars game. But
Yeah,
we'll just have to
I think
see.
I'll go with the co-op idea. The Rage
Yeah.
Wars bit is gonna be a little bit harder to set up.
True. I always got Radmint installed. I got the mod available, so
Okie dokie.
Okay, so take care. Good night.
take care, Coyote.
Yeah, you
And
too.
until next time.
Yeah. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, here we go. That was 5 hours of just us talking about freaking Turok and Turok memorabilia and Turok stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna end it there. Thank you for coming to stream. Thank you for coming, watching. Let's see who's online. You know what? I'm gonna drop a raid. Why not? Let's go do a raid. Shadow Legends. Even though it's already freaking late, but I still wanna do a raid. Why not? Okay, so we're gonna go raid whole. Wait, where is it? Who is live? Somebody I know. Show more. Let's go with Holden. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna go with Holden. Raid Holden Falsk. I hope I tapped that right.
Later, Coyote.
There we go. We're gonna go raid Holden. He's doing a Magic the Gathering thing. So yeah, take care. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm definitely gonna just go to sleep and die.
Good seeing ya.
Yeah. So take care everybody. Good night.